Hello, and welcome to the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon. Was going to be. It decided that instead of waiting to start this on Thursday, that I just go ahead and get started with it. Just go ahead and start so that way, if people do donate towards this and help, if people do donate towards this, that means that I could get more donations in, and we can build our way up to the donation goals quicker. And if people don't donate to this, well, then that means I get it done with, get it over with quicker. So, uh, as yeah, as advertised, I'm gonna try to play through Bloodborne for the first time. I've tried this game out a few times and never really stuck with it. But this time, this would actually force me to actually play through. This would force me to stick with it as long as I have remaining lives. And yeah, kind of similar to the dying for live streams. I'm gonna have a limited number of lives, and whenever I die, lose a life. And when I get down to 0 lives, playthroughs over. So and yeah, because this, and also kind of similar to dying for life, donating money adds another life to the playthrough. However, because this is not a charity event, this is just me doing this in order to get some help for myself. Instead of it being $2 to add a life, it's only $1. So this just any so $1 would add one life. $20 would add 20 lives. $100 would add 100 lives. So yeah, the it's a so yeah, any donation as low as a single dollar would add a life and also count towards our donation goals. Yeah, because this is a donathon, there's a couple of donation goals in place. So if we manage to reach $100, if we manage to reach $100 in total donations, I'll do Pokemon Smash or Pass. If we manage to reach $200 in total donations, I'm gonna do a stream where I'll allow y'all to suggest characters I have to draw from memory. If we reach a total of $300 donated, I'll buy and play through Dispatch. If we reach $400 donated, y'all will get to decide the 200th playthrough. For those who don't know how special that is, I keep track of like every single playthrough I do, and every 100th playthrough, I always mark as a special occasion where I will, where whatever game I play for every 100th playthrough, whatever game I play for every 100th playthrough, once I start streaming that game, I will keep streaming it until I beat it. So, or excuse me, that'll be the only game I stream until I beat it. So basically, whatever game y'all pick, if we do reach that donation goal, whatever game y'all pick, that will be every stream I do will be that game. Once I start that game, every stream will be that game until I beat it. So if it's for because like some people have mentioned Persona 4, if we do reach this donation goal and y'all decide Persona 4, um once I reach once I beat the 199th game, every stream will be Persona 4 until I beat Persona 4. And then if we reach $500 in total donations, y'all get to decide a new emote. Usually, when it comes to new emotes, I kind of decide what the design is, and then I hire an artist to make it. But if we reach $500, then I will let y'all decide a new emote, and then I will commission an artist to make that emote for us or for the channel. If we reach $600, I'll play through The Legend of Zelda: Wind Waker for the first time. If we reach $700, I'll do a special stream called the Capcom Fighters Marathon from Hell. Kind of similar to a stream I did last year, or I did late last year, called the SNK Fighters Marathon from Hell, where I played through a bunch of SNK fighting older SNK fighting games, and with a bunch with challenges in place to make it more difficult. This would be similar to that, but with more games because I have a lot more Capcom fighting games. Then, if we manage to reach $800 donated in total, we'll do D&D. I'll do some D&D solo adventures, which is it's kind of similar to D&D campaigns, but it's D&D campaigns designed around. It'd be a D&D It'd be a smaller D&D campaign designed around having designed for one player to play through instead of multiple people. This way, I can finally get to like streaming some D&D on the channel, even though I haven't been able to even though it'd be I think too much work for me to get anyone to join me for a full campaign. Then, if we reach $900, I'll play through Sonic Adventure 2 for the first time. That's another game that I try, kind of similar to Bloodborne. That's a game I tried to play through and then decided to, and then bounced off of it. But if we were to reach this donation goal, I would have to fully play through it, beginning to end. Then, if we reach $1,000, y'all will get to decide a game I have to 100%. I'll look through the games I have on like PC and PlayStation 5, see what games would work best for 100%ing, and then y'all get to decide. And then and once I decide which games I'd be willing to play through, play and replay until I 100% them, I'll give that. I'll let y'all know what games I've narrowed it down to, and y'all get to decide which of those games I end up playing. So So yeah, those are the potential donation goals. And if we somehow manage to reach $1,000 donated, I will come up with more donation goals. Not sure how. Can't say for certain if that will happen, but hey, if enough money is donated and we do reach like 1,000 donate, if we do is looking like, and if it does look like I actually will, $1,000 actually will be donated, then I'll come up with more donation goals. Now, because nobody's made any donations yet, wouldn't feel right to just like stay on this loading screen until somebody donated. So I have given myself like a set couple of lives to start with. I'm gonna give myself like 50 lives. That way I can get like it. That way I can like refamiliarize myself with the game because it's one of FromSoft's like action RPGs. They are made for you to die. They are made for you to die a lot in. And I'm giving myself about 50 lives. This will be just enough to where I can relearn how to play this game and also maybe get a little bit into it. But we'll see how far I can get on just 50 lives. But again, that number could be changed really quickly because any donation at all, any donation of at least $1 will add every dollar donated will add a another life onto here. So even as donation as low as a single dollar will add a donation onto here. But let me go ahead and get started because I'll have to make my character. Hey, Sleepless, welcome in. I will say for anyone who is considering donating to support this, bit subs and gifted subs they do help, but direct donations help out even more right now. Just because whatever amount of money you donate, I'll receive that immediately instead of later.
First, you'll need a contract.
I keep getting told that this is an average day that going through this game is like an average day in London, which makes me wonder just what the heck is going on in London. So since you're starting the first game I beat this year, bro, you can do it, bro. We'll see. Well, first things first. Let's go ahead and name our character, and I'm gonna tie things all the way back to to Dying for Life Cuphead earlier this year. Let's see. So yeah. So like I said during then, if I ever play when at some point I'd make a character named Shirley Brewing, and well, here we go. Age only affects appearance. It has no bearing on ability. Wise words, I guess. Oh no, not exact. No, no, actually, no. Those are not wise words. uh, if this year is shown, as this year has shown, some old people have definitely lost their abilities. I guess origin milquetoast, ordinary, happy upbringing, all attributes average. Sleeper says, "I'm in the final dungeon of Dragon Quest One. Lone survivor of lost him." I'm guessing after you finish Dragon Quest One, you're just going to go ahead and move on. Start with Dragon Quest Two. Lone survivor lost Hamlet, high life essence and vigor. Suffered a misfortune in youth, highly resilient as a result. Terribly violent past, rash but stronger for it. Born specialist, fit for sleuthing or academia. Experienced in war, soldier with strength and skill. Sky to a respectable line with faith in your pedigree. Face terrible hardships, but now confident in your purpose. You are nothing talentless, you shouldn't have been born. That's a bit rude. Oh, wait, the waste of skin starts you off 6 levels lower than everyone else. Slave says, once I beat Dragon Quest 1, I will go to SRWY and do the Durst DLC and finish the game. I guess let's go with... I guess let me go with average. Well, because I'm gonna be going for faster melee weapons, I'll probably want skill instead of strength, but... Actually, just because I don't know what I'm gonna be... Well, just because this is gonna be first playing through, I'll just go with all attributes average. Let's see, slim. Very slim. So it says, amongst all this, I will be playing Metroid Prime Remastered, as loaned to me by a friend who wanted me to play it through after my claim of being unable to finish first-person games. Ah. Good luck with it. Well, have fun with that. I think, yeah, if you're not... So I've just gotten the way being Metroid Prime. I think as far as like playing through first-person games, Metroid Prime would probably be one of the easiest to get yourself through. Like, it's difficult in parts, but... It's difficult in parts, but I mean, it's a game that you can... It's generally forgiving. I guess let's go early up about... No. These all look the exact same. So the hardest part so far is the Metroidvania aspects of not knowing the fuck I'm supposed to go. Let's see, scale adjustment. We'll just go. Okay, base skin color. I don't know why I'm focusing. I guess I probably shouldn't worry too much about designing my character in this. It's kind of impossible to make a character in this. It's kind of impossible to make a character in this game look good. That I remember from my first attempts at playing this. I guess there. Let's see some of these features. Slim says Detective and Ace just create the freakiest shows they can when making new characters for their annual Bloodborne races. It also is. It also is a little funny that this is one of those. This is one of those cases where, I guess we'll go with that. Go with that here. And what color hair does Shirley Brewing have? I get it. Really, it is a little funny that the game gives you a character customization, and then or gives you character customization. So it says beer colored. Yeah, I guess that'd be like what, orange, a dark orange. But it is what I was saying is that it is a little funny that the game gives you like character customization and allows you to customize, like, get change quite a few things about your character's face when like the main outfit or like the signature outfit in this game covers almost all of the character's face. Okay, let's see if yeah, like a darker orange. it need if we wanted to give her beer colored hair, it'd be like orange, but with white tips. Or like, yeah, the tips are white. I guess that'll work. That's not okay. I guess I deselected that. Yeah, you'll be hearing me say it a lot through this playthrough, but yeah, any donations are really appreciated right now, because I mean that's the whole reason I'm doing this. I'd considered so we're kind of I'll be kind of taking a break from the playthroughs I was doing until until this I resolve this. So until I either like run out of lives and fail this playthrough, or until I actually if enough money is donated and I do have enough lives, then until I actually beat this game if possible. You know, we'll give her. Let's see, and Slave says it is possible to beat this game. Well, yeah, I mean I know that, but I mean the question is, will I have enough lives to get to beat this game? But we'll just have to see. If I end up doing really well, I could end up beating this game with just the yeah. If I end up playing this game really well, I could end up beating this with just the standard number of with just the set number of lives I've given myself to begin. But we'll just have to see. Yeah, I'm starting myself off with about 50 lives just to give myself a good starting point to maybe get as far to see how far I can get in here. Kind of want to give her glasses that'll cover her eyes, considering that I might do that. Yeah, it's oh wait, I can actually change the color of glasses. So yeah, the I've given myself like 50 lives to start with, and then actually let's change that. I didn't know that would change the lenses. I thought that would actually change the frames. But yeah, we'll just have to see. I think that's good enough. All right. And I guess I will stick with this origin. All right, let's begin. Hmm. And I'll try to keep track of any donations that are made to make sure. Yeah, I'll try to make sure to keep track of any donations that are made so I can make sure to stay up to date on how many lives I have remaining.
Good. All signed and sealed. Now, let's begin the transfusion. Oh, don't you worry. Whatever happens, you may think it all a mere bad dream.
Oh, that's right. This whole game is like it takes place in a weird. They keep mentioning dreams in this game, which is that's gonna be funny to hear through because I was just catching up on Kamen Rider Zets before playing this, before starting this. Yeah, I always hate it when And I always hate it when the werewolf starts climbing out of the giant blood pond in my backyard, especially as I'm waking up. Because it just makes a huge mess. Hmm.
Ah, you found yourself a hunter.
Alright, and we begin. The characters. I even when choosing like I chose the burly body type, and even then the character is the player character of this is so lanky. Handwritten scrawls seek pale blood to transcend the hunt. That's right. Okay, they've got like a karate chop for now, and then okay, got a slight back dodge. So I know that there is an enemy in the very first room in here, and I know that the player can. I know that the player can beat it. So I'm gonna try to beat them, and if I lose, well, I'm gonna count it as my first life lost. I know it's just a tutorial, like just the tutorial thing, and you're generally supposed to, like, the game expects you to lose, but considering that you can beat it, considering that the game has it set to where you can beat this on your first try. I mean, like even look right there, it's like weaker. Oh well. Just keep getting, just gotta keep karate chopping him. See, I might miss some things out, or there might be some times where I don't. Okay, well, we dead. Well, first life lost. So I tried. So yeah, there might be some points where I don't. There might be some times where I don't pay as much attention to the chat just because I'm focusing on beating the enemies. Because I do want to try to. I am gonna try to get as far as I can in this, but yeah, already lost first life. So it says not only can you beat him, I did it. Well, it appears I did not. So yeah, already down. Already 49 out of 50 lives remaining. Oh, it's you guys. Awaken a selected location. Wait, no, not yet. Trade in blood echoes with messengers to buy and sell items. Hey, Evan, also welcome in. So it says, I'd say you could do a salty run back, but hello. Okay, so the messengers offer you a trick weapon. I wonder if they could possibly offer me a treat weapon. Choose one. Trick weapons are wielded with the right hand and employed in beast hunting. Okay, out of these three, I'm definitely going to go with the cane. Hmm. Okay, so I guess I can't equip that right now. The messenger offers you a firearm. Choose one. Firearms are with the left hand and flame beats on it. Okay, do I want the pistol or the blunderbuss? Slave says, technically speaking, the cane is the hard start. The cleaver is easy strat. And not... Part of the reason I did not like this game when I first tried it out was because I selected the cleaver. And because of how slow it makes your character move. In these games... my enjoyment of these games... Double receive messengers, lead messengers with these soul servants to share them with hunters in other worlds. My enjoyment of these games is entirely predicated on like it entirely depends on how soon I can get a weapon that will let me move faster. I almost I almost have to use the I almost have to use like the like knives or short or like smaller blades because how do I equip? Okay, I have to do that. Yeah, I almost have to use small like the shorter weapons because they're faster and they approach and they actually like have the character approach a decent speed. I'm kind of like if you want to know, if you want a good summary of like how well actually if you want a good summary of how desperate I am right now for money because of my current situation. I generally can usually only stand about FromSoft games, even the FromSoft games I really like Armored Core 6. I can usually only stand those for like 3 to 4 hours. I'm dedicating myself enough time to play this for like 8 hours, for 24 hours this week. Not in a row, but still. So he says, I personally went with the Ludwig. You'll probably fall into the Blades of Mercy. Then I personally went with the Ludwig sword because the ability to swap from short sword to great sword and back. Okay, let's go back to the sick room. Yeah, when it comes to like weapons or yeah, when it comes to like what weapons or builds I make, whenever I try one of the Soulsborne games, my general rule is brawl like, go fast. So yeah, for those just joining, welcome. This is something special I'm doing called the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon, because of just because me currently being unemployed because of my me being unemployed for the past few months. And I've lost nearly all the money I've had while I've desperately tried to find a new job. So I'm kind of doing this in order to like in order to potentially get some more money, and it could really help me out. So there's and to help me, well, if not to if not to at least like stay living in the house I'm currently in, then to at least like help me get by for however long I can. So yeah, every the way this works is I'm going to try to play through Bloodborne for the first time. I have a limited number of lives, and ow, that's right. This is the back step. Oh no, don't want that. And every dollar donated will add another life. Every dollar donated will add another life. So if you donate $1, that'll add one life. If you sub to the channel or gift a sub to the channel, that'll add 6 lives because I think that's about $6. Um, if you donate $100, that'll be 100 lives. And I basically have to keep going until I run out of lives. If I'm sounding a bit more exasperated, like a bit more annoyed, I apologize for that. It's because I woke up today without receiving any word and checked my email all the way up to the stream without still having not received any message from that job that I interviewed with. And I realized that it's now been I had that interview with that job on October 17th, and it is now October 18th. Or excuse me, it is now November 18th. So it has been a full month since I interviewed with them. And that's kind of a good, that's kind of, well, sadly, that's kind of a good sign. Sadly, that's kind of a pretty good indication that that I didn't get hired for the job. Which, okay, here's something moving around back there. I don't want to find out what it is. That's a pretty cool. That's a pretty cool thing. Like, I know this is an area I'm gonna have to wait to access, but that's a pretty cool thing to just like show this area to the player and just say, yeah, you can't go there yet. You can't go there yet, but we're gonna have you hear the noises of something back there. Yeah, it's kind of looking like I'm not gonna be like that job that I interviewed for decided not to hire me. Dang, that's a cool look. That's a cool view out into. That's a cool view out into this area. I mean, I'm still gonna hope that they could maybe send me an email, telling me that I've been hired. But like, it's been a month, so I kind of have the feeling that if a job hasn't messaged me back in like a month, if a job hasn't messaged me back in a month, I'm kind of that kind of gives me the. Then I'm just gonna assume that okay, they decided not to hire me and just didn't decided not to tell me for some reason. Oh, right. So yeah, well, I guess that means just right back to. Well, I mean, I was already applying for more jobs anyway, but yeah, I guess that means just right back to more job applications. Sleep says, for what it is worth, the job that I would have gotten through my staffing agencies before I got the offer from the sales jobs took 6 weeks to let me know they wanted to even try me in the position, since they wasted a month trying to get the person they already wanted but wouldn't bite. Yeah, that's. I will admit that one. I'm trying to be a little, still trying to remain a little bit hopeful because the guy I had interviewed with, he like went on vacation or he did. He basically went away from he either went on vacation or had to deal with something for like 2 whole weeks, like right after he and I had that interview. But that interview that was like oh the London Rooster. I didn't know they had roosters in London. So part of me is just hoping. Oh right, this lamp just transports me to the Hunter's Dream. So yeah, part of me is hoping that it's like he's still like planning on contacting me, but and just hasn't gotten to it yet for some reason. But it's still very worrying that it's like 6 months, like been an entire month since I last since I had that interview, and there's been no reply to any of the emails asking them for any updates. And I also said I had to level up so much I had to be strong enough to defeat any bosses. Let's see, I think yeah, okay, I could get the. Well, I don't have enough to get any of these yet. I could if I sold. I might be able to get like some of them if I sold my current clothes, but that's not a good idea. I don't think that'd be a good idea about right now. Place items in storage to retrieve stored items. I guess not right now. Sleep says there is an easy way to level if you want it. I'm not. I'm probably gonna try to avoid level grinding. I don't think it'd be a good idea to spend the majority of this stream just level grinding.
Aha. You must be the new hunter. Welcome to the hunter's dream. This will be your home for now. I am Gammon.
So oh, you can't do it yet. You got to be legit for a bit.
You're sure to be in a fine haze about now, but
I'll just try to play
don't
through it
think
legit
too hard about
for
all
now.
this. Just go out and kill a few beasts. It's for your own good. You know, it's just what hunters do.
Well, if it is just what hunters do. To escape this dreadful hunter dream, halt the scourge of the spreading scourge of beasts. Halt the source of the spreading scourge of beasts. Let the night carry on forever. Alright, well, let's get out there. Let's get back to killing some more beasties. So yeah, I've already lost 1 life. So yeah, we're starting off with about 50 lives in total. I'm starting off with about 50 lives in total. I mean, I've lost 1 life, so yeah, any donations, any donations as low as $1 will add another life. So if you'd like to see this continue, or if you'd like to see us reach like to see me reach any donation goals and see any of these special streams I have planned if we reach the donation goals, please consider donating. Like I've been saying, gift subs, and bits are helpful, but direct donations are especially helpful right now. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and here. I'm gonna go ahead at at multiple points throughout the stream. I'm going to post the direct donation link, in chat. Yeah, direct donations are especially helpful now because due to how donations on Twitch works, if you donate through bit subs or gift subs, I won't receive the money from that unless unless at least $50 is donated by the end of November. And even then, if that we did reach that, I wouldn't receive it until like halfway through December. So, hello. I remember a little bit of this area. I do remember a little bit of this area. Yeah, I remember a little bit of this area because of my second when I attempted to play through this game a second time. How much time I spent in this area. I gotta have to remember that the left button changes weapon form, and that left trigger fires the gun. But it also says I'm using the Kirk hammer. She's It's a whole gang of them. Let me actually go back here and unlock this. Yeah, let me go back here and unlock this. I know there's an enemy right over there, but let's just go ahead. And now let's get away from there. I'm gonna try to be careful here, because I don't want to confront a huge group of enemies. Is he following me up here? Dang, it really sounds like he's just walking, like that guy is just walking right up these steps, directly behind me. Alright, so... Darn. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna be a little bit careful here, but... Hmm. Okay, and... Oh, so, while we're in the starting area... Now, whilst I try to get through the starting area... Just gonna go... So, I did see that the nominees for the Game Awards, came out. And also, I kind of decided... Well, I saw the nominees for the Game Awards came out, and first of all, congrats to Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, Hollow Knight, Silk Song, Hades 2, and Donkey Kong Bonanza, Death Stranding 2, and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 for Game of the Year nomination. I also decided, um, I decided that this year, after seeing how people's general reactions, oh, after seeing people's general reactions to the nominees for the Game Awards, I've decided that I'm just gonna stop watching the Game Awards. Every year I mock the Game Awards, rightfully so, and Jeff Keighley, rightfully so. But then I still go on to watch his event, even though um I still think that there's a lot of problems with Jeff Keighley and how his event is presented. And especially seeing like some of the reactions this year. Yeah, seeing some of the reactions this year, and how people were like, I saw people were like, well, I'm just gonna not vote for Expedition 33 because how dare that game get nominated for so many awards? Where it's like, where it's basically like, come on, like the game didn't do. That's not the game devs' fault. They didn't care about these awards. That was all down to the Game Awards. Also, Jeff Keighley is very much like we've had a running joke for years that he's like clearly clearly under the thumb or clearly just like supporting like the really big game publishers that really in support of like the big game publishers no matter like all the awful stuff that those publishers do. And I think it's time we as a society move past Jeff Keighley and the Game Awards. And we keep mocking the Game Awards like every year and how not important they are. And they're not, really, they're not. But then we still like give focus to them. So I think just this year I'm going to try to change things around. I'm going to do things differently. I'm going to start doing things differently. And I just won't watch the Game Awards and then just I'll look up to see what trailers were announced after the Game Award. Like I'll look up the trailers later. And then I'll just like whatever trailers I found were interesting, I'll just mention it on a stream after the Game Awards. Like I've done for some of the state of plays that I've had to miss. Let's see. Sleep says, I mean, I'm not voting for Expedition 33 not because of a failing with the game, but because Expedition 33 is drawing the absolute worst type of people to itself, and they have used it as a beacon to rally behind and bash any RPG for doing something that was or wasn't done in Expedition 33. And you're right, that is absolutely a problem. The thing. Okay. I mean, that absolutely is a problem, but again, that game getting so many award nominations, it's not like that game getting so many award nominations at the Game Awards. That's not something like the game devs did. Like the game developers, I'm I'm fairly certain, like I'm 99% certain the game developers don't care at all. And they were just like, "Oh, okay, we got nominated for the awards. That's cool. Let's send out a social media post and let's get back to work." Sleep says, Sleep says, I'm also pretty annoyed that Japan has manufactured games is pretty much forgotten in this year. Well, that's one of the reasons why. That's one of the things that convinced me that okay, I should just stop paying attention to them at all. Is like just stop paying attention to the Game Awards at all because like we've seen clearly like year after year that a lot of smaller games that didn't a lot of smaller games that deserve more attention just aren't going to get them by the Game Awards. Like Digimon Story Time Stranger or 100 Line Defense Academy or Super Robot. Well, I mean, I think Super Robot Wars Y. Well, I haven't gotten to play Super Robot Wars Y, so I really can't say if it's award worthy or not. Even as a massive fan of Super Robot Wars, I really can't say how award worthy that game would be. Sleep says, "Fucking Avowed got nominated for RPG or anything that was actually good this year." But yeah, no, that's why that's why I'm kind of stopping. Like, I'm gonna stop watching the Game Awards, and just like not even really care about them, and just mention what trailers that I found interesting were announced at a later date. Because like we've seen time and again that they're not going to give attention to a lot of games that really deserve it, just because of just because it's well, I'm really not sure. Well, just because of like their the people who are deciding games, their biases. Like I get like again, kind of goes back to what I was saying is that kind of goes back to what I was saying is that we keep mocking the Game Awards, like we keep mocking the Game Awards as we should. But the or excuse me, let's not say we. Let me just say I keep mocking the Game Awards as I should. But then I also actually take the time to watch them, even though I know they're even though I like acknowledge that they're not really worth much. Even though like I acknowledge that they're really not worth much. So really, if I want to actually like say if I really want to like fully dedicate, just like if I want to actually like fully show that those Game Awards are as meaningless as I believe they are, then I should really just not give them the positive attention. Also, considering that again, Jeff Keighley is very much like also, again, considering that Jeff Keighley is eager to please his corporate sponsors, it's very likely that this year there's going to be some awful ads for like there's going to be some awful ads for like either AI generated ads or ads for I don't know, like maybe even like organizations like ICE. Slip says you keep mocking them. I don't mock them. I just look at them as a publicity tour from American publications and only watch for the trailer. Sleepless. You just said you're annoyed that Japan that you're Sleepless. You just said that Avowed got not. You just mocked the Game Awards for saying that Avowed got nominated for an award this year over a bunch of other games. Like you just said that. It's in the chat, right? Like right down there. Let me see if I can draw like one or two of them. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, wait. Okay, not all. They're not following me. Hmm. So it says, "Oh, I have my issues with it, sure, but my issues with it are different from the general disdain you have for it as a concept." Man, it's gonna be going back to Expedition 33. It's gonna be a really dang in the. It's gonna be really weird in the time since I when I finally get to play that when I finally get to play that game, however long that takes. Because in the not even a year since that game released, you've got a bunch of people who were like, like the whole general perception is like, oh my gosh, this game is amazing. This is an amazing RPG. It's like soured into a whole bunch of people just saying that like, ah, this is the best, like this is the best RPG. Why? Like any RPGs that aren't like Exposition 33 suck, which is of course not true and awful to say. But then you also have people who are on the extreme other end of the. You'll have also people who are on the extreme other end of the spectrum, which is that like you'll also have people on the extreme other end of the spectrum who will go like Expedition 33 should not be recognized for anything and shouldn't be awarded anything because some fans of the game are being really are really being really obnoxious. Yes, I am. Yeah, you don't have to like say that. You can keep saying it's a threat. I already knew that a long time ago. Okay, I'm gonna have to get around these guys. I'm gonna have to get around these guys. I'm trying to draw them off, like trying to draw them out like one by one or two by one or two at a time, so I can slowly whittle them down. So it says you joke, but there's a timeline where they go ahead and saying Final Fantasy VII released in '97, the Persona 5 came out in 2016, and now Expedition 33 came out in 2025, with nothing of note at all released at any other time or year. Oh yeah, no, it's the exact same. It's the exact same as like when Persona 5, when the people who only like who just played Persona 5, um, said that Persona 5 is the greatest RPG of all time. Now, I will admit, when I first played Persona 5 all those many years ago, I did think it was one of my favorite RPG. I did think it was one of my favorite RPGs. But my tastes have matured. But even then, like even at that time, I was like, well, even at that time, even when I was very like hadn't played like that many, as I hadn't played nearly as many games as I've played now. I would have never said, even back then, I wouldn't have said that. Even back then, my attitude was like, well, like Persona 5 is one of my favorite games, but I only played. Ow. I've only played Persona 5. Ow. I did. I only played Persona 5, or I hadn't played that many RPGs, so I couldn't really say what was the best RPG of all time. Hmm. Well, that's 2 lives lost, and I'm back here again. So, gonna have to go all the way back through that again. Well, back to fighting all these guys. I mean, I guess I can avoid. I guess I can like ignore these guys here, but yeah, I mean, I saw like when Expedition 33 came out, I did see people who were like, even then I was seeing people who were like, oh, well, this is so much better than all those Japanese developed RPGs because this one didn't release in Japan, even though like the developers of the game themselves were like, okay, yeah, like eh, even the developers of Clair Obscur, like they themselves uh came out and said like when the game released that, yeah, or like how much they loved other RPGs and were like saying to people, hey, y'all should definitely if y'all like our game, you should definitely play other RPGs. We got like I keep thinking back to that like how when Clair Obscur was started doing really good or started getting like a lot of great reviews and selling really well. And like one of the devs' first thing was like, "Hey, thanks for buying our game, but y'all should also play like a 100 Line Defense Academy. That game's really great. That game's really great, and that studio's not doing too that studio's not doing too well." But again, I've also seen people on the exact opposite end of the spectrum who are just like, this game, just saying this game is overrated, it's awful, this game, Expedition 33 is awful, it's terrible, it's completely overrated just because, again, there are some fans, just some fans who are being annoying. So just to 100 Lines credit, it sold well. Yeah, I think from what I heard that like the second wave of attention that it got after like that a bit of attention from the lead dev of Expedition 33, as well as a bunch of other attention by other people, did help it sell well. Like those weren't the only things, but from what I heard, it did end up selling well enough to like keep the studio afloat, which is good. Also, going back to what you said about that sleepless, that's why I kind of feel that's why I'm glad that Final Fantasy VII is one of the first one of the first Final Fantasies I played. But I'm also really glad that I've already committed to playing like a bunch more Final Fantasies because while I do really like Final Fantasy VII, it has become one of my favorite Final Fantasy games already. I do feel bad that I do feel bad that after starting the Final Fantasy games, I have already become like the guy who says that the guy who doesn't shut up about how much they like Final Fantasy VII. I'm trying to be better by I'm trying to be better by not just constantly reference Final Fantasy VII. And part of that is helped by playing more Final Fantasies. Sleep says, no, I mean it sold relatively well after Kodaka took to Twitter and was like, I need this to sell up, please. I put my entire life savings and house into it. Oh. Well, very glad it sold well. Sleep says, man, you at least have played other Final Fantasies, lol. And I intend to play even more. Oh, that was a waste. That was like a waste of 2 bullets. Hmm. Okay, there's that. I think there's a gang of enemies there. Hmm. I want to be careful so that I don't. They did? Is that group? Yep, okay, that group's. Someone's coming around there. Oh boy. Okay, good thing I turned to the left. I saw that group of like that gang of 4 enemies. Now I know I haven't gotten really that far into this game, but this really does feel like like this is one of the first or one of the few games where FromSoft has actually like gone and like used their love of making like a darker atmosphere in their games and actually use that to make like a horror atmosphere. Just a full on like horror game. It's not the first because there was like the first Shadow Tower, and that game is actually like that game kind of did a similar thing that I feel that this game does, where it's like they took the first Shadow Tower takes like the atmosphere of from the Kingsfield that FromSoft built up in the Kingsfield games, and they actually like added more of a made it a bit more horror, a bit made it a bit more of a horror game while keeping kind of the same gameplay they had in Kingsfield. So also, you don't use FF7 as a means to bash other games. You will note when you wish something was more or less like a facet of FF7. That's fine, but you're not looking at Final Fantasy 2 and complaining that Firion isn't just Cloud. Well, no, absolutely not. No, that's stupid. Don't get me wrong. I am annoyed at the people who like insult her like against Claire Obscure winning awards just because just because some of its fans are being annoying. However, I'm far more annoyed with those fans who are being annoyed and just being like, oh, all other RPGs are bad. Why aren't they like Claire Obscure? Why aren't other RPGs like Claire Obscure? Well, for start, you idiot, where do you think those games You idiot. Where do you think Claire Obscure got its ideas from? Alright. Okay. They're moving back there. Oh. Forgot about them using the torch as a weapon. Gonna have to remember that. If you're just joining in, welcome. Welcome to the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon. Um, I'm really not doing well financially, so in order to kind of help get some, kind of help get me some money, I'm doing this emergency donathon where I'm gonna play through Bloodborne for the next few days, or really until I run out of lives. And I'm playing through Bloodborne with a limited number of lives, and every donation, any donation of at least $1 will add a life. So $1 will add one life. $5 would add 5 lives. $10 would add 10 lives. $20 would add 20 lives, and so on and so on. And then also there are a bunch of donation goals I've prepared, where if enough money is so for every $100 donated in total, I'll reach one of the donation goals, which will mean I'll do either a special stream or a special playthrough. Oh, no, don't want that. Slim says it always struck me as weird that people said, oh, you like Expedition 33, you should play Dragon Quest 11 next, or you should play Persona 5 Royal next. Like they probably like Expedition 33 because not because it was hard turn based, but they probably liked it because it was active turn based. It was it was really weird. It was really funny seeing people who, of course, like hadn't played RPG. The kind of people who don't play RPGs because they think they're because they say like, oh, games from Japan are weird. Not like this game. This game is not weird. This game is not weird. And it's like, Expedition 33 is so much better than other RPGs. Look, it has a system totally unlike them. And a whole bunch of people replied with like, you never played Paper... Ain't you ever heard of Paper Mario? Like, I know the battle system isn't exactly like that, but again, it's another case of something I was saying earlier, that Expedition 33 and the devs are like the devs like make sure to mention this whenever they talk about the game, is that like it's a game built off of like other RPGs they love. Sleep says no, it's pretty much that battle system law. No wonder it kicks it. That is so funny to me. That is so fun. That is so funny to me that the devs were like, we really like the Paper Mario battle system, and so we just made our game with like different assets, a bit of a different stuff, like a lot more French, a lot more Frenchness. We made it a lot more French, but we took that battle system, we kind of made our own version of it. Oh. And like, but like, Dang it, I lost my train of thought because I got surprised there. Sorry, I lost my train of thought because I got surprised there. Basically, I was saying, it is a little very funny that devs were like, okay, what if we took Paper Mario and made it more French? Oh, a game that just came out that I hope this sort of problem doesn't happen for. Well, I don't think this problem will happen for this game, but I'm hoping this problem doesn't happen for Dispatch. Even if we don't reach the donation goal for it, I do really want to play Dispatch at some point. It looks like a really fun game. And as far as like, I've never really been interested in those like narrative adventure games, like the Walking Dead games or all the other Telltale games. But like Dispatch's version of it, with like it's kind of superhero setting, and it doesn't look a superhero setting that doesn't look like it's trying to be like an extremely dark deconstruction of superheroes. It looks like a really interesting setting for a game I'd like to play. And I don't think the sort of situation that's happening with Expedition 33 is going to happen with Dispatch because it's not an RPG. This seems to be a problem that RPG. This seems to be a problem that that genres of games that are like very that are most often that are most often developed by Japanese studios has. Like I've got a bad feeling that or I have a bad feeling that if we were to get some like really good, like some good uh, a game made by a Western developer that is basically like Fire Emblem or a strategy RPG, that we get a bunch of people that's basically like Fire Emblem or other like very Japanese strategy RPGs, but it kind of like tries to do its own thing from like a Western game dev. I have a bad feeling that we'd get like I have a bad feeling that we get a bunch of people saying that like, "Oh, this is so much better than Fire Emblem." Slim says, "I do still laugh at the Steam review of Expedition 33 that has 100 hours on the game. Nothing but praise for the game and the text, and then it's a thumbs down because it tries to portray the French people as charismatic, and that's just too silly to be believable." Slim says, "We did. It's called XCOM." Oh, that's right. We did get. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, now that you mention it, you're right. I was even when playing Valkyria Chronicles on Saturday was comparing XCOM to Valkyria Chronicles because they're both like extremely difficult. They're both like pretty difficult strategy RPGs with like a emphasis on like playing as a smaller army fighting a bigger army, which I mean is like that's a lot of art games do that, of course, but it's in the smaller minute it's in the details that kind of like was making me compare Valkyria Chronicles to XCOM. Sleep says, and if you listen to Detective, XCOM lies to you about the hit chance. I wouldn't I I'm willing to believe that. I'm willing to believe that. I actually think after being most I'm not done with Valkyria Chronicles yet. I'm gonna have to go back and do the skirmish missions. I'm gonna have to go back and do skirmish missions. And then I'll try that finale again. Yeah, I'll try that finale mission again after doing the skirmish missions and maybe making my character stronger. But Ray. But yeah, I think after playing Valkyria Chronicles, XCOM's difficulty won't bother me as much because with XCOM, you missing shots, it gives you a percentage, and then like you tell the character, okay, take the shot, and then the character takes the shot. And Valkyria Chronicles, like I have to take the time of aiming my gun up to the enemy, like lining it up perfectly right on top of their face, and then the character still misses the shots, and I'm just like I didn't miss. I aimed perfectly. Hey, Scorcher, welcome in. Welcome to. It says, well, what do we have here? Welcome. This is the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon. I can't really pause, so here I'm gonna show this and hope I don't die. So, because um, because things are not going well for me right now, uh, financially, because things are not going well for me financially, I'm doing this is an emergency donathon where I'm playing Bloodborne. I basically have a limited number of lives. I have a limited number of lives, and every $1 donated adds a life. So if you donate $1, that's another life. If you donate $5, that's 5 lives. If someone were to donate $100, that would be 100 more lives. And this will basically go until I run out of lives. And every $100 donated in total will reach a different donation goal. So if we manage to reach $100 donated in total, I'll do Pokemon Smasher Pass. If I'll do a Pokemon Smasher Pass stream. If we reach $200, I'll let y'all suggest a bunch of characters that I have to draw from memory. If we reach $300, I'll play through Dispatch. I'll buy and play through Dispatch. If we reach $400, y'all will actually get to decide what the 200 playthrough is. Which that's for those who don't know, that's a special because I keep track of like every single playthrough I do. I keep track of how many playthroughs I do, and every 100th playthrough I make a big deal by basically like everyone the 100th or in this case 200 playthrough. I actually when I start the game on stream, that's the game I'm going to be playing for every single stream until I beat it. So whatever game y'all, if we reach that donation goal, whatever game y'all decide, I will play through that for like every single stream until I beat it. Once I start it. If we reach $500 donated in total, y'all get to decide a new emote. Most of the emotes are like I come up with, and then I come up with the idea for, and then I commission an artist to make them. But this, if we reach $500 donated in total, y'all will get to decide a new emote. Also, I'm just gonna go ahead and post the direct donation link if you want to use that. If we reach $600 donated in total, then I'll play through the Legend of Zelda Wind Waker for the first time on stream. If we reach $700 donated in total, I'm going to do a Capcom fighting game marathon from hell. Kind of similar to a stream I did last year called the SNK Fighters Marathon from Hell, but this will be with even more games. It's basically going to be me playing through a bunch of Capcom fighting games, but with challenges in place to make it more difficult. If we reach $800, I'll do some solo adventures. I'll do some D&D solo adventures. It'll basically be like I'll finally play some D&D on stream, but because it'd be really difficult for me to get a bunch of people to join me, this would be that I'd have I'd be set up some solo adventures like some D&D adventures that I could actually play myself. That I could play by myself. And I would let y'all influence like the character. Like I would let y'all influence some aspects of the character. Like maybe let y'all decide what class I make the character, what race I make the character, some of their abilities, other stuff like that. If we reach $900 donated in total, I will play through Sonic Adventure 2 for the first time. I did try to play Sonic Adventure 2 on the channel many years ago, but I didn't continue with it. But if we reach this, I would have to like fully play through it. And if we reach $1,000, y'all will get to decide a game I have to 100% complete. So if it's a game on, like I'll go through my games on that I have on PC and my games I have on PS5, and I'll decide and I'll like come up with a list of games that I'd be willing to 100%, and I will let y'all decide like which of those games I should fully complete. So yeah, just well, let me talk to these people. See how they're doing. So if you're able to donate, please consider donating. Um, bit subs and gifted subs do help, but direct donations really help right now because I'll receive the money a lot soon. I'll receive the money. I'll receive the money from your donation a lot sooner than from bit subs and gifted subs because of how donations on Twitch work, because of how payouts on Twitch work. So yeah, if you're able to, please consider donating because it really help out right now. If you're not able to donate or don't feel like donating, that's fine. I understand. And thank you for at least watching the stream. Before I was interrupted by those crows there. Yeah, if you're able to donate, please consider doing so. If you're not able to donate or don't feel like donating, thank you for at least watching the stream. And yeah, this will be every stream this week is going to be this. Every stream this week is going to be the well, as long as I have the lives for it. Every stream this week will be the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon. If I run out of lives before the if I run out of lives before the end of the week, we'll just well, I'll have to plan something out. I have to plan some other streams out. Yeah, if I can keep the number of lives, or if I can keep a good number of lives, or if I can keep enough lives, basically every stream, for I guess really just for the immediate future is going to be this playthrough until I either run out of until I run out of lives or the playthrough ends. So yeah, just Bloodborne for the well, yeah. If y'all donated enough, we could potentially see that if y'all donated enough and we get it, I do well enough at this game. But really, honestly, people could donate enough money to the point where I have enough lives built up to where even with my lack of skill in FromSoft games, I could actually beat this game. But basically, if enough money is donated, if I'm able to like not fail too hard, then all the streams for the rest of November, could end up being Bloodborne. Even going into December, if that's what happens. This is not exactly how I expected. This is not exactly how I expected to plan to spend my to spend the Brawler days this year. Yeah, this is not exactly how I expected to spend the Brawler days this year. But I mean, if people donate because they want to see me play through this, then I'm willing to do it. Owie. Okay, I need to heal up. Oh no. Yeah. I saw them. I saw their shadow appearing and knew they were coming after me. Okay, let me take a step back and see. I've still got about 48 lives. Which, just to let you know, I did give myself a number of lives to start this stream off with, to start this playthrough off with. So I gave myself about 50 lives to start with. And any donations after this will add more lives onto that. But I've already lost 2 lives, so I'm down to like 48. Oh, torch. Okay, well, I'm gonna, hopefully this is a safe spot. Yeah, hopefully this is a safe spot. Well, no, okay, well, it's not gonna be. Because I ran away from that big guy, they're right there. They're like, what, right over there? I want to be in an open area when I deal with them. Oh, they're right over there. Okay. I'm not even going to try fighting them. I think if I use my gun, it's going to agitate them. But I need to deal with that dog. Because they're just going to come rushing after me. Okay, maybe I can try leading them away. Yeah, I'm going to try leading them away. Okay, good. Dang, this is a really strong cane. Considering that, I can't tell if this is like this cane is bladed, like if it's a sword cane, or if it's just like it's just made out of a really strong wood. But I mean, considering you could use this cane to beat the heck out of like some eldritch gods or like werewolves, whatever these guys are, and like eldritch gods, this is a really strong cane. Okay, not there. So it says it is bladed, especially in the whip version. Okay, so it is basically a sword cane. Well, no wonder this is the weapon I immediately gravitated towards, because I do like me swords. I do like me the fast swords. I'd rather like to not to. Oh fuck. That's bad. Okay, how do I use the Molotovs? I gotta have to remember that. There, that's how. I did it! Hooray! That was really just by the Molotovs, though. Dang, that is a really amazing. That is a really amazing view out there. Just all those really tall, pointy, like churches and spires. It's like an entire city made out of like made out of castle towers. I know there's those werewolves there. I know there's more things over here. Let me check around here first. Hmm. I'm trying to keep an eye out for any enemies, because I know... Oh, okay, I'm up here. I remember there being... Okay, it may not be here, but I remember from one of the previous times I played this. Okay, that's not it. Yeah, I remember from one of the previous times I tried to play this, there being like a shortcut around this area, but I'll just have to find it. Hmm. I'm gonna have to fight the wolves, aren't I? Owie. Well, well. And that's the third life gone. So, already lost 3 lives. Well, I said already, but I did get pretty far that time. And I'm back here. Oh boy. So I gotta repeat. So I gotta go all the way back through there. Because I didn't find that shortcut. Oh, great. And this is probably about the time where, after that death, that would probably be about the time where I just quit the game for the day, quit playing the game for the day, and then just go on and go and do something else. But because this is the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon, I must continue. All right, so Going down there ain't a good idea. I need to find... Yeah, I need to find that short... Well, I need to try and find that shortcut so I can just avoid this whole area. Because now I'm going to have to fight through all these guys all over again. Jeez, okay. I guess they're just hanging out there, warming themselves by the burning body. Let me see if I can draw that one over here. There we go. I'm trying to sneak around these guys. Okay. And don't think they noticed this. Wait, they might have. Okay, well, let me go ahead and clear out this person here. There. Don't have to worry about them. I'm willing I'm I'm willing to just take the time to kill all these enemies here, because if I just try to run through there with all these enemies around, I could very easily get caught and then killed. Ah, a lovely Yarnum Thanksgiving gathering. Everyone warming themselves by the giant werewolf corpse. Uh-oh. I know I'm using these Molotovs a little bit too much, but I mean, they are really handy. So... Oh, hello. So it says the werewolf corpse is good for circulation. Maybe not for the werewolf. Definitely not for the werewolf. Hmm. Oh, something funny to mention. Okay, so I mentioned that this is like my this is my third attempt at playing. Yeah, this is like my third attempt at playing through this game, third or fourth attempt at playing this game. So I haven't fully played through this game, and I haven't really gotten that far in it. However, I did see one of the movies that inspired it. Specifically, like a lot of people when talking about the influences for Bloodborne, they usually go into like the cosmic horror sort of things, which is like it makes sense, which makes sense. This did kind of end up becoming one of the best like cosmic horror video games once it got after it got released. Especially with like the reveal halfway through that, aha, you thought this was gothic horror? Psych! It's actually cosmic horror. But for the gothic horror side of it, I've seen a couple people mention that there was a movie there's a like an older movie called like I think it was like released in 2004 called Brotherhood of the Wolf, which might have been an inspiration behind this game. And if you look up the movie, if you I'd have to warn you about watching it because it's like it's 3 to 4 hours long. Like I'd actually need to check. I did watch through it for one Halloween, but I'd have to. It's also a very French movie, which yeah, it's 100. Okay, it's like 142 minutes. So wait, that's about. Let me check. 142 minutes. Okay, 2.5 hours. I was a bit off. I remember it being a lot longer though, because it was like a long. Yeah, I remember it being quite a bit longer though. I remember the version I watched being like almost 3 hours, unless I watched like a director's cut. without realizing it. If you were to go like, if you were to look up the, if you were to look up the movie, or like just look up images for the movie, um, you would immediately see like one of the things that could have possibly influenced Bloodborne, because like the cover of the movie is it's two guys wearing like the cloak and the tricorn hat that like the like that's the signature outfit for the Bloodborne character. But yeah, that whole movie is, I don't know how much I don't know if it's like the developers at FromSoft confirmed that that movie was inspiration, but I can kind, if it was, I can kind of see it. Because the whole that movie is based on like the folk story of like the Beast of Gavaldon, which is kind of, that's one of the like the more, that's one of the more famous like historical werewolf stories of like this giant beast that attacked like multiple people throughout the some giant beast, often described as a really big wolf, that attacked people throughout the throughout the region of Gavaldon, which is, I believe, it's a region in France, and it's a, there's a couple of, but there's like at first it was like, wait, is this just like, are people just saying is this movie an influence because there was like for the opening 5 minutes, two of the two lead characters wear like the Bloodborne outfit. But then I actually like I continue watching through it, and there is a bit more to it that I feel could have influenced this game. Like again, I'm not sure if this has ever been like officially confirmed, but like the whole story of the beat of that movie is a bunch of people, including citizens and the leaders of the community and the leaders of the community, freaking out because a giant wolf is attacking people. And it gets to the point where a lot of the leaders in the community say that the people are being punished for their sins with these beast attacks. And then, if I remember correctly, it has been a few years, and it was like, it's a little difficult for me to remember everything that happens in that movie for a reason I'll get to in a little bit. But if I remember correctly, there might have been also, I think there also might have been something about a cult, like a very religious cult influencing the wolf attacks. That might be. I apologize if that's spoilers. That might be spoilers for a. That might be okay for a 2001, not 2004, but for a 2001 French movie that is like 2.5 hours long. But the reason why it's a little bit difficult for me to remember everything from that movie is because that movie throws together genres like it had, like there's no tomorrow. It's a horror movie, it's a mystery film, it's a historical drama, it's a martial arts movie. Like the two main characters are this like French investigator are this French investigator and his Native American sidekick. A French investigator and his Native American sidekick who travel to this region to find out about, or to investigate the attacks of the Beast of Gavaldon. And then so and then along the way they have to get through a lot of political intrigue with the local leaders, also a lot of martial arts, not a lot of martial arts not fights. And I will not spoil too much about the finale, but I will say that the finale involves a knife fight between one character and another character who wields. Wait, hold on. Sorry, gotta kill this guy. The finale of the movie is like a. I mean, like a. When I say like martial arts fight, I mean like a heavily choreographed. Like they really did like give a lot of time and attention to filming these fight scenes. Yeah, the final scene is like a fight between, is like one guy carrying knives and another person carrying a a whip sword. Very kind of similar to this. Very kind of similar to like the whip sword, the like this whip sword form that the whip form that the this cane has. Slim says, "How could you spoil like this? What if I was going to watch it tomorrow?" Well, there is one thing I have to do, give a disclaimer. I have to give a. If you were thinking about watching it, I have to give you a content warning that there is a. I have to give you a content warning that there is a rape scene in the movie. and it's how we find out who the true villain is. So yeah, it's overall it is a good film, and I'm glad I watched it. But because of that, and because of the length, which I swear it was 3 hours again, unless I watched like a director's cut version without realizing it. Uh-oh. Went in here a little bit too early. Yeah, because of that content warning I have to give you for that movie, and a bit, and the ah, damn it, I had it on the first swing and I missed it on like the following swings. Dang it. Okay, we're that's fourth life lost. I got him with the first swing, but missed the next couple. Okay, I did watch the director's cut version. Let me see. Scourge says, "The blood giveth, and the blood taketh away." Hmm. Well, actually, okay, I definitely did watch the director's cut, but even then, I will admit I was wrong on the runtime. I was wrong on the runtime because the director's cut is like it's only 10 minutes longer, so like 2 hours and 30 minutes, 2 hours and 32 minutes instead of 2 hours and 22 minutes. Yeah, again, I'm not sure. I'm not certain. I'm not certain how much it is that that movie influenced like the gothic horror sections of this game, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was true. And there are entire like channels dedicated to like finding out more information, to like finding out information, or like checking the lore, or even just like checking like the models or behind, or like kind of digging through the blood, like these from soft games, and seeing like what secrets they can find. And the amount of times people will go like, okay, so like I've seen videos like gosh, oh, I'm gonna go back up here for a second. I think the channel name is Zuli the Witch. She's a really good channel about this, because she will actually like, yeah, Zuli the Witch. Because she will actually go through and like dig deep into these games in order to find secrets about them. And that there are times where they're like, I've seen like a couple of videos from them that's like, okay, we were trying to find out like what this character references a specific thing, and we found out it referenced a thing, but we couldn't find out what it was. And we thought, oh well, it's Dark Souls, so it's probably Berserk. Um, but we couldn't find any Dark Souls things that this references. So we just checked other things, and then after checking the name, we kind of think now that this character was referenced by a porn. Again, we're not certain, but that's the clearest connection we can find. Escort says, "Oh no." If the From Software's games and Dandadan, if both of those things have shown anything with how successful they've been, it's that don't be afraid to wear your homages on your sleeve. If you're a fan of something, and you're if you're a fan of something, and you're and the thing you're making is very blatantly shows that you're a fan of that thing, um be honest, just be honest about it, and people will still appreciate you for being honest about it. And it'll probably also help them find the thing. It'll probably also let people know, or help people to maybe discover the thing that you were a fan of, that inspires you to make whatever you made. The only thing you got to worry about, the The only thing you maybe got to worry about is if you're making like a turn-based RPG. If you're like a non-Japanese developer making a turn-based RPG, making a very big budget turn-based RPG, then you might get some fans who start to use your game. Like, and even then, if you are like very honest and open about, well, yeah, that man, we made this game because we love turn-based RPGs. You might still have to might have a problem with with some annoying fans who will use that your game as an attempt to mock the games you actually like were inspired by. Tied it all the way back to the Game Awards and Claire Obscure talk I was saying earlier. Oh yeah, just for those coming in, I was saying this earlier, but I think it's worth repeating just because I used to do this as like a tradition every year. Well, not as a tradition, but kind of as a thing every year. I decided this year I'm going to start. Decided that starting with this year, I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop streaming the Game Awards. I'll like after the Game Awards happen, I'll like watch the trailers, and then I'll like if there are any trailers for anything I'm interested in, then I'll like mention the trailers on stream and might even watch the trailers on stream. But I can't keep mocking Jeff Keighley and the Game Awards for like for like the clear problems that those things have, and like how much the Game Awards like cave into like or how much Jeff Keighley and the Game Awards like kind of cave into their corporate sponsors, and also how like they're very how much they tend to ignore they how much they tend to not or they how often the Game Awards and whoever decides what games they're there tend to ignore like Japanese developed games or indie games or basically any game, most games that aren't like Japanese or indie games, unless the Japanese developer indie games or even games developed in regions outside the major ones, unless they're like outside the major regions where where game development teams happen or are, unless they're like really big hits. Scorcher says you can only make the joke so many times, I suppose. Well, it's basically that it's becoming a hypocritical joke. Like I can't keep going like, haha, look how silly this guy is for his constant mistakes. Look how silly the Game Awards are, and this guy who runs it are for their constant mistakes and their constant problems, while also showing the whole show. Also, it's very possible, again, considering how willing Jeff Keighley is to just like obey any requests he gets from his sponsors or like his sponsors. It's very there's I hate saying this, but there's a potential that we might see like this Game Awards. We might not just see like AI generated ads, but also ads for some group like we might see ads for some group like ICE. And no fucking way am I letting no fucking way am I letting any ads that support ICE show on my channel. Also, I think also a big part was like the discussion around Expedition 33, which I haven't played the game yet, but just a lot of a discussion I've seen a bit of discussion I've seen about like people saying that they're like the Expedition 33 deserves all the awards. Expedition 33 deserves all the awards, all other games that aren't it suck. And then also on the like extreme other end of the spectrum, people saying like Expedition 33 doesn't deserve any awards. Expedition 33 doesn't deserve any awards because because some of the fans are being annoying about it. Which that's more a problem of like our current culture. Fuck. That's more of a problem around like our current culture about video games and and like a lot of our current a lot of our current attitudes about video games. But I kind of have the feeling that the Game Awards kind of like encourages that in a way. Scorch says, "Oh yeah, that is true. Like if anything, AI wins an award. That's just a slap in the face." Actually, that does get to something. Sleep says, I should clarify, I don't want Expedition 33 to not win any awards, just not Game of the Year. I'm actively voting for OST. No, Sleepless. I wasn't talking about you specifically. There's other people I've seen who've been like, I won't vote for Expedition 33 because some of the fans are being annoying. When it's like, I've seen those annoying fans, but again, those are some fans who are like going against what the game devs themselves have said. Like I was mentioning earlier that the game devs themselves were like, "Hey, thanks for playing a game. You should also play these other games because they're great." Sue says, "Nah, I know. I ragged on it pretty hard earlier." Yeah, that whole like attitude of like people that mock the game awards and say like, "Oh, that's not a big deal." But if this game doesn't win, but this game shouldn't win awards because its fans are being obnoxious, or this game should win all the awards because it's so much better than all these other games. Like all these other games suck. It's like it's like that whole like attitude or like that yeah that whole attitude I feel like is kind of encouraged by like how the game awards are designed, and I don't, and I feel like I shouldn't be supporting it or showing it on my channel. So I mean, like if it this way I avoid like awards being disappointing to me. I could just stream whatever I want on the Game Awards day, and then like whatever trailers are interesting, I just watch them later. And Scorcher says if it wins Game of the Year, cool. If not, that sucks. But hey, there are other games that have done well that deserve it. Now, does it deserve every award? No, that's just being delusional. Actually, talking about that and talking about something else. So, talking about that and going back to what Ace Scorcher said about like if anything AI wins an award, that's just a slap in the face. But also bringing up something I don't think people have been giving enough attention about the Game Awards this year. Go back and look at those Game of the Year nominees. I think I did like okay, yeah, I did sort lower it down to 46. Just checking to make sure I. Okay. Yeah, go back and look at those Game of the Award nominees. Kingdom Come Deliverance, a game by a smaller studio. Player Obscure Expedition 33, a game by a smaller studio. Hollow Knight, Silk Song, and Hades 2, indie games, and then Donkey Kong Bonanza, a Nintendo game. Only one of the game like I keep saying that like this is an event that's like that's like we've seen that it's kind of clearly sponsored by like the like Jeff Keighley like make does a lot of Jeff Keighley's general attitude that we've mocked, that a lot of people, including me, have mocked, is because he's so eager to please all these different, these really big name game publishers, like these AAA game publishers. And yet, even then, like, those would be the people to try to kind of get him, like, hey, can you, like, maybe get one of our games, like, a bit more awards? And even then, only one of the big AAA studio release games this year. Yeah, only one of the AAA like big. Well, even then, Kojima's Productions is like a smaller development. Is like a smaller like Death Stranding 2 by the Kojima Productions. Well, they're a smaller studio, but like that's a smaller studio. Well, they're a smaller studio that works with a lot of that often works with the big publishers. And I mean, we know Jeff Keighley was of course going to make sure that we know that Jeff Keighley was gonna give the Kojima game a Game of the Year award nominee. That's Death Stranding 2 is probably the only game he's actually played this year. So he says Death Stranding 2 is considered second party. Sony paid for Death Stranding to be made, but Kojima owns the IP/rights. Okay, so even then, that's not yeah. So even then, like the sixth one of these is like not a first party like AAA game. It's a second party AAA game. So it could be the closest. It would be the closest to like a big AAA release video game, and even then, it's kind of like slightly away from it. Like really, if I was looking at the award, like really, I don't think us like people who just like buy and play video games. I don't think we should be like. I don't think the Game of the Year award nominees, if they really did matter, if they really did matter, then I don't think we should be the ones worried about them. Even if they really did matter, I don't think we should be worried about them. I think like these bigger studios should be worried about them. Like, yeah, if those big studio, I don't know what the big studio, I don't know what the executives or the big studio executives if they care about the Game Awards or what they say about or what they think about it. I'm pretty certain most like actual video game devs don't really care because they're like spending all their time developing video games. Most, there's probably some, but you know what I mean. And I mean, I'm sure they're appreciative. Oh, I might be dead. Yeah, I'm sure that. Dang, that was close. Yeah, I'm sure the devs are appreciative for winning the awards, but I feel like most game devs are just like, I feel like most game devs are like, oh, I won an award. Oh, nice, and they go back to working on whatever they're working on. But if the executives are like the executives of these big publishers really care, if they're the ones who actually care about these awards, about the game awards, I'd be very worried by looking at the game of the year nominees. Also, that man also says, "I'll see you later. Good luck. Good luck. Thank you. Have a good night." I just want to say again, this is a okay. Just want to say again, this is the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon. So this will keep going until I run out of lives. So if y'all want to see me keep playing through this, um, please consider donating. Bits, subs, and gifted subs do help, but direct donations especially help right now. And again, it's like every dollar donated will add another life. I'm at 46 lives remaining because of how many times I've died. But even a donation as low as a single dollar will give me another life. So he says it is wild that this is the first year in a decade or so that doesn't have a Sony first party in the Game of the Year category. And well, we know there's not going to be a Microsoft first party game in the Game of the Year category. Oh, okay, that was a mistake. Press the wrong button there. I don't know what I did, but I like lowered my health. Hmm. Sleep says, I do want Ben Starr to win VA though. He lost last time to Baldur's Gate 3, and it'll suck if he loses to Jennifer English because he lost to BG3 again. Sleep says, see the red number of your bullets? Yes. You fed your gun. Oh. Don't feed everyone. Don't feed your gun. That's the most American thing in this game. Feeding my gun. Don't feed your guns. Viewers, don't feed your guns. Feed yourself, not your gun. Gosh, I'm already running low on Molotovs. Let me attack that guy to draw him away from everyone else. Alright. Yay, got my blood echoes back. Alright, so hold on, just checking some things. It is a little interesting. I mean, I haven't gotten to it is okay, it is a little interesting that I haven't gotten to Final Fantasy 16 yet. That will be one of the games I play as part of First Fantasy. But it is a little interesting that out of everything from Final Fantasy 16, the thing that got the biggest exposure, that gained the most popularity, wasn't any of the characters from it. It was like the thing that's getting all the fan art and all the memes made of it and all the attention for Final Fantasy 16 isn't isn't the character Clive, the voice actor who played him. I think I think it's for a good reason because Ben Starr has been like his his memes after like the memes he's made after playing Clive have been hilarious. But it is a little funny that in FF16's case, the thing that got the thing that people like the most about that the thing that people generally seem to like the most about that uh, game, or like to seem to be the most like a widely loved thing about that game, isn't the character themselves, but the person who played the character. Okay, let me just shoot them, kind of draw them away. Ow. So he says, listen, Ben is a Final Fantasy VIII fan like me. I can't not support him. The Final Fantasy VIII fans do have to band together. Hmm. All right. Hmm. We'll see if when I eventually get to Final Fantasy VIII, we'll see if I join the Final Fantasy VIII fan club. No, that was a bad idea. Missed that shot. Slim says, in all seriousness though, it's mainly because Ben leans so hard into the memory. That's also well, a similar thing happened for. Well, let me think. Okay, Final Fantasy 16 released 2023, if I remember correctly, and another the same thing happened for another character for another voice actor who played a character in a 2023 game, and that is Alex Yee. I hope I'm getting their name right. The voice actor for Luke from Street Fighter 6. When Street Fighter would like when Luke was announced as like the final character for Street Fighter 5 as kind of like a he was announced as the final DLC character for Street Fighter 5 as kind of like Capcom building to the release of Street Fighter 6. People were immediately like, who is this fucker? I hate him. Who is this goofball? He looks like a dork. We don't like him." And then like Sue says, "Oh, Alex, he blew up for being genuine solo leveling." If I remember correctly. Even before that, he was getting even before solo leveling, he was getting quite a bit of attention. He started getting attention for playing Luke in Street Fighter 6 because people were saying like, "Man, this guy looks like such a dork." And I'm not sure if like Alexei saw that, but he was basically like, "All right, I'm gonna make him a dork." Like he's actually would like voice memes in character as Luke. And to the point where Luke, like Street Fighter Five, Luke was this guy is a dork, derogatory, and Street Fighter Six, Luke is this guy is a dork, affectionate. I still remember there's the story he's told, and you might have heard this said that like he actually like Luke saying let's go whenever he wins some of his matches is like that's a thing that Alexei added in because he was like, oh no, let's add this in, it'll be great, people will love this. And then like the Japanese developers or whoever he was talking to on the Japanese team about this were like, but why is he saying let's go? Where is he going? He won the match. Oh jeez. Ow. Gosh. Okay, let me get rid of them. What the heck hit me there? Well, I'm not gonna worry about it. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. Let me just go. I finally got through here. So yeah, I'm good. I can tell you right now, kind of my second playthrough of this ended, well, like quite a bit before this, where I died to some enemy after getting through that whole section, and then I had to go get through that section again. Well, again, because this is the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon. Well, I'm gonna keep going through with it. Keep going through here. Hopefully they don't notice me there. Or hopefully that giant monster didn't hear that. Okay. Well, just want to say again, any donations will add more any donations of at least $1 will add lives to this playthrough. I don't mean I have to keep going for. I'll have to keep going. I'm down to about 46 lives remaining because I've died 4 times. But yeah, so if you were to donate $5, that would add 5 lives. If you donate $20, that would add 20 lives. If someone were to donate $100, that would add 100 lives. So any donations are really appreciated right now because I'm really doing this just because I'm in a really bad spot financially. Any donations will really help out. But if you're unable to donate, I understand, and thank you for at least watching the stream. Oh, dang. And again, gifted subs and bits do help, but direct donations will help out quite a bit more. I'm going to go ahead and post the. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and post the. Oh shit! Ah, dang it! Did not mean to do that. Yeah, I went and posted the direct donate. If you want to donate directly, the link to the where you can tip me. Okay. Sorry, I cannot talk good whilst knowing that that guy's just waiting around the corner. Hello. Yes. Used up my stamina a bit too much there. But okay. Hmm. I don't think I can open up this gate here. No, I can't. You can't open up that gate there. Hmm. Oh. Oh, dang. Again, I'm trying to. My general plan for getting through this area is to like draw some enemies' attention and like draw like 1 or 2 of them away from the big group. Yeah, draw them away from the big group and then like have them come in, and then like kill them, and then keep doing that until I've gotten rid of a group of enemies. Scorch's Divine Conquer. Yes, that's a much better way. That's a much more succinct way of putting it. I could have probably just said that. Hmm. Hello. Please. It is a little funny that the big enemy there doesn't react to all these gunshots, especially not when they're not even when they're like right next to them, but they will react to my gunshots. Ew. Okay, so if I get far enough away from them, they'll back off. Fuck! I'd rather not. Damn it. Oh, I'm dead. Down to 45 lives. Hmm. Okay, that's 45 lives. Hmm. I might take a break soon, just because I have... Yeah, I'm gonna take a short break because... I'm gonna take a short break, because I'm gonna have to walk through that whole area all over again. Hey, be right back. I guess let me just go back to what I was doing. I guess maybe if I could collect my blood echoes back. Well, if I could collect enough blood echoes and make my way back here, I could get um the Bloodborne box art outfit. I just need to keep all those echoes. Or yeah, just need to keep all those blood echoes before I make it back here. All right, gotta make my way back through main town or main street all over again. Okay. Oh yeah, I did see that. So it was announced earlier today that, or Escort says to level up, I think he needs to at least beat one boss. I remember that being the case. Yes. Yeah, I remember that in order to level up, I need to beat one boss. And keep all my souls. Or not souls, it's blood. It's blood. Yeah, okay, it's not souls this time, it's blood. So I guess for now, let me try to collect enough. Yeah, I guess for now, let me try to collect enough blood in order to get the outfit, in order to get the box art outfit. Okay, no. Escort says souls, blood, runes, it's all the same, honestly. I would love for one of these games to like keep their I would love for one of these games to like keep the same tone they've had, like the same like dark atmosphere, the same like dark atmosphere or like grim story tone that they've kept throughout all of them, but have the name for the thing you're collecting be something really silly, like for example, like beans. Just and just again, the rest of the tone stays the same. Rest of the tone stays the same, but everyone's like, "Ah, you search for the beans. Well then, if you seek knowledge, if you seek power, then beans is what you need. But only but only the strength in this world is measured by beans." Okay. So it says, "All right, time to fight the Dragon Lord." Or something other, something yeah, or something else silly sounding like cheese. All power is born from the cheese. All power comes from cheese, chosen undead. Thou must collect only when thou hast enough cheese can thou truly call thyself Elden Lord. I would love that. That'd be incredible. That would end up being one of the funniest games ever made. It's because you playing demons. Oh, okay, wait. They're talking to Sleepless. All right. Yes. Oh wait, no. Okay, that's also Sleepless. I don't like to interrupt this guy's nap, but okay. There must be so many holes in this pant's leg from how many times Shirley Brewing here has just stabbed that needle into has just stabbed that blood vial into her leg. And there. Yay. Okay, let me get rid of these guys again. Oh. I can hear their... I can hear them scuttling around back there. Yep. That's not what I wanted, but okay. Dang. Okay, well, I probably shouldn't have used that Molotov, but well. Let's see if I can get these other guys. Slave says, "Yeah, real weird to play a Dragon Quest with no party members." It is always interesting just seeing like it has like kind of like with me playing Final Fantasy 1 and 2. It has been interesting going through these older RPGs, and eventually when I do get to playing the Dragon Quest 1 remake, whenever I can get that. It is interesting playing through this RPG, like playing through the games that released in a long-running series before they kind of figured it out. Like from what I've heard, like Final Fantasy 4 is the Final Fantasy that's like had the most influence on all the had the most influence on all the other on all the other Final Fantasies because that's kind of like where Final Fantasy kind of like developed its storytelling, like its style of storytelling. And like Dragon Quest, I mean, like I'm probably gonna play Dragon Quest 3 first, just because I already have the remake of Dragon Quest 3. But when I eventually get to the remakes of Dragon Quest 1 and 2, it's gonna be interesting to play through those and like see like how those games were designed before again before the devs like figured things out. Street Fighter 1 is also another example of that, where that well, Street Fighter 1 does not play well though. Like there might be some merit. There might be some merit to Dragon Quest 1 or some there might be some things that hold up about Dragon Quest 1 and there's not much that holds up about Final Fantasy 1, but there is definitely more about Final Fantasy 1 that holds up than about Street Fighter 1. Okay, well, let me wait for those guys to like run around there. I don't want to engage any of those enemies whilst those guys are right there. Sleep says, I didn't really have any issues with Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D. Oh, sorry, that wasn't something else. That was in response to something Ace Scorch was saying. That was not to me. Hello. I know I'm not, but I kind of didn't have a choice. Yeah, you don't need to tell me that I'm not wanted here. I don't want to be here. I'm seeing all the spire. I'm seeing all the pointy spires and the giant werewolf burning on a makeshift cross, and I don't want any part of this. But I don't really have much of a choice. Trust me, I can tell I'm not wanted here. I see what y'all do. I see what y'all are doing to the poor furries. Ace Curse says, "Oh, I didn't play HD 2D version. I played the super old one. Oh gosh, I tried playing the older version of Dragon Quest 3, and I could not. That I only made it like well, excuse me, no, not Dragon Quest 3. Tried playing the older version of Dragon Quest 1. The like okay, not the like NES version, but like the mobile phone port. Because before the remake, before these HD 2D remakes, the version of Dragon Quest 1 and 2 they released on like Switch was like the mobile phone port. Damn it. Well, that's another life gone. I'm down to 44. Escort says, yeah, bro, those are the ones I had. Oh, gosh. My heart goes out to you. Hmm. All right, now. So again, any donations of at least $1 will add more lives to this. I'm down to like 44 lives. I only have 44 lives remaining. But any donations of at least $1 will add more lives for me to continue playing through this. And it's basically like for every dollar you donate, we'll add one more life. So if someone were to donate $20, that would add 20 lives, and so on and so forth. Also, every $100 donated in total will reach one of the donation goals I've got. So the first donation goal we're building up to now is me doing a Pokemon Smasher Pass stream. So if $100, if at least $100 is donated between everyone's donations, then I will do a Pokemon Smasher Pass stream. And there's about 9 other donation goals I got planned out right now. If I don't know how likely this is to happen, but if like $1,000 were to be donated before this this emergency donathon will be done, I would come up with more donation goals. Ow. So this is final boss phase 1 down. Now for phase 2. Okay, I got their attention. Everyone's so lanky in this game. Like, I get the feel. I kind of feel like everyone's aren't like every person, even like the people who are like suffering the curse of the beast, and the people who are and the my character who might not be suffering the curse of the beast. We all still like have slightly abnormally long arms. Okay, I got my blood echoes back. Let's see, there's that gang moving there. Alright, more bullets. Oh. Let me keep an eye out. There. Okay, and... Alright, now get over here. I am using up my bullets, though, by doing this. Yeah, I know I'm cursed. Alright, so... You know, now that I think about it, I think I've only seen like anytime I've seen people play through this game, I've only seen them wear like besides like this starting outfit here that like what I've got, the like signature hunter outfit. I know there are other outfits in this game, but to my knowledge, I just only remember. Oh, I just only remember seeing people play this while wearing the signature outfit. I wonder if I can get, like, the big top hat that some of these enemies have. Well, regardless. Ow. Oh yeah, I forgot about you. Took them like 20 tries, but they finally got, well, 6 tries, but they finally got me. Okay. Let me see if that draws their attention. Some of their attention. Nope. You gotta be careful, though. Yep, okay. That got their attention. Okay. Yep, okay, that really got their attention. Gosh, that was close. Hmm. There's a couple more guys around there. I should really go use these well, I'm gonna need more because I have because it's like the hat, the coat, the gloves, and the boots. All right. Oh, anyway, so I saw that like just so this was the day that this is generally around the time that Toei announces the what the next season of Sentai is going to be because there's kind of a thing of like new season of Kamen Rider premieres like every late August, early September. New season of Sentai with premieres like February, and so they always like announce the trademark for it like a couple months in advance. Of course, us Tokusatsu nerds we keep a we're always like the constantly checking the trademarks filed around this time to see like what the new season is going to be or what the new series is going to be. Well, with the whole announcement that like Sentai is kind of ending for this or like ending or like going through some sort of rebrand for after the current season goes Yuger. Um, the trademark actually announced today was like Super Space Sheriff Gavant Infinity, which y'all aren't most of y'all watching this have no idea what that is or why that's like why that's interesting. But basically, Gavon is a name used before by Toei, and it's not a Sentai. Gavon is related to like the Metal Hero series, which is like it used to be Toei's third big tokusatsu series. Oh, hello. That guy just kind of ran up here and I got surprised by him. Yeah, it um Metal Heroes used to be like Toei's third big tokusatsu series. And they actually like they stopped broadcasting it in like the late 90s because they decided to like they were going to bring that was around time they decided like they were going to Kamen Rider had been taking a break for about a decade, and decided that they were going to bring. Toei decided they were going to bring back Kamen Rider with the start of the Heisei seasons with Kamen Rider Kuga, and they decided to stop producing or stop making seasons of Metal Heroes in order to focus on that. So if it's the case, what people are starting to suspect now is that Metal Heroes is actually returning, and it's going to be returning as the replacement for Sentai. Which, if that's the case, that's kind of that'd be kind of interesting. That Metal Heroes it died, it went away so that Kamen Rider could come back, and now with Sentai going away for a bit, Metal Heroes is going to come back. There are also like I have seen a couple people report like some information about it, like from the reports I've seen. Well, not reports. The rumors I've seen are like instead of like a five-person team of characters, is actually going to be like a duo or trio. And the show's actual and at least the rumors are going around. The rumors that have been suggested is that one of the characters is of course going to be Gavon, who, if you couldn't guess from him being called a space sheriff, he's an alien in an armor suit that looks suspiciously similar to RoboCop. Although whether that's because Toei was inspired by well, although Gavon was actually like the original Gavon came out years before RoboCop, so there's been a there's been kind of a there was a rumor or like a theory that RoboCop's design was actually inspired by Space Sheriff Gavon. But Space Sheriff Gavon is like he's an alien that wears like a very 80s sci-fi looking suit of armor because the series released in 1982. And he carried a lightsaber and he traveled around Earth in a spaceship with a spaceship that was also a dragon. So that's going to be from the rumors that I've heard. So that's of course like he's going to be returning as one of the characters, or maybe like a successor to him, like Gavon Jr. That could actually be a name they give him. But in addition to that, it looks like the rumors are saying that the second character could actually be like a character inspired by Toei's various live action magical girl shows, which they had a ton. There is Like they kind of stopped making them because well for the for they kind of stopped making them because well for a couple of different reasons, but they really wouldn't have an interest in bringing back their live action magical girl shows now with just how dominant of a force Precure is. There, with how dominant a force the Precure series is. But if this new character, it looks like if the rumors are correct, and like one of the characters in this duo for the what's going to be Sentai's replacement is going to be like a kind of a magical a tokusatsu inspired or tokusatsu magical girl. That would actually be kind of a cool way to like make this new upcoming thing not just a send off to or not just a fuck not just a not just a homage like Metal Heroes, but also some of their other lesser known, some of Toei's other lesser known or not as popular these days series or franchises. Also, it'd be cool. It'd be just kind of a cool duo idea. One of them uses like tech. One of them is like an alien who uses like a laser sword and has a spaceship. One of them is an alien. One of them is an alien who has like a laser sword and uses a spaceship, and the other is a magical girl who uses probably magic. The rumors also suggested that it was like the rumors were also saying like listed as okay, imagine like a plot similar to Donothon, but instead and like a character relationship similar to like what Momo and Okarun have, which Donothon, but like the romantic action series like Donothon, but with tokusatsu characters. That is like I am that is a show I would make so much so. I need to find out if the person making this is actually like a time displaced version of me in disguise. Like if I were given like complete free reign to make my own my own tokusatsu show, that is well. For first things first, first things first. I would make like the main character a female character because we have not had a female lead in like the main character of a tokusatsu being a female or being a girl in quite some time. But also like a romantic action show with two characters who are butting heads. Ah, dang it! I wasted that. That is, I would love to make that show. Right. But again, that's all just rumors. That's the only thing we've gotten confirmed is that whatever new series Toei is making is called is going to be called Super Space Sheriff Gavan Infinity. Yeah, all we know for certain right now is it's going to be Super Space Sheriff Gavan Infinity. That, of course, because it's called that, will likely involve the Metal Heroes in some fashion in the future. Okay, well, there's so many enemies here. I don't want to just try and run them past them, especially since I don't have any bullets. Or excuse me, I don't want to. I don't want to try and run past them. There's so many enemies here. However, I don't have any bullets to kind of draw their attention away. Hmm. Just want to take this chance to say, if you are enjoying the stream and would like to see it continue even further, well, if you're enjoying seeing me play this, would like to see me play it even more, I remember that this is a emergency donathon. This is a donathon, so any donations of at least $1 will add lives, and and the more lives I have, the more I'll be playing this. And subs, bits, and gifted subs will really help. But direct donations will be incredible. Will be a lot more helpful right now, just because if you do a direct donation, I'll receive the money. I'll receive your donation like immediately. Or I'll receive the money you donated immediately. But yeah, if you are enjoying seeing me play through this, please consider donating because it'll really help me out right now. The main reason I'm doing this is just because of, well, with me being unemployed for so many months, my finan my financial stability is is definitely not stable anymore. Well, I mean, it hasn't been stable for months because I haven't had a job, but you know what I mean. Oh shit. I might die here. I'm dead. Oh, I didn't realize I killed them. Okay, let me just run through here. Keep an eye out for any enemies running there. Okay, I made it through here. Now I made it through that part. Now to make it through the rest of here. I think maybe if I don't if I just leave those crows alone, they won't bother me. And well, I don't have any bullets, so if I don't fire my gun, I don't. Maybe if I don't fire my gun, it won't attract the attention of that giant. Oh, look at me! I'm spinning. I'm spinning. Doesn't it just make you angry seeing someone spinning around? It actually did. They actually really didn't like seeing me spinning around. That dog really did not like seeing me spinning around. Gosh dang. Okay. Can I like run past here? I forgot how to run. I am going away. Fuck. Okay, I'm dead. I am somehow not dead. I thought I was dead there. I am somehow not dead. Okay, I need to find, I know that there's some shortcut around here that I can take to... There's some shortcut I can take around here to get back to... that... I think to get to some... Either like a... There's some shortcut I can find around here that I can take to either get back to that lamp that I had found previously, or to find a new lamp. And I'd really like to find that before I fight these werewolves. Hmm. Okay, so around here. This goes up to here. I mean, I guess I could drop down here, but I don't think that's a good idea because I'd be right back here. Yeah, I'd be right back there. I'd be right back there, so that's not really a good idea. I don't think there's a ladder around here I could knock down. Hmm. So many statues around here. Okay, well, let's try. Is there any... That leads down there, but I don't know if that could actually... That might actually just kill me. Okay, wait, hold on. There's something over here. I'm not going to descend that ladder just yet. I guess I could, but I feel like that's a bad idea. Well, I don't really have a lot of... I don't really have a lot of options, so... I can either descend that ladder and see if that's the path I'm looking for, or... check to see if past those werewolves is where I'm looking for. Even the even the werewolves have like very lanky limbs, or very lanky. Well, I guess if they're werewolf, if there are people like the folks down there who are transforming, they would the folks down there who have very lanky limbs who are transforming into these werewolves with very lanky limbs. I guess that would mean that they would still have lanky limbs. Fuck. Oh gosh. Did not mean to do that, but okay. Where am I? Oh fuck, I do not want to deal with that fucker. I see the giant rats down there as well. Do not want to deal with those things. I'm kind of stuck. I got myself stuck down here, didn't I? I got myself stuck down here, didn't I? I tried to be funny and roll through that. I tried to be funny and roll through that briefcase, and now I'm stuck here. Gosh damn it. Can I get to this ladder? Them some big rats. Sue says, "Oh, you did it. These are the sewers." So I noticed. So I noticed from the. So I noticed from them being this far down. Sue says you can find some insight amongst the rats. I'm not sure if that's a good idea right now. Is there anywhere else I can go? I mean, I could go here and just go back up there. What I'm really searching for, what I'm really trying to find right now, there's a lot of giant rats there. What I'm really trying to find right now is any sort of like lamppost I can find, because I'd like to have a new save point. Oh, well, I think they noticed me. Yeah, they definitely noticed me. Oh boy. Maybe they'll fight the rats? No, they're not going to fight the rats. They're buddies with the rats. They're not going to fight the rats. Okay, let me just go back up here. It's cool that I found this place. But I'm not ready to deal with this right now. And now I know that this is not the path I was looking for. This just leads into the sewers. Which means the path I'm looking for is probably past those damned werewolves. Alright. Just great. Let me see. Hold on. I'm going to check some things out for a second. So, I think I have a run option, but need to check to see. Okay, that's right. I do have a run. Okay, but it costs stamina. And trying to run past those werewolves might not be a good idea. If I could maybe lead one of them away, I might be able to do something about them or fight them. Oh. Beginner. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, and that's not what I wanted. Dang it. That was the wrong button. Oh, fuck. Fuck! Okay. Oh, jeez! Well, I just messed that up. Oh no. Yes. Come on, come on. Ah, damn it. That wasn't enough. Oh my gosh, I actually did it. I was not expecting that. I thought there were like 15 different points or 15 different times during that whole thing where I thought I was gonna die. Okay, so let me find. Let me search around here because I still could die. Let me be careful searching around here because I'm sure there's some enemies that could surprise me. Yep, knew it, knew it. I hate it when they do that. Okay, I think this is what I was looking for. Hello. Bit rude. Well, I guess I was a bit rude for just intruding upon your house, but okay. Let's go down here. Yeah, this is the path I was looking for. So again, any donations? So if you want to see me this playthrough continue, this is basically a play. I'm playing through Bloodborne with a limited number of lives. So any donations of at least $1 will add another life. So $1 will add one life. At $10 will add 10 lives. $20 will add 20 lives, and so on. So if you're enjoying seeing me play this, would like to see it continue, please consider donating. Bit subs and gifted subs do count, but direct donations will help out even more right now. Just because this is a uh, this is a special playthrough of a Bloodborne I'm doing called the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon. When the hunt began, the healing church left us, blocking the great bridge to Cathedral Ward as Old Yarnum burned to the ground that moonlit night. And also, we have a bunch of donation goals that all donations will be counted towards. Hooray! All right, who's waiting for me out here? Yeah, I hear you, fucker. Oh, and that's right. That's where two of those giants are. Okay, well. Hopefully this will... Hopefully... Yeah, okay, this should take me back to that. This should take me back here. Hooray! I don't have to go through that main street area again. Thank goodness. Alright, well. Let me go back here and buy some proper hunting clothes. I think I've got enough for all these. Yeah, I've got enough for all these. Alright, and... There. 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 Now I look like I could be on the cover of a box. I could be on the cover of a From Software game. Alright, and let me sell... Yeah, I'm not going to use these, so let me just sell all these. Okay, and And now Shirley Brewing looks like she is properly ready to go out on the hunt. Speaking of which, that means I gotta head back out there. Gosh dang it. Alright, I'll go back out there. I don't wanna, but I have to. So yeah, this will be the main thing I'm doing for basically this will be what I'll be streaming until I run out of lives or until this ends. If enough money is donated to where I have enough lives to get through this game, well, we'll just see what happens if I manage to get near the end of this game with if I manage to get near the end of this game with enough lives left, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But for right now, I'm just I'm taking this like a stream at a time, trying to get as far as I can and survive as long as I can. Hmm. Now, easy. Okay, let me just. Sorry, what I was about to say is that if I do manage to like get enough lives to beat this game, well, I'm not even sure what ending I would try to get. I'm really just like trying to see how far I can get with how many lives I have. Okay, I can just run past those guys, but not this guy. But yeah, if I were to somehow uh-oh. If I were to somehow get through this game with or if I were to somehow get through this game to where I actually could reach the ending, I really don't know how many what ending I'd go for. I know that there's like two or three potentially different endings, and I know that like one of those endings requires some extra steps. Ah, a, gi a giant guy and his burbs. But yeah, again, just right now I'm trying to focus on like getting as far as I can. Hello. Hmm. What the? Oh, dang it! I thought I dodged that. Dang it. Owie. Oh, I might be about to lose another life. Dang it. Gosh, he's got some range on that. Damn it. Damn it. Okay, God. So there's three endings. I'm gonna as well use that. So there's three endings, one of which leads to two extra boss fights, one leads to one extra boss fight, and one leads to instant new game plus. Ah. Well, we'll just see. Yeah, we'll just see. For right now, we'll just have to see, like... Yeah, I'm just gonna take this, like, a section at a time. Yeah, I'm just gonna take this a section at a time, because... I know there's a boss fight coming right up there, and I have no idea how many times it's gonna take me. Or I don't have no idea how many lives it's gonna take me to fight them. Alright, let's just go and say hello. Hello, Cleric Beast. Slim says, if you don't panic, 1. Alright, I probably won't pay as much attention to the chat right now, just so I can see. Just so I can try this. Ow. Oh, I'm nearly dead. Ow. Oh, damn it. Oh my gosh, I actually got that. Was not expecting that. Dang it, I got by that last hit. Okay, well, and that's okay. That's 43 lives left. Good old FromSoft terrible camera placement. Oh, hello.
Hello, good hunter. I am a doll, here in this dream to look after you. Honorable hunter, pursue the echoes of blood,
So I can get more clothing?
and I will channel them into your strength.
Oh, that too.
You will hunt beasts, and I will be here for you.
Well, I got them
Indulging your
down to
sickly
like
spirit.
maybe about almost half of their health on my first try, so well, it's not
Farewell,
really.
may you find your worth in the waking world.
Well, at least well can't channel blood echoes right now, but yeah, at least I got them to down to almost half of their health. Consume insight and ring the beckoning bell to enlist the cooperation of hunters from other worlds. Okay. Consume insight and ring the old hunter bell to enlist the cooperation of old hunters. Gotcha. How's it going, Gurman?
This was once a safe haven for hunters. A workshop where hunters used blood to enhance their weapons and flesh. We don't have as many tools as we once did, but you're welcome to use whatever you find.
Sleep says you actually have an insight point.
Even the dark, should it please you.
Why did you whisper it like that? Hmm. Alright, so...
Welcome home. What is it you desire?
Okay, so I can't... You can use Blood Echoes to raise stats and
Very
level up.
well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes.
Okay, but I don't... Well, I need Blood Echoes to level up, so... Yeah, I need Blood Echoes to level up, so... No.
Farewell, good hunt. May you find your...
No leveling up for me. Okay, and... Nope. Alright. Back to Yarnum. I think... Well, I'll have to hope that I didn't use up all my, blood vials there. Yeah, I'll have to hope I didn't use up all my blood vials there. I definitely used up all my. Okay, I've got some. I got some more. I definitely used. I mean, I definitely used up all my bullets. Hello. Slave says, great quality of life update Liza P made. If you had the items that you can use to earn currency, you can just burn them from the level up screen. Oh, that's cool. Okay, no one there. Hello. Let me just get Ryu. Alright. I don't think from fighting these... Well... Actually, hold on. Let me go back to the Hunter's Dream, because I probably have enough, those items that I can consume to get Blood Echoes. Probably have enough of those where I could get Blood Echoes. So let me actually go back to Hunter's Dream. So, does you know what else Liza P had as quality of life update? No. Because I don't have that game. Alright, let me try. Use to gain Blood Echoes, yeah. Let me use those. There we go. So it's just difficulty modes. Difficulty. Okay. God damn it. I should not use those. I keep mixing up the button to use. I keep up the mixing up the button to use blood vials and to use other items. Okay, that should be enough.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it? Very well. Let the echoes be. Let me stand close.
Okay, so what do I want to upgrade? So that'll increase my skill. Okay, skill will increase my right-hand weapon attack. This will increase my right. Okay, this will increase my my cane attack. Not as much as skill. That increases my physical defense. That increases my also increases my physical defense and my discovery. That increases my stamina. Physical defense, slow poison resistance, rapid poison reset, or slow poison resistance, rapid poison resistance. Two different kinds of poison. Is it really a FromSoft game if they don't have at least two different kinds of poison? It's why after making so many Armored Core games, they eventually felt that they had to go back to making these dark fantasy games, just because they couldn't figure out a way to poison the mech, and they just didn't. And the FromSoft devs just didn't feel right making a game where they didn't have at least two kinds of poison. All right, so that's more health. Okay, and that also increases my physical defense. Yeah, so I guess sure. Let me use this. So,
Did you
so how's
speak
it going?
German?
Yes.
He is
Oh,
obscure,
dang it.
unseen in the dreaming world.
Did not mean to skip over her dialogue.
Still, he stays here, in this dream. Such is his purpose. Farewell, good hunter.
Okay, well. He said there were tools. Okay, not storage. Workshop. Fortify weapons. Fortify weapon using bloodstones. Okay, I've got more than enough bloodstones to actually fortify this, so let me do so. Use 200 blood echoes, and oh, I also need blood echoes, of course. If I want the clothing shop needs blood. The leveling up place needs blood. If I want to make my sword stronger, I need to feed it blood. Here, I'll do that to make it stronger. Memory altar. This workshop tool, the workshop tool required for this task is missing. Okay. All right. Well, just gonna take another chance to. Oh, Gurman's gone. Well, just want to take another chance to say, if you're enjoying seeing me play this, please consider donating. Um, so this is a. I'm playing through Bloodborne. This is the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon. I'm playing through Bloodborne for the first time, and every dollar donated will add an extra life because I'm playing through this. I have a limited number of lives to try and beat this game. So I've currently got about 43 lives remaining, but again, every dollar donated will add an extra life. So $1 will add 1 life, $10 will add 10 lives, $20 will add 20 lives, and so on. So if you're seeing me play, if you're enjoying seeing me play this and want to see this playthrough continue, please consider donating. Bits, subs, and gifted subs do help, but direct donations especially help out right now. Yeah, let me go ahead and post the direct donations link. And then also, there are also donation goals. So every $100 donated between all donations will reach a donation goal, which will have either a special stream or a special event. I'll do. Okay. Well, now that I've made my sharpened stick stronger. Now that I've made my sharpened stick stronger, let me actually go back there. It's funny looking at it. It does. I like. Well, we're saying it's a cane sword, but because of how the model looks, it doesn't really look like it has a blade. It looks like they just sharpened some edges into this stick. Yeah, it looks like they just really just sharpened some edges into this stick. Or just like made it a really strong stick. Alright. Central arm it is. I mean, that's my really only choice. That's really only my only choice of where to go. It's Central Yarnum or back to that clinic, which don't really, and I don't really have much point in going back there. Hmm. Okay, so let's go this way again. I've only got one bullet. Dang it. Okay, let me get rid of them. Then get rid of you. Okay, and like up here. Well, up here are some enemies, but I could also just run past them. In fact, yeah, let me do that. I know I don't have to fight the cleric beast. Yeah, I know that I don't have to beat them, but let's go. But I don't really know where I should go. If I don't fight them, I don't really know where I should go beyond that. Well, I mean, I guess I just like hopped down here to search for yeah, I guess I just hopped down here because I got curious. So uh, I guess there's my answer. I could go head this way. Okay, and this leads back through this door. All right. Well, I guess let me do some exploring around here and see what's around here. Hmm. Yeah, let me explore around here a little bit and see what's around here. Dogs. That's what's around here. Angry dogs. Oh. Out, dang it. Oh, so there is some place. Okay, so okay, don't know where that leads to, but I guess I'll check to see where it goes. Let me check to see where it goes. That looks like... No, that's definitely not... Okay, that's definitely not the... Yeah, that's someplace else. That's definitely not the bridge I was, where the cleric beast was. That looks like a different bridge. Which doesn't really... I mean, like, this whole city is, like, made of spikes and bridges, so... Spikes, bridges, and organ music. That's what this entire city is made out of.
You're a hunter, aren't you?
More or less.
Well, do you know of any safe places?
Do I?
I've heard I have. Shutting up indoors isn't always enough.
I don't think I know any safe places, so...
Wouldn't be in this mess.
Well, I just got here, okay? This is my first day on the job.
So what'll it be? Are you going to tell me you're not?
No,
Yeah, I should have known.
sorry.
Good for nothing. No respect for the elderly is what that is.
Sorry, I wasn't told of any safe
That's what
places.
you outsiders do.
Th-
Go on. Admit it. You think we're all mad, don't you?
Well, you're definitely mad at me right now.
Go and stop it. I know all your tricks.
Okay. Let me explore around a little bit down here, see what's down here. A whole bunch of barrels to destroy. Sim says technically you do, but also no. Well, alright then. I mean, the hunter's dream seems safe, but she can't go there. Unless she becomes a hunter. And learns how to teleport via land. Hello. Oh, jeez. Okay. Oh, jeez. Well, I got most of its life. Oh, thank goodness. Alright. Mars Cisco fan, get to the sub to Skeleton Alpha. The Skeleton Alpha. Thank you. Thank you, Mars Cisco fan. And that adds 6 more lives on. Yeah, that gives me 6 more lives. So I'm back up to 49 lives. Out of 56. And that actually means we're on our way towards this donation goal. So hold on, because that's a sub, I have to Oh, I'm gonna have to take the goal down just for a second in order to update it. Because this thing is unfortunately only set to update with direct donations. I didn't set it like that, that's just how it is for these Streamlabs widgets. Yeah, thank you for gifting that sub, Marzesco fan, and hope you're doing well today. So there, we are on. So I have 6 more lives, and we are working our way towards the first donation goal. Which here, I'll just take a little second to remind y'all what the donation goals are. So if we manage to reach $100 donated in total, I'll do a Pokemon Smash or Pass stream. If $200 is donated in total, then I'll do a stream where I'll draw chat suggested characters from memory. If we reach $300 donated in total, then I'll buy and play through the game Dispatch. If $400 is donated, then y'all will get to decide. Y'all will get to decide what the 200th playthrough is. The reason why that's important is so like every 100th playthrough every 100th playthrough I do on the channel, I make like a big milestone. And how I do it is I'll play like a special game, and when I start the 200th playthrough, every stream will be that game until I beat it. So like when the 100th playthrough was Yakuza 0. So when I started that game, like every stream was Yakuza 0 until I beat it. And that's kind of what this would be. I would like narrow down what game I would like narrow things down to like a list of games that I think would work for the 200th playthrough, and I would let y'all decide what game it'd be, or what game I play for that. If we reach $500 donated total, then y'all get to decide a new emote. Uh, I will let y'all suggest ideas for a new emote, and then I'll let y'all vote amongst those ideas to decide which one y'all would like to see, and then I will commission an artist to make that emote. If $600 is donated in total, uh, I will play through The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker for the first time. If $700 is donated in total, then I'll do the Capcom Fighters Marathon from Hell, which will be similar to the SNK Fighters Marathon from Hell I did last year, but with even more games, because I have a lot more Capcom fighting games than SNK. Also, there will also be challenges to make things more difficult, like with the SNK Fighters Marathon from Hell. If we reach $800 donated in total, then I'll stream myself playing through some D&D solo adventures, where I will basically I'll play through. Kind of similar to like playing through a D&D campaign, but this will be a D&D campaign designed around like one person to play through. There are like D&D solo game books designed for like one person to play through with like a single character, and I would play through one of those. And I would also let y'all kind of influence like what character I make. If $900 is donated total, then I'll play through Sonic Adventure 2 for the first time. And if $1,000 is donated total, then y'all get to decide a game I must 100%. So I'll go through the games that I have amongst on my PC and PS5, and y'all get to decide which of those y'all get to decide a game I have to 100% through. Marisco fan says it's my day off from work. Oh, nice. Hope you're enjoying your day off from work. Marisco fan says it's important to do a good deed every day. It is indeed. Thank you for thank you for uh thank you for letting your good deed be helping me out. And also thank you for I mean that just even if you had thank you for watching the stream. It's with the one thing that is interesting about Bloodborne's enemy design is that we're just in the opening of areas of the city, we're getting to see multiple stages of werewolves. Like that is something really impressive. That is something really impressive about Bloodborne. That's already become apparent to me. Is just like how many variations they have of werewolves. Like we had like the very first enemy you fight is just a full-on werewolf, just like covered in fur, looks like a wolf, covered in fur, looks like a wolf. Big, angry. Then there was that guy holding the torch with the saw. Yeah, like that guy. Like that guy. Or like he looks like he's just beginning to turn into a werewolf. And then there's this guy, then there's that guy I just fought with the spear who looked like he was in like the late stages of becoming a werewolf. And I mean, we're just in the start. Oh, and there was also the cleric beast who looked like he was becoming a super strong, like a super werewolf, and also losing his hair. And also maybe a were deer because they had also maybe a were deer because they had antlers. So yeah, with that donation, we are now $94 away from the first donation goal. Oh gosh, I had just enough stamina to kill them. The hell is that noise? I don't think it's the rats. Okay, it might be the barrels. Listen, since these games take so much inspiration from take so much inspiration from Zelda, it'd be wrong to play through with this and not just break every single box, barrel, and container I find, as if I were playing a Zelda game. Also, it is rather interesting that I say that like The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess is like the number one werewolf game that currently exists, just because I think it kind of your player character like it handles like Link being able to transform into a wolf and back like pretty well in how it designs a lot of its mechanics and like how it designs a lot of its areas. I think I think it's probably good to say that like this is probably the second best werewolf game. And it is interesting that if the number one best werewolf game is a Zelda game, that the number two best werewolf game is a game that was like where some of its like design was inspired by Zelda. Mars Disco fan says just because it kind of is. I mean, there's not really many that good. There's not really that many good werewolf games. There's uh, there's like again, there's like the Legend of, I've said this before on some streams, but there's the Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, there's this Bloodborne. There's all the games that are like video game adaptations of like the werewolf social deduction game. But those kind of vary in quality. There's the original Altered Beast. which is it doesn't really hold up well. There's the Bloody Roar series, which is like because the main character there, Yugo, is a werewolf, and well, it's not just that the main character Yugo is a werewolf, but also that like everyone in that everyone in that series is a were animal. Like every playable character in Bloody Roar is a were animal. Then there's Sonic Unleashed. Yeah, I would count even though Sonic doesn't turn into a wolf, even though Sonic doesn't turn into a wolf, he does like he's basic. I mean, he's called a werehog, so I think it counts. He basically turns into a werewolf. But what if he were a blue hedgehog from a Sonic the Hedgehog game? So he says, okay, but really, what was the last Bloody Roar game? Like early 2000s. That still doesn't like. I mean, that doesn't keep it out of the running. Just because we haven't had a Bloody Roar game in a long time doesn't mean it still could be considered for. It still could be just because we haven't had a Bloody Roar game in a long time doesn't mean that it's out of consideration for best werewolf game or for a good werewolf game. Rise of the Offenses, maybe not, but there are charming werewolf games. There are charming werewolf games, even if they're imperfections. Oh, there's also, and I do at some. I've said this before, but at some point I need to play. I want to play this on stream. There's a Werewolf the Apocalypse Earthblood, which is not a good game, but it is a hilarious game, unintentionally so, but hilarious. But it is still hilarious. So if it's been over 20 years since the last entry of franchise, I don't think you can claim it's a modern game. Wait, when did I say it was modern? I didn't. I said it was a good I said the Bloody Roar games were good werewolf games. I didn't say they were modern games. None of these games I've been saying as great werewolf games are modern games. Bloodborne released in like 2015. I'm playing Bloodborne in the 10th anniversary year of this game. Twilight Princess released on the GameCube. The Bloody Roar games released on the GameCube, PS1, GameCube, and PS2, and the original Xbox. Slave says Legend of Zelda at least has modern entries, but yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. Like I was talking about the best werewolf game. What are the best werewolf games? Not what is the best. What is the best? Not what is the best series that still has games releasing for it that has a game where you play as or fight a lot of werewolves. Probably the only modern werewolf games I can think of are Resident Evil 8, because like the main group of enemies, at least for the first portion of that game, is werewolves. Then Sleep says, I think picture slash audio is distinct. Is it? Hold on, let me kill this barrel. It's not for. No, it seems to be synced it seems to be synced well for me. Yeah, yeah, it seems to be synced well for me. I can see like those okay, at first in the distance I thought those were lights and I thought and that was creeping me out. Ah, more crows. But yeah, I think Sleepless, try pausing and maybe try pausing and playing or like reloading the stream page and see if that fixes the issue. And if anyone else is like if the game picture and audio is desynced for anyone else, let me know. I'll keep destroying barrels. Sleep says, yeah, that was desync meat for me. Oh, okay. Oh, pebble. Oh, wait, what's this? An oil urn. Okay. But yeah, as far as like actually modern werewolf games, there's Resident Evil 8, and then there's a couple of there's Werewolf the Apocalypse Earthblood, because that released in the 2020s. 20s. 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 And then there's a couple of upcoming indie games with about werewolves. Like there is an entire. So it says, yeah, that was desync for me. I hear the barrel break before it happens on the screen. Okay, we're almost 0.5 seconds. Hmm. Is it still desync now, or is it fixed? Or is it working now? I'm worried about going. Oh, I don't like those things. I do not like those things. Oh gosh. Sleep says yes, it is still desynced. Okay, hold on. Yeah, it's synced well for me. All I'm showing in OBS is that it's synced for me. So if it's fine for you, I can deal. If anyone else, if it's desynced for anyone else, if anyone else is like their audio video feed of the stream is desynced, let me know. I know I can go down there, but I don't wanna. This game, because of like the almost horror kind, like the almost like horror version, or because of like the almost like this is designed like a Dark Souls game, but with a more horror uh setting. It almost gives me like the invert. Well, I didn't really have the like the I wanted to go explore places in Dark Souls. I didn't really like when I played through Dark Souls areas. I didn't. I would like see like that area, an area in the distance that I knew I could visit. And I was like, oh, okay, cool, and just keep moving. But like I wasn't. I didn't really feel. I wasn't really like, oh man, I can't wait to visit there. Like I am in like some of the, like I am in some of the other games I play. But in this game, it's like, oh man, look down there. I don't want to go down there. I see those bodies there. I see that shining thing there. I don't trust him. I don't care what the game says. I don't believe it. I wish I could kind of go here without. I feel like I might end up killing myself if I go down, if I drop down here, and I guess I could try. I really don't want to lose another life just because I dropped down here, but you know what? I'm gonna fully heal up. Let's see if this kills me. Wow, that actually did 0 damage. I'm so shocked. I am very shocked. What the fuck was that? Yeah, I ain't going in the water with those things. Okay, this is more water here. Okay, dead bird. Oh, these are birds I killed. I am the source of these dead birds. Okay, what's through here? Okay, it's a boat. Ah, it's big rats. Okay, well, I won't bother the rats. I just won't bother the rats. Hmm. Well, I guess I gotta go back this way. Alright, well. Hmm. You know, you really got, like, there's sometimes, like, I can understand having unique architecture, and I can definitely understand, being goth, but sometimes you gotta look at what you're designing and really wonder, like, you really gotta wonder the sensibilities of the people you're working for. I do not want to go down there. Okay, let me actually try to climb up the ladder. See where going all the way up takes me. I see some evil birds over there. I can see some of those bodies yeah, I can see some of those bodies scrambling around there. So, where am I now? Oh, more birds. I'm hearing the noises of someone. Oh, it's one of those giant. That's one of those big guys. One of the big fellas. Okay, let's get rid of you. I'm keeping an eye behind me in case that one big guy tries and attacks me. Oh. Okay, what's this? Skull of an Enlightenment Madman used to gain insight. I guess, sure. Okay, I have 2 insight now. Let me keep an eye around, or let me keep an eye out. Okay, that's the ladder that goes up there. Can I...
Wretched outsider.
It's a bit rude.
Trying to fool me to open this door.
No, I just wanted to see how things are going.
Heavens, the depths of depravity.
Okay, it was a bit risky, but I'm going to try fighting this guy. Oh, he's got a statue. I just got here. Ow. Okay, got him. Yay. Alright, well, let's see. Is there someone in here? No, okay, they were just looking at that door. Well, I guess let me climb up here. Where is this? Close by device. Okay, I guess I can't go here. Oh, this is... Okay, this is the gate. This gate... Oh, wait, hold on a second. Closed by a device. This is... The device is right next to me. I just had to look for it. Yeah, okay. This opens up into... here. This opens up to here. So yeah, this is that area where that other big guy is. Okay, that goes back there. I guess let me try... Well... Hello. Bam. Oh, shoot. Let me try to draw him away. There, okay. So, just want to say again, this is a special playthrough of Bloodborne I'm doing, called the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon. I'm doing this because after months of being unemployed, I don't really have a lot of... After months of being unemployed and trying to find a job, I don't really have much money left. So this is a donathon I'm doing to try and keep myself... Or try and get some like that. So, I'm going to try to play through Bloodborne for the first time. Oh, fuck. I'm going to try to play through Bloodborne for the first time. And then, shit. And then every dollar donated will add another life. Well, every dollar donated will add another life. So, $1 will add a life, will add an extra life. $20 will add 20 lives. $50 will add 50 lives, and so on. And this is basically, I'm going to try to play through Bloodborne with a limited number of lives. I've currently got about 56 lives remaining. But yeah, if I run out of lives, then the playthrough ends. Okay, he's just waiting there. Okay, he doesn't notice. Yeah, he doesn't notice that. Go ahead, stand in front. Oh my gosh, it'd be great if... I figured the attack wouldn't hit them, but it would have been funny if, like, the bullet would have actually hit that enemy right in front of them. Okay, I'm gonna try to run through here. You see, okay, he's going up there. Yeah, now I'm on the other side of where those werewolves are. And now I am covered in blood. Well, I was able to kill these guys. I was able to kill these guys before. Let me try it again. Rock. Ah, damn it. I actually did a lot worse there than I did the first time I tried to fight him. Okay, that's... alright. Well, I'm down to 48 lives remaining. At least I got to explore, or at least I got to look around quite a bit and see what areas are around. See what areas are around. But, here, I'm gonna go back to the Hunter's Dream and I'll probably... Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the Hunter's Dream and I'm gonna take another short break. But I have gotten... I think probably, and after I come back from that break, I'll probably try and fight the Cleric Beast again. Since I've gotten a little bit of upgrades. So yeah, I'll be back in just a little bit. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Alright. Sleep says, "Damn, Dairy Queen's been around for almost 50 years longer than Dairy from Dragon Quest. Yeah. One of the establishments of the South. One of the establishments of the South. That Dairy Queen." So, also congrats, Sleepless, on defeating a Dairy Queen. Not sure how you managed that, but it's quite impressive. That really, me not being sure how you managed that just makes it more impressive, really. Sleepless Dairy Queen was incorporated in 1940. Dang, they're almost 100 years old. But yes, I beat Dragon Quest One HD2D remake. All right, so
Welcome. What is it you des- Very well.
I've
Let
got
me
2
stand
inside. Okay, I don't have any blood echoes, so let's go. Let me go back to Central Yarnum. Let me go back to Central Yarnum, and then I will try and. Hmm. Let me go back to Central Yarnum, and then I'll try to fight the cleric beast again. Let's see if I can if I can actually beat him this time. Marziska fan says, "Whenever I hear Dairy Queen, I think of this girl from high school who wore a T-shirt with the logo saying Drama Queen." Okay, and well, they dropped. I can get a blood vial from them. See, I don't want to deal with those giants, and I'll just. Beat them. Defeat you. Okay, got some bullets, and then I'll just head up here. So yeah, let me head up here. Kill this guy. And then I'll try to fight the cleric beast again, but in order to... Before I can fight them, I have to beat this, well, I guess I could, like, actually run past this guy and all his crow friends. Let me see if I can maybe, like, defeat the crows, or, like, lessen the number of crows. And then I'll try and fight the cleric beast. Come on. See, yeah, try to see if I can, like... I feel kind of bad. I'm just throwing rocks at this bird. I'm gonna run out of rocks first, before they die. Okay, got him. Alright, come on. There, okay. Put that one. There. Yeah, I'm gonna try to once I get past these enemies, I'll try and fight the cleric beast again. When I fight them, I probably won't be talking. I probably won't be able to pay much attention to the chat just because I'll be focusing on fighting the boss. But I'll read any messages after I either win or die. Okay, good. So, yeah, I was wondering. I was saving this crow for last. I was saving this crow for last because I wasn't sure if that guy would be if this enemy would be notice me attacking them, attacking the crow directly in front of him. Okay. All I know is there. Okay, I'm just gonna run past him and fight the cleric beast again. Hello. I'm back. Oh, damn. Ow, ow. I'm already doing terribly. Ugh. Oh, great. Oh, not again. Wait, that's not... Wait, where am I going? Wait. Um... What the fuck? Uh... So I can't... So they're stopped. They've stopped, and I can't... I can only move forward. Wow. Um... I have never seen this happen before. Okay, it's... Gosh, if I could... Simpson, did you get out of bounds? I don't think so. If I got out of bounds, I don't think I'd be stuck moving one... Oh, wait. I don't think I'd be stuck moving in one place. Yeah, it's like my character's movement is locked to this direction. They rush forward to... Yeah, okay, so I... Okay, I can backdash. Hold on, I can backdash. I can backdash, but I move... My character move... Me moving my character in any direction causes them to move forward. Yeah, me moving the joystick in any direction causes them to move forward. They're actually turned to look at me, but they won't attack me. Okay, I can still target them. Oh, no, they will only shoot forward. Wait, okay. I'm moving around them. I'm moving around them. Wait. Oh my gosh, let's see if this works. Okay, now they're... Wait, okay, they're active again. Okay, we're back, we're back. Okay, apparently doing damage to them stopped it. I guess the cleric beast in it used its madness to affect me. Slim says that shouldn't count as death, but you need to kill it and reload. Yeah, if I had actually had to like die there, that wouldn't have counted as a death because that wasn't me. That was the game. That was so weird. Back to focusing on the boss fight. Wait, damn it. Okay. Okay, it's down to like half health. Wait, I can't get it again? Ah, dang it, I missed my chance. Damn it. Okay, no. I gotta be careful about my stamina. Damn it. Dang it. Oh, I rolled right into that. How did I do it? Oh, I just barely did it. Oh my gosh, I did it. Just barely. Oh, look. Look, he's just waiting for me over on the other side of there. Yay, I did it. Marcus Professor, you counter the enemy's stand ability. That is the last thing that these bosses need. Is stands. But yay, I did it. Hooray. I beat the first boss. 4.5 hours in. Okay, let me return to the Hunter's Dream so I can use these to level up. Oh my god. Well, if you'd like to see more exciting moments like that happen in this playthrough, please consider donating. Uh, Subs, bits, and gifted subs do help, but direct donations especially help me out right now. And yeah, for every dollar donation of at least $1 will add another life. Because I'm doing I'm basically playing through this game with a limited number of lives, and also every $100 donated will every $100 donated in total, but every $100 donated will go towards the different donation goals, or will have us reach the different donation goals. So we're currently working our way towards the first donation goal, which is if $100 are donated in total, then I'll do a Pokemon Smash or Pass stream.
Welcome home, good hunter.
I didn't mean to do that, but okay.
What is it you desire?
Let's see, chant.
Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let
Okay, so what do I want to increase? Skill will okay. Skill will increase the weapon strength. Okay, skill will increase my damage with this weapon more. Okay, skill. That 2 points into skill will increase my damage with this weapon more. That'll increase my vitality. That'll increase my physical defense. Okay. Maybe put 2 points in there. And then... And it'll decrease my... Actually, yeah, let me put some points into stamina to increase my health and... well, not my health, but yeah, we put some points into endurance to increase my stamina and physical defense.
farewell, good hunter.
Alright. Let me see if there's anything I can get from here. Awaken anew without losing blood echoes. Okay. Well, I can get some Molotovs from here. Key to the gate to the Grand Cathedral's round plaza. Okay, I'm going to need... Okay, and the Kirk hammer. Well, I don't have enough for that, but... I'm not sure that's a weapon I'd want to use anyway, because... Well, I haven't been using the Kane's alternate form at all. I've only been using its main form, but the Kirk hammer, like, it has a bit more... I definitely would not use its alternate form. I'd just be using the sword form. Repeating pistol, no. Okay, nothing else to get here. See what the sword hunter's badge is. Badge of the swordsman hunters under Church's blessing. Consume insight to ring and call to old hunters for help. Can I make my sharpened stick stronger? Yeah, let me see if I can make my sharpened stick stronger. I cannot. I don't have enough blood shards. Alright, well then. So, that's the cleric beast beaten. I guess let me go back to... Let me go back to the Great Bridge, and then I guess let me just continue on from there. See, I've got about 48 lives remaining, although, again, any donations of at least $1 will add more lives onto that. And this is going to be... this Donathon will be going for every stream until I either run out of... well, basically until I run out of lives. If it does actually look like I have enough lives remaining to where I could beat this game, or if I have enough lives remaining to where I could actually end up getting near the end of this game, and I still have. Sorry, I'm not saying that correctly at all. Let me just start over. If I get near the end of this game and it looks like I have enough lives remaining over to where I could, like I have enough lives remaining over, I might maybe like add something else onto this, like maybe add another game to play after this, or like even go back through and do a new game plus run of this. But that's just going to really heavily depend on how far I get. Can't first say for certain what'll happen now. I'm gonna have to play this by ear. Can I open this gate? I guess I can't open that gate. Okay. Well, then where to from here? Um, Anywhere I could go around here? Hmm. I guess that really was. I guess that really was just an optional boss that I didn't even really have to fight to go anywhere. Hi. Oh, I'm down to like 5 blood vials. Hello. I just missed all those swings there. Okay, that was not a good idea. I think. Oh gosh. Oh, I did. Okay, now I'll fight the crow. There's another. Yeah, okay, there's another one. There we go. Ah, gosh. I'm honestly quite shocked that out of. I'm honestly quite shocked that even as someone who is like, I'm just. Like, I'm not really that enthusiastic. Well, I guess I'd say I'm not a fan of this game in that I haven't really played that much of it, so I can't really say to it like if I enjoyed it or not. But considering how big this game was when it came out, someone who hasn't really played through it and was just kind of like, I'm just kind of like didn't have much interest in playing through it. Well, didn't have like only had like a little bit of interest in playing through it. Even I am surprised that we haven't gotten some sort of remaster or release or like sequel to this. Like nothing. Okay, that goes around there. I guess I can try going around here. So it says it has to be in some kind of rights black hole. I'd assume so because it's like it's really like something must be going on because something must be going on. Not just because we haven't seen like a new Bloodborne and like a new Bloodborne anything, but also because Nintendo came recently. We found out that Nintendo went to FromSoft was like, "Hey, can you make us our own exclusive? Sure, what do you want?" So you know that Bloodborne game? Yeah. Can you make us like something? It doesn't have to play like that, but could you make us something that looks like that? Seems just like how we can't get Chrono Trigger on modern platforms. Yeah, that's. I'm guessing it'd have to be that something involved with the rights of it. Because with how much like Sony is willing to remaster and re-release, or like considering how many remasters and re-releases and remakes we've gotten, well, this is coming from, and that's me coming from me, someone who actually doesn't mind the remakes and remasters and re-releases. as like, well, okay, I don't mind most of the remasters, remakes, and re-releases. There are some that I do mind, but as someone, as me, I don't. I with me, I don't generally mind the remasters, remakes, and re-releases. It is kind of crazy that this game is one of them that didn't get anything. So it says, okay, the desync is much worse now, bro. You're much worse. Like you were talking, your mouth isn't moving. Is anyone else seeing this? Or hold on, I'm gonna. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna load the stream up on my phone and see how it looks there. Yeah, let me load the stream up on my phone and see. I didn't press that. What the heck, game? I didn't press the left trigger. Is my controller messing? Is my controller messing up? Hold on, I'm gonna check to see. Okay, I'm gonna check to see if I can actually hear myself. It looks to be working fine. Okay, yeah, checking the stream on my phone. Yeah, my movements and voice are syncing up on it. Are syncing up. I was offensive. I don't know. I'm just listening while I practice Castlevania. Is there? I mean, this is the perfect kind of playthrough to listen to while practicing Castlevania. Like this is the. So this, all right. Let me reload the page. Yeah, yeah, because it seems like it's working fine. Oh, that's right. These are the dogs. Sorry, dog. I mean, you try to kill me, but I still feel bad for killing you. Hmm. So it says, let's see. Okay, oh, that's right. That goes down there. Oh, gosh. Hello. Okay. That's them dealt with. Then there's nothing. Okay, yeah, there's nothing over here. So I guess let me keep going down there. So I guess really no matter what path I took, I would end up back at the sewers. I think I do have to go to that bridge, cross over that bridge down there at some point. So can I get a clap? Okay, well, you got a gunshot. Okay, so that time I set the controller down, and then I hit the right, and then while picking it up, I hit the right trigger. Okay, there's a clap. Maybe Shirley Brewing just hates gun, or maybe she just has an itchy trigger finger. All right, so let's continue through here. Yeah, back through here, and okay, it looks like I can actually like go through here, but I'm not sure where this goes. Okay, yeah, let's see where this goes. Oh, this is the level above. Okay, this is the level above that stairway. Marzisco fan says, "Circle of the Moon. Fire mode should have been selectable from the start. It makes for a good one live stream challenge." Oh, there's another area over here. Okay. Well, let me keep an eye out for any enemies, or worse, barrels. Oh, hello.
Oh, a hunter, are you? And
More or
an
less.
outsider. What a mess you've been caught up in. And tonight of all nights.
Okay, I need to be careful with this controller so that Shirley Brewing doesn't accidentally doesn't attack this person while I'm just trying to talk to them.
Prepare yourself for the worst. There are no humans left. They're all flesh-hungry beasts now. Still lingering about.
E.
What's wrong? A hunter unnerved by a few beasts. No matter. Without fear in our hearts, we're little different from the beasts themselves.
Let me keep talking to
What
her.
are you still doing here?
I just want. It's just nice to have meet some.
A hunter must hunt.
Look, it's just nice to talk to someone who isn't trying to kill me.
What are you still in
Okay.
a hunt?
Okay, I guess she won't talk to me anymore. All right. Well, now I know where to find Eileen.
What are you?
Yeah, I know this. I know this is Eileen. I know that I can get like a special blade from her. That might be worth getting. So good to know that she's over here. I'll have to remember that. I'll have to remember that. I don't know how to activate, like, I don't know, like, if she's a quest line or how I could even activate the quest line, but I'll just try to keep in mind that she's over here. Okay, there's something over there I can get. Hmm. I know I should probably be, like, stealthy, but I mean, I can't just let these barrels get away with all they've done. Let's at least pick up all these different... Okay, so, is this something I can grab? I don't know if I can... I'm a little worried about cutting that. I'm a little worried about moving and possibly causing myself to fall. But it looks like I could do something there. We try to be careful here. Oh, jeez. Okay, yeah, it looks like I could get something from them. Okay, let me see if she can, like... Fuck! Fuck! That's what I was afraid of! Oh, good, some bloodstone shards. Dang it. That's what I was afraid of. I was trying to see if she could attack without moving forward. Yeah, unfortunately, whenever you do even just a normal attack, it's just like your character will take a step forward. Ah, more rats. More giant rats. So if you hold your charge attack, isn't that one less forward? Let's see. No, that still moves forward. Sorry, says sorry, hold heavy attack. No, that still moves forward. Yeah, it's a slower step. It's a slower step, but she does take a step forward, which could send her careening down here, like I just did. Sorry, gotcha, couldn't remember. That's fine. I forget that I even have a heavy attack because I just don't just because I don't really use it that much. It's kind of the same with how I haven't really used the haven't really used the I haven't used the Kane's whip form. I mean, I could I could and probably should in certain circumstances. I just forget to use it. Okay, is there a way I can get to the Is there a way I can get to the other side? So it says, I found myself using heavy attacks more than light attacks after about 3 hours of Bloodborne LOL. Okay, let me just move. Let me fight the rats. Okay, some more Madman's knowledge. I guess I can get more insight. This might be a mistake. Well, we'll just have to see if this is a mistake getting all this insight. Let me hope I don't agitate the evil rats. Okay, I did not agitate the evil rats. Hmm. Okay, so I'm kind of back in this sewer area. Yeah, I'm back in this sewer area. With the evil crows. And, gosh, it's those fuckers. I don't want to deal with those things, but I think I have to go down here. I'm not going to go in the middle of them. I do not want to fight those things. Sleepless says there's a thing that penalizes you for having too much insight late in the game, but there's a way to spend insight if you're having difficulty. Ah. I knew there was like some sort of cost for having insight. Hello. Yeah, I just had to check around, make sure no enemies were sneaking up on me. Yeah, let me just get rid of that crow. So it says, I say penalizes, but it's more just something that does more damage based on your insight late game. Ah. Oh, so like certain enemy attacks that like... Okay, so I'm guessing there's like certain enemy attacks that will affect my mind, and those can... Yeah, there's probably like certain enemy attacks that'll affect my mind, and if I have more insight, those will do more damage to me. So there's a status condition that builds up and deals damage based on it. Oh. Ah, so insight poison. Of course they would make a third type of poison. Of course there'd be a third type of poison. I was shocked when I saw that they only had just two. Great. Okay, I got 3 blood vials. Oh gosh, 3 blood vials and 2 bullets. So... Oh, well, I thought that was a good point to try and heavy attack. It clearly was not. Oh, wait, no, okay, that might be good. Okay, this might be better suited for attacking these enemies that are at greater distance. Yeah, enemies that are like, I want to have a little bit more distance, where I want to hit them at a little bit more of a distance. This is probably a better method. Ew. Gross. Don't vomit on people. I know those crows are gonna... Oh gosh, I see the pig. Of course there's the giant pig. I am not going to fight the giant pig. At least not from back here. Not from in front of it. Okay, where am I at now? Okay, I'm here at this bridge. Dang, this really is a cool looking area. Just how like they took they just basically they took like a gothic cathedral, like a very like a gothic cathedral, and there's like, what if we made an entire city look like that? And I mean, like the whole city is basically just like spikes. It's basically just like spikes, but it's still an interesting design. Okay, this goes down somewhere. Let me see where this goes down. I hope this is not a oh no, this goes up somewhere. I hope this was not a terrible mistake. Okay. Oh, there's those two guys. Oh, okay, so this is at the other end of where those two big guys are. I see. So I could have crossed. So if I had decided. So if I had tried to fight those two giants, I could have actually like gone through here and kind of skipped past like a hole going through there. I'm okay with the choices I've made. Okay, well, some of the choices I've made. A couple of the choices. A few. Okay. Dang it. I was hoping the boulder would get them. Fuck. Okay. Oh, it did. Okay. It was a bit delayed, but it did get them. It was a bit delayed, but it did get them. Oh, it's one more of these guys. Alright, let me try and deal with him. Uh-oh. That's all my bullets. Okay, so I probably should be using the heavy attack a bit more. Not just for the damage, that stab is really useful. Anything? Okay, there's a ladder down here, I guess. Let's see where this goes. I hope I don't regret it. So yeah, just gonna say again, this is the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon, so I'm trying to play through this game with a limited number of lives. What's that noise? I'm gonna try to play through this game with a limited number of lives, so if you'd like to see this playthrough continue, please consider donating. Because every dollar donated will add another life. Oh, I see. Oh no. I'm not even gonna try that. Okay. Here, this is how I'm gonna do this. Yeah, this is how I'm gonna do this. Nope, okay, nope. But yeah, we're currently working our way towards our first donation goal, so any donations are really appreciated right now. And see, there's about 3 hours left of. There's about 3 hours left of today's stream of this game. Today's stream of the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon. There will be. I'll be back with this again on. I'll be back with this again on excuse me, on Thursday. So yeah, every stream for every stream I do for this week is going to be this, and then basically every stream is going to be this until I run out of lives. So, oh, I think this goes. Are these things I killed, or I think these are things I killed, but just to be safe, I'm gonna go. Yeah, okay, those are things I killed. Because this is the end. Because that's the entrance to where this pig was standing. Yeah, if you're enjoying seeing me play through this and want to see this continue, please consider donating because I've got about 48 lives left, but I'm definitely going to die more in this game. And every time I die, I lose a life. If I lose all my lives, then that means the playthrough ends. Okay, I'm here now. Oh, it's like two of these guys. I guess I don't have to fight them, but they're guarding an item, so... You know what, let's just move on. Let me just move on for now. Oh, this is special. Wait, is this where... Is this the boss arena for, gosh, what is it? The first actual boss in the game? Because if so, I'm gonna want to... Okay, yeah, I think that actually is the boss for the first... I think that is the arena for the first boss. Gascoigne. Yeah, I think that is Gascoigne's boss arena. So, if that's the case, I'm just gonna go back here. So it says, yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna go back for a second. And maybe see if I could use these blood echoes, because I do not want to have to fight. Maybe either use these blood echoes to like either level up or get a new. To either level up or to get some new to level up or get some more healing items, because I do not want to fight Gascoigne with only 7 blood vials. Pardon me. Just moving through here. Uh oh. Yeah, they're following me. Are they still following me? Okay, they're not following me. Pardon me. I'm trying to go away, but you're attacking me. Oh, good. Molotov. It's funny, I thought that... Okay, well, not funny, scary. I thought that screaming was the cleric beast. If it's not the cleric beast, what is it? Okay, let's go back to the Hunter's Dream. Hmm. Sleeps as a friend? I don't really know. I don't really know if I have friends in this game. Even Eileen, who's by far the nicest person to me, was by far the nicest person to Shirley Bruin. She was more so. seemed more. She had the attitude of a coworker.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you did?
Okay, let me see if I can actually channel any blood echoes. I can. That'll give me more health. That'll have me do more damage. That'll have me do more damage. I guess let me increase health.
Farewell, good hunter.
Yeah, I guess, and then, okay, I've got some of these. Use game blood echoes. Let me see if there's anything I want to get. And then if I do, I can use these gain blood echoes to get those things. Ooh, a throwing knife. Use weapons in both hands while illuminating the dark. That does look like it'd be very useful. Okay, I could get the saw cleaver. Okay, so I could get the saw cleaver, saw spear, hunter axe, threaded cane, and the kirk hammer. I don't really need any of these. I mean, I've got the threaded cane, so I could get the blunderbuss if I wanted it, but I'm not sure if I wanted it. I'm not sure if I want it. Repeating pistol typically used by healing church hunters. Crafted with mostly metal parts and exhibiting a complex design, the repeating pistol fires 2 shots at once, making it a ravenous consumer of quicksilver bullets. It should be used sparingly compared to its workshop counterpart as a trump card in one's arsenal. A blunderbuss created at the workshop for the hunter's line of work. Hunter farms are specially crafted to employ quicksilver bullets. Fused with the wielder's own blood, boosting damage against beasts. The impact of this highly effective weapon counters beast swift moves and is widespread as nigh on guaranteed to hit the mark. Okay, so I might want to get that. Marziska fan says, this game is giving me some weird Shadow of the Colossus vibe. Just the sense of isolation of the boss initially being kind of depressing to fight. Wait, you mean Bloodborne? I guess let me get 5 of those. Marziska fan says, yeah. I don't think, I actually get much more like horror game vibes from this, just because, I mean, like, yeah, I was saying this early in the stream, but this game feels like what if FromSoft took Dark Souls and took its like grim atmosphere and dark tone, or yeah, what if took its grim atmosphere and kind of like a dark fantasy setting and just fully launched it into like a horror setting. We teleport with gravestones. Like I'm pretty sure like all these gravestones I'm going to use to teleport to different lamps I find. Okay, let me actually see if I can get enough to. Let me see if I have enough to upgrade a weapon. I do have enough to upgrade my weapon. Wait, do I need to should I repair my weapons? Oh, hey, Sage, welcome in, says Bloodborne. That would be, well, we were just talking about, that would be like, because we were joking about Dairy Queen earlier. Bloodborne would be like the goth version of Dairy Queen. And people would love it. I'm sure people would love it. Sage says, I can dig it. Man, okay, there has got to be an audience for that, for something like that. Something like Rainforest Cafe, or it's like these themed restaurants, but then also like Spirit Halloween, where it's a goofy, Halloween, where it's a goofy, like kind of spooky themed. I'm sure there's an audience for that. Sage says, also, I did a stupid thing. I hope you enjoy. I'm sure I will. I'm guessing you're referring to I'm guessing you're referring to the thing you mentioned in that one personal chat we have. Yeah, I'm sure I will. I I was about to play it, but then I remembered that um any audio I play on any web page will actually show up on this stream. So shouldn't play it. So shouldn't play that right now. So he says, ah, fair enough. Yeah. Right. And let's check to see. Oh, for anyone just joining and wondering what's going on, this is a thing I'm doing called the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon. Uh, just just to let y'all know, because I've been unemployed for the past few months, and that one job I interviewed for, I haven't heard back from them in a month. So and also just because but while I'm still waiting to hear back from them and applying for more jobs, just any sort of money would really help out right now. So I'm doing this emergency donathon to maybe try and get some more money in. So it's a playthrough of Bloodborne where I have a limited number of lives, and every dollar donated adds another life. And then every $100 donated in total will reach one of these will have reach one of these donation goals, and that will unlock like either a special stream or a special playthrough I do. If you're not able to donate or you don't feel like donating, that's perfectly fine. I understand. Thank you for at least coming to watch the stream. That alone means a lot. But yeah, if you are able to donate and wouldn't mind donating to see me play more of this, please consider doing so because it'd really help out right now. Bit subs and direct donations, bit subs and gifted subs do help out, but direct donations, which I'm gonna post. Let me go ahead and post the direct donation link in the chat again. Direct donations really help out even more so because I'll receive the money because I'll receive the money you donated immediately rather than like half a month later. Or excuse me, oh yeah, it's like the 18th, so it would be a month later. But you get what I mean. Yeah, the current donation goals, or excuse me, the current donations we've got are one we're currently working towards is if $100 is reached in total, I'll do a Pokemon Smasher Pass stream. If $200 is reached in total, hold on, sorry, I'm covering my face with this again just so I can read this off. Uh, if $200 is reached in total, then I will actually do a stream where I draw characters. I'll draw characters suggested by y'all from memory. If $300 is donated total, then I'll play through the game Dispatch that recently released. There's a whole bunch of new games that have released this year that I'd really love to play through, but I can even with all even if I were to receive even if enough money were to be donated to reach all these donation goals, there's only so many games I could buy. A lot of this money would go towards like me paying bills and paying for food. So this, out of all, so while I would love to make like donation goals of me playing a bunch of new games reviews this year, I could really only do one. And Dispatch is like it's only $30 and it's only about 9 hours long. So that was kind of the one that I decided to go with. If $400 is reached, then y'all get to decide the 200th playthrough. And the reason why that's special is, for those who don't know, I keep track of every single playthrough I do. Like what I've ordered every single playthrough I've done. And I even have linked in the Discord a Google Sheets document or a Google Spreadsheets document that has every single playthrough I've done and its start date and end date. And for every 100th playthrough, I do something a little special where whatever I start the 100th or in this case 200th playthrough, when I start playing that game on stream, I'll continue playing it until I beat it. So if this would be if we were to reach this donation goal, then I would come up with a list of games that I think would work for the 200 playthrough, and I would let y'all decide which of those games I should play for the 200 playthrough. And then after I beat a couple more games and we reach the start of the 200 playthrough, I would actually I would start that game on stream and then I would keep playing it until I beat it on stream. At $500, y'all get to decide a new emote for the channel. I'd basically like get ideas for emotes from y'all, and then I'd let y'all decide which of those ideas y'all would like the most, and then I'll commission an artist to make an emote, to make that emote for the channel. At $600, I'll play through The Legend of Zelda: Wind Waker for the first time. That just kind of a like as for after playing Twilight Princess last year, I kind of feel like that'd be a good option for the next next playthrough of a Zelda game I do. That at $700. If we reach $700, I'll do a Capcom Fighters Marathon from Hell. This is similar to a stream I did last year called the SNK Fighters Marathon from Hell, where I played through a bunch of SNK fighting games with challenges in place to make it more difficult, like trying to win fighting game matches while I had oven mitts on, and like not being able to use certain moves or not being able to use certain characters. And this would be like that. This would be like that, but with even more games included because I have quite a few Capcom fighting games. If we were to reach $800 donated in total, I would do a D&D solo adventure stream or not just a stream but like a full playthrough of a D&D solo campaign. I've mentioned quite often that I'd love to do some D&D or tabletop gaming streams. I'm just not able to but however, one of the reasons I haven't so far is because it's been very difficult. It would be very difficult, almost impossible for me to get enough people together and plan on having a campaign. So if we were to reach $800 donated, this would be kind of something that I could do in place of that, where there are there are solo D&D game books. Um, there are solo D&D game books that'll actually let you. They're kind of built around like playing through them. It's like you build your character and then you play through the books with your character. And that would kind of be like, if we reach that donation goal, I would build a character, and I would actually, of course, I would let y'all influence what character I make, and then I would have them go through the adventure. I would play through one of these solo adventures on stream. If we were to reach $900, I'll play through Sonic Adventure 2 for the first time. I've never beaten a Sonic game. I've tried to play Sonic Adventure 2 many years ago, but I didn't continue with it. I kind of gave up on it. And what would happen is if we were to reach this donation goal, I would be forced to continue and keep playing through Sonic Adventure 2 until I beat it. And then if we were to reach $1,000, y'all would get to decide a game I have to 100%. So, I would go through like the games I have on my computer and on my PS5 and see like which games would be best. Like I'd be willing to like play through constantly until I get like all the achievements or all trophies, and I would let y'all decide which of those games I would play through until I 100%. So those are the donation goals for this. And again, this playthrough, how this is going to work is I'm going to keep playing Bloodborne. Starting with this stream, every stream is going to be Bloodborne until I either reach the end of this playthrough or until I run out of lives. If somehow I manage to get near the end of this game with enough lives remaining, I might decide to do something to keep this going after after I beat Bloodborne. Like maybe take the remaining lives and start up a new game, or even possibly do a new game plus run of Bloodborne. And then, if we do manage to reach enough money if enough money is donated to where I reach all the current donation goals, I will add in more donation goals. Sage with 100 bits, thank you, says Get Bitted Nerd. Thank you. That really helps a lot. Thank you so much. And yeah, because of that, I now have another life. So that is 49 out of 57 total lives, and we are on our way to. Well, I'm gonna have to update the goal because again, this darn donation goal only updates with direct donations. Now let me. There should be $7 now. Sage says, "I know you're paying there. I got to reapply for the job I'm trying to get. Had an interview and didn't hear back. Yeah, it's. Gosh, it's the sort of thing of like if they come back, if they would reply to me in about a week and said, if they had replied to me like a week later and said, "Hey, we don't want to accept you for the job," I'd be like, "Okay, that sucks, but I understand." But with how things are going now with this job and like how they're still keeping me waiting, it's like even if they do accept me, even if I do get accepted, I mean, of course, if I get accepted, I'm going to work this job. I don't really have a lot of options, but it'll still it won't feel still be like still be kind of annoyed like why did y'all wait this long? Because it's not just they haven't emailed me back. I did see that the person I interviewed with, they were like right after my interview, they went and had to go like right after my interview with them, they decided to or they had they either went on vacation or had something to handle for 2 weeks. Like yeah, like almost like a few days after my interview, they they had to go on vacation. They went on vacation or had to go handle something for 2 weeks, which that's fine. But then, like, the day they, I basically emailed them. I found that out from like an email I tried to send to them to get an update on if I'd been to get any sort of update on my application, and I got an automatic message from them telling me that. And then, like, after that time passed, I was like, okay, let me email them back to say, hey, just wanted to say I'm sorry for. Hey, I wanted to make sure that you had gotten the email I sent you, updating you about this, and apologize for emailing you while you're out of your office. I did not know that. I'm sorry for emailing you or you away from your office, and haven't received any response from that. Sage says, "I know, right? Waiting is usually worse than rejection. It definitely is." Okay, so now let me try. I've opened up the path to Gascoigne, so let's go fight Gascoigne. I guess, or excuse me, let me go fight Gascoigne. Y'all don't have to. I have to. Okay, I've got 12 blood vials. Pardon me. Now look what you did there. You just broke your own barrels. I mean, I know I'm breaking. I mean, like, I know I'm breaking all your barrels, but it's worse when you do it. Okay, let me wait until this one passes. There, okay. Okay, now, they're following me? They're not following me. I hope not. But yeah, even if I get accepted for this job, even if I get accepted for this job I interviewed for, I'm like, as soon as I get accepted for it, and then like have a little bit to settle down, take a little bit of time to like settle down or like get to figure things out, figuring out like what changes I need to make in my life because of getting this new job. I'm gonna probably go back to immediately to applying for new jobs. One, because this job I interviewed for is for the town I'm is for it. It's in the town I'm currently in, the town that I really don't want to be in. So I'd like to at least get to a different town. I know, jeez. Should not have got them out of the direct. Yeah, I kind of let them get out of the way of that boulder. But yeah, if I do end up getting accepted by this job, like after a little bit of time, I'll probably just start immediately going back to job applications because, well, it will be nice to be employed. Well, it'll be nice to be employed. One, I don't want to be in the town I'm currently in that this job is in. And then two, it's just, that's not a good sign that they waited so long to get back to me. Ah, damn it. Well, okay, that's back down to 48 lives. Back down to 48 lives. I've still got 48 left though. Okay. Hmm. All right, I wanted to get more okay, let me return to the Hunter's Dream and actually get more blood vials. Yeah, let me use these cold blood bloods in order to get. Yeah, let me use these to get more blood and then just. Then I'll try to get more blood vials. I guess I could also get... I will get a single throwing knife. There. A single throwing knife. Urn that covers target and oil when thrown. Okay. Alright, let's go back. I think 17 will be enough. Yeah, 17 should definitely be enough. And... oh gosh, it's gonna be... This Crimnus is gonna be really odd for me. Because if any of my relatives ask me like what I'd like for Christmas, I'm gonna have to be upfront with them and say like, hey, if you don't want to get me anything for Christmas, I understand because I won't be able to get you anything because I won't. Which I think most of them will understand. Most of them will understand that, but it's still just a. Most of them will understand. Will understand that, but it'll still be just a odd thing. It'll still be just an odd thing to say, or odd conversation to have. Insert Mr. Krabs gift money. Yeah, that's really gonna be. That's really. That's really probably if someone. That's like after I say like, okay, I won't be able to get you anything, and they say like, okay, I'll still be willing to get you. So I'd still be able to get you something. What I'll probably say is money, just because. Yeah, Mars is Fancies. I hate crimness. No, strike that. I hate hyper commercialism. Oh, okay. I need to bring this back. I am hoping for the day that I'm trying to build my life until I can get to a point where I can fully enjoy crimness. And I think that will be. Yeah, I'm trying to. Well, I was trying to build things up in my life until I could get to that point, but then, this year happened. I'm trying to get to build up my life up to where I could fully enjoy crimness, and I think when I will fully be able to when I'll be able to fully enjoy crimness is when I can get to a point where I can actually do a stream on Crimness Day. Not because I'm like, oh, what will streaming will make like I'll only be happy if I'm live streaming, but like I'd really love to do an event. I'd really love to do an event for Christmas to where people who aren't able to usually to celebrate Christmas because of like either their jobs or like things going on in their life have a way to celebrate it. And I know that just like hearing me listening to listening to my voice or watching my face on camera is it like that's not I know that's not going to be anyone's perfect Christmas celebration, but I'd like to at least to get to a point where I could make Christmas a fun day for those who it's usually not um a fun day or an enjoyable day for them. So I don't like Christmas music. I don't want to hear Mariah Carey when I'm grocery shopping in November. Okay, I need to like heal. Ow. Okay, that's him beaten. And I got some more blood vials back. Let me go ahead and use one of them. As for me and Christmas music, there are certain Christmas songs I've definitely like don't enjoy as much. But there are some I still really enjoy. Like, there's some Crimnus songs I just will that are just so. There's some Crimnus songs I definitely don't enjoy as. Basically, it's like the very religious Crimnus songs I don't enjoy as much anymore. I don't as enjoy as much anymore, but the more fun Crimnus songs I definitely do really enjoy. All right, let's go. And speaking of season's greetings, let's go say hi to the priest that wants to kill me. There's even snow. I hope that's snow. Hopefully that's not ash. Sleeper says, priest? Yeah, he's called Father Gascoigne.
Beasts all over the shop. You'll be one of them, sooner or later.
Okay, it is snow because it's cold enough that we can see his breath. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, gosh. That's right, he's got a gun, too. And he actually brought bullets. Ow. Okay, I'm not going to be paying as much attention to the chat right now just so I can focus on fighting him. But I'll read all y'all's messages after I... Oh.
The sweet blood.
I'll read all y'all's messages after I die.
It's enough to make a man sick.
I don't appreciate him laughing at me. Ow! Oh, jeez! Oh my gosh. Dang it. Eh. I did some damage to him. Ow, dang it! At least this blocks his attacks. Starting to notice is like half of the city is gravestones. That's not actually what I... Dang it. I was trying... Dang it. I was trying to... I pressed the wrong button. I was gonna try to heal there, but I pressed the wrong button. Okay. Well, that's a pretty... That's kind of what I expected for the first fight against him. Sage says, why that one song is overplayed. I feel Mariah gets an undeserved bad rap for it. Also, there are much worse Christmas songs I've heard far too much of in the last couple of years. Rise of Fate says, I like 2,000 Miles by the Pretenders. Slim says, I don't blame him for having the most popular Christmas music, Sage. He's not a fan of that music being played outside of December. Sage says, as someone who works at a place where their Christmas event begins in November and continues the first week of January, I get that. Okay, let me unequip these things, because I basically just wasted that. Yeah, I basically just wasted that blood echo. Those blood echoes. I really... Oh. Yeah, I don't really listen to any Christmas music until, like the day after Thanksgiving is when I just go full Christmas mode. So if you talk to the Lantern, you can get a free thing that might help. Sage says, think cringes the thought of a 50-year song that's basically about mugging Santa Claus. Oh yeah, no, what Sage said is correct. There are a lot of songs that are really not good. There are a lot of Christmas songs that are much worse than Sage Up by Lantern. Oh, okay. Hold on. There are a lot of Christmas songs that are much worse than All I Want. I forgot the name. I forgot the Mariah Carey. I actually forgot what the Mariah Carey Christmas song is. I just noticed that I had just heard people say as the Mariah Carey Christmas song that I actually. Oh, hold on.
You must be a hunter, and not one from around
Say
here
says, I agree, bro.
either.
Once I see Santa in the
You
Macy's
feel
parade, then
like
it's okay to open the
a
Christmas gates.
fellow outsider. You must have had a fine time of it.
I have actually
Lying
forgotten
by
what the
the
Mariah
sleeping
Carey
dogs
Christmas
in
song
the
is
nest.
because I've just heard people saying the
I
Mariah
might
Carey
even
Christmas song,
understand. I
and
wouldn't want
because
to, but I'm willing to help if there's anything that can be done.
and that but I don't actually like
This
listen
time
to
it's
any
personal.
ads or like say or
Whatever the
basically
reasons
anything.
might be,
I haven't really done
I'm
interacted with
sick.
anything Christmas related just because I
Whatever
haven't
can
gotten to
bring me from this
interact with
place, it will
much.
do more harm than good.
I haven't really gotten to I haven't really been able to go visit any stores or do anything or do much outside my house just because I've been focusing on job applications. Excuse me, Sage says, I agree, but once I see Santa and Macy's parade, then it's okay to open Christmas gates. No, but really the worst Christmas song is "Baby It's Cold Outside." I don't know. It is worrying that that is considered a Christmas song, considering that song is all about some guy gaslighting a girl to gaslighting a girl to stay in his house, to stay in his house, even though she doesn't want to be there. And it doesn't have anything to do with Christmas. It doesn't have anything to do with Christmas. It's just that it's cold out. It's just that it's cold outside. Slim says, "Damn, this is the wrong Red Lantern." Artist fan says, "I like Madonna Santa Baby is basically a holiday themed version of Hey Big Spender." Sleep says, "Oh, okay." Sleep was reminding me which one it is. Sleep was reminding me which song it is. Which reminding me which song it is. Thank you for ruining my innocence, Sleepless. So, Say says, see, the funny thing is, it's actually a good song. You just got it played a bit too much everywhere. See, that itself is a problem. It is nice that Mariah Carey is actually willing to lean into the joke. Like, she was willing to. She was willing. Yeah, it's nice that she was willing to lean into the joke. Like, even let herself be like put into this commercial where she's unfrozen, or where she's unfrozen. Like, which was exactly the joke everyone was making. Sage says there's a bunch of Christmas songs that aren't about Christmas. People just associate because of snow/winter. One thing I actually do like a bit more now that I'm adult. Now I'm an adult, but well, kind of. Hold on, just. Oh dang. Oh dang. I actually have a slowly building collection of Christmas music from video games. There's not a lot of songs, but the ones that are out there are really good. Sage says there's a bunch of Christmas songs that aren't about Christmas. People just associate because of snow/winter. When fully 2/3 of the planet is in warm weather or full on summer when Christmas happens. Sage says I like the Trans-Siberian Orchestra version of Carol of the Bells, and Blink 182 is not another Christmas song. Oh, there's a couple of Christmas songs I really do like. Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time. That one's really great. The Trans-Siberian yeah, any song by Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Those guys, because it sounds like the theme for a Christmas themed boss fight. Like if someone were to make like an action game, like an action RPG, where there was a boss fight against Santa Claus, they would almost have to make the boss theme sound like like a song by the Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Ow, dang. Ow. Fuck you. Fuck you. Just fuck you. Sleep says also the ska version of Feliz Navidad. It's nice that this guy like generally gives you 2 blood vials when you kill him because you're about to fight Gascoigne. See, I have to check. Hold on. Let me just check something. Say says, although my personal favorite Christmas carols tend to be Good King Wenceslas, which is technically about the feast of Saint Stephen, and not exactly Christmas itself. Hey, it's close enough. Well, I don't know when the feast of Saint Stephen is, so it could not be close enough. It could just be something that's roped into Christmas. Yeah, there's a bunch of songs that I've built up, or like from different things that are, or video game songs that are that kind of have a Christmas feel to them, like a Snow Peak Ruins theme from Twilight Princess, Phendrana Drifts from Metroid Prime, the aptly named Snow theme from Mario Wonder. A good portion of Parasite Eve's soundtrack, but that's not exactly Christmas sound. Most of that a good that's not exactly Christmas sound, I guess, because of that game's setting. It is funny just how much Parasite Eve. It's funny just how much Parasite Eve is now associated with Christmas for me. Just because the game was like, oh yeah, for this whole events of this game start on December 24th, I guess. I'm actually looking through the song. Okay, I'm looking through the songs I really like from Christmas. Oh, simply having a wonderful Christmas time. There's that one. Quite a couple songs from Straight No Chaser. They do. I haven't listened to many songs by Straight. I haven't listened to songs by Straight No Chaser in a long time, but their Christmas songs are unmatched. Especially they always have like a comedic. They have quite a few comedic Christmas songs. Sage says, I mean, the first few chapters after the prologue Yakuza happened during the Christmas season too. So, oh, Meli Kaliki Maka by Jimmy Buffett. That's another great one. Okay, back into focus fighting on gas. Back to fighting Gascoigne. Ow! Gosh, I can't even follow like the path of the axe because he's got that gunshot. Ow! Ow, Jay. I am in a corner. Fuck you. Ow! Oh no, I'm out of bullets. I've got to get farther away from that. I'm still out of bullets. I don't know why I thought that would work. Ah, damn it. Okay. Well, okay. In Sync's Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. That's another one I like. I didn't care at all about it when I was younger, but I don't know why. That's kind of low key become one of my favorite Christmas songs. Sleep says, I'd say the Frozen Mountain OST from Breath of the Wild. If that game actually had music, you Nintendo, you dastards. I mean, it does have music. I mean, it does have music in some areas. So it says Yakuza 7 happens a little after Christmas for Chapter 1. Well, Yakuza 0 is also is set completely during Christmas. 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 Sage says, it does, you just gotta be near specific things or stay on your horse long enough. Sleep says, this is mostly me playing into how I refuse to call Breath of the Wild part of the Legend of Zelda series, but it's the Legend of Zelda game, which is known for amazing set pieces of music, none of which is replicated well in Breath of the Wild. But it does have amazing set pieces, and it does have music. Like, Sleepless, I get not liking Breath of the Wild because it plays differently from other Zelda games, but saying that this game is not a Legend of Zelda game because it doesn't have these certain things, that'd be like saying Yakuza 7 is not like a Yakuza game, or Yakuza 7 slash Like a Dragon is not a Yakuza slash Like a Dragon game because it doesn't have beat 'em up gameplay, or it doesn't have like this action gameplay, and it doesn't star Kazuma Kiryu. Razuka fan says the Ice Palace theme from Secret of Mana. Yes, it's a Christmas song. Sleeper says, agree to disagree. I look at Breath of the Wild and I see a Skyrim film that hastily threw on a Legend of Zelda skin because they wanted it to sell. No? If they wanted it to, like, if they, like, I get what you mean, but it's like, the developers, I don't think the developers for that game would go like, okay, we want to make sure this new game sells. What can we copy that'll make sure this new game sells? How about this one other game from 6 years ago? That at the time was highly praised, but it's since even at the time that we were making our game is now kind of become a laughing stock. Now I'm willing to bet they took some influence from Skyrim for certain things, but Sage says, or how I don't care to call the Toon Link games, aka the Heroes Missing Timeline and Four Sword games, proper parts of the series. But wait, but it is a Zelda game. It's Wait, Sleepless, does this also okay, wait, so does this mean that The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom is also not a Zelda game because your character or because you don't play as Link in that game and because the gameplay is significantly different, like it focuses on Zelda having a very different kind of gameplay compared to other Zelda games? Does this mean that Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link is not a Zelda game because it's like it was also designed very differently from The Legend of Zelda 1? Like instead of like a top-down game, it was like it was a side-scrolling game with a lot of different like and like kind of a bigger, more open world. Also if all these things are the case, does this also mean that Castlevania Symphony of the Night Yeah, if all these things are the case, does this also mean that Castlevania Symphony of the Night is not a Castlevania game because it doesn't play like the classic action platformer games, but instead the action platformer games of previous Castlevania games, but instead what had gameplay heavily inspired by Metroid. Do you see where I'm going with this? Slim says Legend of Zelda is certainly Echoes of Wisdom is certainly closer to Legend of Zelda ammo since it has well thought out dungeons and puzzles that aren't just brain dead. Okay, but you didn't say that. But you said that Breath of the Wild is not a Legend of Zelda game because it doesn't have set pieces and it doesn't have music. But it does have set pieces. They may not have been set pieces that you liked. Like you may not have thought like the giant mechanical the giant mechanical statues you had to climb were cool. But there were set pieces. And it does have music in certain areas. It just doesn't have as much music in certain areas. But but regardless of all that, so Breath of the Wild is not a Zelda game because it doesn't have set pieces or music. Meanwhile, Echoes of Wisdom is a Zelda game because it has puzzles and dungeons. Like, Marcus Fan says, and again, no love for Legacy of Darkness. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that game when I was talking about werewolf games. Slip says, you're right. I'm sorry, the completely optional Divine Beasts are a poor set piece and travesty of dungeon design that doesn't offer anything interesting or creative. Yep, okay. That makes a lot... Yeah, that actually fits a lot better. That makes a lot more sense. That actually... I know you're saying that as a sarcastic comment, but that actually does make... That does fit a lot better. That fits a lot better than saying this game doesn't have these elements I like from other Zelda games, therefore it's not a Zelda game. Even though it has other elements from these Zelda games. Did I get all of them? Okay, got all of them. It would be like this would be like this whole conversation would be like Sleep says, in that case, Breath of the Wild is the last Zelda entry in the franchise for me due to poor dungeons, brain-dead puzzles, and a lack of music that is worth seeking out. But yeah, this would be like me saying that like most Final Fantasy games aren't Final Fantasy because a lot of as I've found through these playthroughs of First Fantasy, a lot of Final Fantasy games have very different gameplay. Dang it. I only got one. I got no bullets. Okay, I have more blood vials now. Hooray. Sleep says, let's not forget how piss poor the story is in Breath of the Wild. Bloodborne here is a more present story than Breath of the Wild. I mean, from what I mean, Breath of the Wild, I do agree that Breath of the Wild story isn't great, but it does have a simpler story because the story isn't the focus. Marcus Fan says, I don't think Final Fantasy games thematically match their title until Spoilers Redacted and 7. Wait, why Spoilers Redacted? I mean, Final Fantasy from the very beginning didn't thematically match its title. Well, I mean, from the very beginning they did match their title because they had a fantasy setting. Alright. Sage says, and if I remember correctly, the majority of the story in Breath of the Wild is something you have to actively seek out, unlike the speedrunning option of just trying to beat the game quick. Yeah, you get the majority of the story in Breath of the Wild through like these different through like going to these different areas and getting link text flashbacks. Marcus Fan says, because I don't want to spoil the end of a game you haven't played yet. It's about the end of an age. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, thematically, all Final Fantasy games match their title because they're all fantasy games. And fantasy is a very broad, there's a very broad genre. And there are a lot of different kinds of fantasy. Ow, I'm about to die immediately, aren't I? Ow! Stop it! Ow! Register fan says, yeah, but I can count the number that are truly final. That's okay, no, if we're counting the final part, then that's nothing. The very first Final Fantasy game was like reportedly called that because it was yeah, the very first Final Fantasy game was called that because the devs thought it would be their would be the last game they would be able to make. So they named it. Okay, that's another death. That's what I get for talking about this while I'm trying to fight a boss. But yeah, the Final Fantasy was called that because the devs thought it was going to be their last game and that it wasn't going to sell well, and that it wasn't going to sell well. So from the very beginning, no Final Fantasy game has fit the final half of the name because the very first game because the very first game wasn't the Final Fantasy, and then well because it became a because it became a bigger franchise, unless like Final Fantasy series dies, like the series like fully ends, we stop getting Final Fantasy games, then no game is going to be the Final Fantasy because yeah, because that game would be the Final Fantasy. So it was at first FF was called Final Fantasy because they wanted to call it Fighting Fantasy, but couldn't do it with copyright issues law. Oh, that actually does make a bit more sense than the devs thinking that this was their last game. I've also heard of the Fighting Fantasy series, so that does. Yeah, I've heard that the Fighting Fantasy series is like it's like a choose your own adventure book. So it would, considering that the very first Final Fantasy game was heavily influenced by D&D, it definitely makes a bit more sense that the first game was like they wanted to call it Fighting Fantasy, but there was another thing heavily inspired by D&D called Fighting Fantasy. So they were like change some letters. A lot of game a lot of game and series John, a lot of games and series, their titles don't really like fully like they aren't like they're not literal. For example, I still don't know why the manga series Bleach is called Bleach. There might be some explanation in the manga, but there might be some explanation in the manga. But I still don't. If there is, I haven't heard it, and if there is, it wasn't like included until very late in the manga. Naruto fan says because they all wear white clothes. No, they don't. Like most of the majority of the characters wear black. The majority of the heroic characters in Bleach wear black clothes. It's like some of the villains wear white clothes. So he says, no, there's no explanation in the manga. Yeah, it's just called Bleach for some reason. But yeah, most work titles of works aren't literal. And that's not even getting to like localizations and changes. I mean, I was just talking earlier. Oh, hello. I mean, we were just talking about how Super Sentai is gonna. What we've been talking about how Super Sentai is gonna like take a break after the current season goes Yuger, and what it's looking like they're gonna do, and what a lot of people think is gonna happen is that Sentai is gonna go a rebranding and it's gonna be called Universe Heroes. Also, another example of titles not being exactly literal. Common Rider. It's called Masked Rider. A lot of times he's wearing a helmet. Common means masked, and a lot of time he's not wearing a mask. He's wearing a helmet. And it's also called Rider, and he's also called Rider because the first guy rode a motorcycle. But in quite a few Kamen Rider seasons, the main rider will have a motorcycle, but they barely use it. Or in like Kamen Rider Drive, where he has a car. not a motorcycle. So he should be called. So it should be, as the fans call it, common driver. Sage says, I mean, a mask can be part of the helmet. Yeah, you're right, Sage. You're right, Sage. But I'm being pedantic to show how. But I'm being pedantic to show how silly being pedantic is. Martyrs of Fans says, so the Universe series will be completing with the Ultra series. Makes sense. Well, actually, as we found, so we just got the trademark for the next Toei thing today. So Toei usually around this time releases the trademark for the thing for the next Sentai season, and that would be for the next Sentai season. But because Sentai is going like canceled slash getting rebranded, um, we got an announcement instead of the new Sentai season or Universe Heroes. We got an announcement of something called Super Space Sheriff Gavon Infinity. If you don't know what that is, and I don't blame if you don't know what that is, and I don't blame you. Gavon is the first. That is actually a sequel to something called Space Sheriff Gavon, which was like released in 1982, and it was the first season of the Metal Hero series. There, many ages ago, in days long past, there were not just two Toei Tokusatsu major franchises. There were a heck of a lot more, like 15. But the really big third one was Metal Heroes. And then they like decided to have Metal Heroes like go on a break in the late 90s and decided to stop making Metal Hero series so they could actually bring back Kamen Rider, and that led to the Kamen Rider Heisei series starting with Kuga, which ended up working out really well considering how how things are going. So it's looking like they're actually kind of like how Metal Heroes went, like they stopped making Metal Hero series so they could focus on Kamen Rider and Sentai. Now with Sentai going away for a bit, or like rebranding, they are now going to focus on Metal Heroes. They're bringing back Metal Heroes. Sleep says a weird Reddit theory claims that Bleach was originally supposed to be called Snipe, but no, since Kubo wanted to give the Shinigami guns, but decided against it pre-production and moved to swords. Changed the name to Black, which then felt a little on the nose given the clothes, and so he changed it to White, which is just a different way to say it before landing on Bleach. I actually believe that. That does sound like something Tite Kubo would do. That does sound like something Kubo would do. I'm calling my series Black. What? Okay, I'm calling it White. I, we got like four. You got a whole bunch more words in the dictionary you could use, sir. Bleach. There. Even though I keep dying to Gascoigne, I never get tired of that. Even though I keep dying and am gonna keep dying to Gascoigne like a lot, I'm never gonna get tired of seeing those guys just getting run over by that boulder, by that flaming boulder. Such as me as someone who's often pedantic. Oh, wait. Okay, so let's. Oh, that was referring to what I guess earlier. Also, apparently, now these are just rumors. I'm not sure. So as someone who can't name things for shit, I can't really say one way or the other. Um, Going back to this is just rumors from what I've heard. I haven't really heard anything that's confirmed this. But also going back to like what that new replacement for Sentai is going to be. It looks like Super Space Sheriff Gavon Infinity is actually going to be like Gavon's not going to be the only hero. It's actually going to feature like a duo of heroes, a duo or. I ran right into that. Like a duo or trio of heroes. I just died again, didn't I? Fuck. 44 lives. I'm down to 44. Rise of fans to the Space Buddy Cop series. The way the rumors were actually saying was it's gonna be like Don to Don, with like a detective, with like a duo that solves mysteries. But one of them is Gavon, who, if you haven't seen Space Sheriff Gavon, he is an alien in a suit. He's an alien in an armored suit that might have inspired RoboCop, or that might have inspired the look for RoboCop, who carries a lightsaber and flies around the galaxy in a spaceship that is also a dragon. And the other character would be a magical girl, which I believe, which if that is the case, it's likely a send up to the many different Toei made live action magical girl series. There are so Toei used to have so many live action magical girl series, and then Precure started, and then Precure started, and it's basically which is like the Oda Nobunaga of magical girl anime. It conquered the entire like there's still like other magical girl shows, but like from what I've heard from some people who have watched or who are much more who've watched a lot more magical girl series than me. The reason why we don't see as many magical girl series as we used to is because Precure is so popular that it's kind of hard to justify making something that could compete against it. But we do still get magical girl series. We do still get magical girl series. It's just not as it's not just as big a selection available as it used to be. Which I'm willing to bet a similar thing kind of happened with mecha anime and Gundam. We do still get mech anime. We do still get mech anime, but not as many as we used to, and I'm willing to bet I do still bet that I would not be surprised if the reason we don't get as many mech anime is because Gundam is just like huge. Naruto fan says, unless you're trying to be either the next Madoka or the next big ecchi superhero hero in series. Actually, from what I've seen, neither of those have been the new Magical Girl series. Like I know there was a remake of Tokyo Mew Mew. Yeah, there was a remake of Tokyo Mew Mew. We've got a remake of Magic Knight Rayearth that's coming out. Yeah, we've got like a remade version of Magic Knight Rayearth that's being worked on. I don't think we've had a new Madoka project in many years. Sleep says, no, I know the one Mars is talking about. Oh, okay. Sorry, I guess I just, that's really one I... Sorry, I guess that... It was on High Dive. Oh. Oh, okay, so... Okay, this is just anime I haven't heard of. But yeah, we are getting Magical Girl series. It's just not as many as, it's just like... It's a sort of thing like we used to have, like, thousands of mech anime release, like hundreds of mech anime release a year, and now we're down to like a couple. That doesn't mean the genre's dead. It just means that it's like that doesn't mean the genre's dead. It just means it's not as or like it's not as like hyper popular as it was previously. And I think kind of the similar thing is happening with Magical Girl anime, where it's like we're not getting like thousands, but we are still getting some. Because and we're definitely going to keep getting more because Precure will never die. So also, I think there was a Madoka spinoff in 2022. If there was, I'm sorry for being incorrect. I just didn't know. Yeah, if there was, I'm sorry. I just didn't know. I do at some point when I can get the chance want to watch more Magical Girl anime. Because it's basically like the sister series to Tokusatsu. It is, and I'm sure a lot of the stuff I like in Tokusatsu is probably in a lot of good Magical Girl anime. I just haven't gotten to that point yet. But out of all the Magical Girl anime that I know about, Madoka's probably actually the one that I'm least interested in. Like I am interested in seeing the Precure because I'm curious to see like why is that such a tour de force. I kind of know some of the reasons, but I want to see them like actually see them in the seasons. Magic Knight Rayearth, definitely want to watch the original and then probably the remake. I do want to watch Sailor Moon at some point because that does feel like a foundational anime. Sage says, I'm reminding of the image with the triangle points, and the points are Kamen Rider, Mecha, and Magical Girl. And Magical Girl. And in the center is Mega Man. There are actually two things to say about that. I'm sure you've heard, Sage, I'm not sure if you've heard of the joke of the Gundam to Kamen Rider pipeline, where there's basically like a joke in the... There's a joke. It's a joke, but it's almost been all but proven true that like if you are a fan of Kamen Rider, you're gonna become a fan of Gundam, and if you're a fan of Gundam, you're gonna become a fan of Kamen Rider. There's a joke. Yeah, there's a joke amongst mecha and tokusatsu fans of like the Gundam to Kamen Rider pipeline, where if you're a fan of one, you're definitely gonna become a fan of the other. And also, Sage, it's actually that fits even more so than you know, considering how much Mega Man was inspired by Tokusatsu. Um, I mean, when I was playing Mega Man Zero a few weeks ago, and I was playing through that game, and I was playing it through it, I was like, this is Mechanical Violator Hokkaider. This is Mechanical Violator Hokkaider in video game form. And then I looked up, and then I like actually did a little bit of research after that and found out that the creators of Mega Man Zero One were actually like, yeah, we were heavily inspired by Mechanical Violator Hokkaider, which again fits because the original Mega Man was heavily inspired by Kick and a couple other things, like not just that, but like the really big inspiration was Hokkaider, or excuse me, was a Kick not Hokkaider. Station, especially after watching Kikaida. Sleeve says, I'm a recent fan of Gundam. If I'd watched Seed growing up, I probably would have been a bigger fan of it. Actually, going back to something you were saying, Sleepless about, there's so much anime all the time, man. All the seasons pretty lackluster, all concerned. I agree with you. It is, like, I am, like, overwhelmed by the amount of things I want to watch. However, at least it's easy to find things. Most things, really. Everything. Not everything. There's a lot of shows that it is difficult to get. It is criminal that there is not a legal way to watch Bakuno. And that someone tries to release and anytime someone tries to post a video of the amazing OP for Bakuno online, it gets taken down. Say says, I started with Gundam Wing. I will not judge you for that. Okay, well, let me just a second before I go in here. So says, I tried to watch an episode of Wing years back, and I just wasn't how edgy Hero was off the jump law. So, Sage, just to let you know, for the Super Robot Wars Y, even though I don't have that game yet, what I'm doing in my spirit whenever I have the time, um, whenever I have the time, uh, I'm actually been making time to basically watch all the shows being featured in Super Robot Wars Y before I actually get and play the game. And one of those is the OVA for Gundam Wing. Is the OVA Gundam Wing Endless Waltz. And so I haven't seen the full Gundam Wing anime, but I did watch Endless Waltz. That is one of the ones I've already watched. Excuse me. Sleepy says, now that I've watched a few other Gundams, though, I'd probably enjoy it. Sleepy says, I feel like most people nowadays would throw Unk and or Boomer at me for that. I'm not. We're all fans of weird stuff here. Okay. I'm gonna feel free to keep okay, I'll read those I'm gonna stop reading chat messages for just a second. Just want to say again before I go in here and probably die. Probably die horribly in like a couple of seconds. Again, any and all donations are really appreciated. I am starting to. Well, I'm not starting to run out of. I've been running out of lives across the whole stream because I mean I started with 50 lives. But again, any donations of at least $1 will add more lives. So if you can, please consider donating and giving me more lives so I can keep going playing through this. We're about $93 away from the first donation goal, which is a Pokemon Smasher Pass stream. And so if you can, please consider donating. Bit subs and gifted subs do help, but direct donations help even more. In fact, sorry, I'm going to post the direct donation link. But if you can, please consider donating. And yeah, every donation of at least $1 adds a life. So $1 adds one life. Like $5 adds 5 lives. If you sub or give to such a channel, that adds 6 lives. Or $20 adds 20 lives, so on and so on. But okay, I'm gonna stop reading the chat for a bit, and I'm just gonna try and go in here. Oh shit! Oh, he is just immediately. Ow! 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 He got me again while I was trying to heal. All right, 43 lives. I got a bad feeling I'm gonna lose quite a few lives to this guy. Mars Fancies, my first Gundam was Wing Endless Waltz, and I was like, yeah, it's pretty, but is that all? Then I got saw these 0079 complimentary movies, and I was suddenly like, I get it, and it's awesome. Sleeper says, my first Gundam was Gwitch, and then this year I saw Seed, Destiny, Guaquux, and I'm halfway through Ibo. Might do what I can at the UC next year, maybe. That is definitely on my watch list, considering how. Yeah, that wasn't on my. I added that show to my watch list before I play Super Wars Y, just because of how important those just how important the Gundam, or like the Universal Century, like original tetralogy of like Gundam, Zeta Gundam, Double Zeta, Gundam Double Zeta, or Double Zeta Gundam, and Char's Counterattack. Like how important those are, not just as Gundam, and like not just be like the start of the Gundam series, but also like, oh shoot, I have like no blood vials, but also added them on there just because of how like foundational they are to anime. Sage says there's more to UC than those four. I know, and there are other things I'm gonna watch. There are other things in UC I'm gonna watch. Yeah, I'm gonna watch, but like that's like the original four. So he says, yeah, Unicorn, for instance. Like Gundam started with those four. Oh gosh, I might have. I also know that Victory Gundam is part of Universal Century, and oh boy. Sage says, I was referring to 0083 and 08 MS Team. Oh, I know about those too. The thing is, Sage, there are so many Universal Century shows. Yeah, the thing is that there are so many Universal Century shows and OVAs that we were all probably thinking of different Universal Century of things when I read out there's more to Universal Century than just those four. Mars Defense is my personal favorite series. Is a 08th MS Team. Oh, no. That is another series I'd like to watch. The 08th MS Team. Also, okay, I am not doing good here. I have like one blood vial. I need to get a heck of a lot more. So says, I think Ace made Jay watch 08th MS Team as a meow punishment. That doesn't really sound like a punishment. I've heard like 08th MS Team is not just y'all like Marzesco and Marcedesco and what it's not just a series that Marzesco and Sage like. I've often heard that praise as like one of the best Gundam series. I might die from this. Yeah, okay. I got caught by that. I got caught by that damn boulder. Okay, we're gonna have to go on a brief side journey as I get more blood vials, because there is no way I'm gonna try to fight Gascoigne with one blood vial. So this is power grinding time. No, health item grinding time. Which I gotta say, it's really like on the one hand, I like that I have more than one, that I have more than five, like 3 or 5 Estus flasks. I know these are called blood vials, but they're basically Estus flasks. On the other hand, it's really weird that I have to go out and find the Estus flasks. Such as side note, at some point soon, I really want to go back and watch Outlaw Star again. Highly recommend it. Outlaw Star is. I went back and watched Outlaw Star recently, or like a few years ago, a few years back, after like having seen it in my youth, and it's now one of my favorite anime ever. I actually, unlike how I have like, I usually get physicals for video games because I really like having physical versions of video games. I rarely get physical versions of shows and movies. Outlaw Star is one of the shows I have a physical version of. It's currently the only anime I have a physical version of. Although I really want to get a couple other shows. Like I would love to get Mobile Fighter G Gundam, the DVDs for the DVDs or Blu-rays for that. And I would like to get like maybe on the one hand, I wouldn't mind getting the DVDs or Blu-rays for the One Piece anime. However, that's gonna be like that's gonna be like hundreds of DVDs and Blu-rays, depending on how many episodes they put into a single disc. Like similarly, I would actually like to get the One Piece manga because after having reread through it, it's now one of my favorite manga ever. But gosh, that's like it's at over 100 volumes. It might be over 200 volumes by the time the series actually ends. Whenever that happens. If you're one, and as you can probably guess, most of the other series I have on Blu-rays are Kamen Rider shows that actually got physical releases. If they announce that Gav is getting a release, if they get announce that Kamen Rider, well, if they announce most seasons of Kamen Rider are getting like, well, I've gotten like the Tubi slash, I've gotten like the Shout Factory slash Tokusatsu releases. I haven't gotten any of the non Tokusatsu releases, like the Kamen Rider Black RX and Kamen Rider Amazon's releases. If Kamen Rider Double, there's a couple of seasons, but especially if Kamen Rider Double, Build, and Gav ever get like any form of DVD or Blu-ray release, I have got to get those. And I mean, there's a bunch more, like Kamen Rider Drive. I don't have the Oh yeah, I do have the Blu-ray for Kamen Rider Ryuki. I haven't even seen Ryuki yet, but I got the Blu-ray for it. That's how. I think I have a problem, y'all. Ah, fuck. Marcus Defense says Cowboy Bebop was an Super Robot Wars T, though I think it could have been done a lot better. Outlaw Star would fit right into Super Wars Delta, Epsilon, Gamma. I actually think that Outlaw Star should have been in Super Robot Wars Y, considering that like last year or the year before, either 2023 or 2024 was like the 25th anniversary of Outlaw Star. And that series is like owned by Sunrise, who is that series was like made by Sunrise, who made all the who made or like that series was released by Sunrise, who released all the Gundam series. So like they it's in the studio where they're getting all the Gundams from. Hello.
Are you that outsider? Well, sorry, but I don't want anything to do with you.
Fair enough.
Trot along, will ya?
Okay, jeez. But yeah, I'm highly recommend Outlaw Star. It's a fun show. It's a fun 25 episode watch. Not to mention, I forget the name of them, but the artists they got for like the artists they got to design, they got to actually like the artists they got to actually make like the look of the show, from like the spaceships to from like the spaceships to the character designs, um, to especially the backgrounds, just did an amazing job. This art y'all see around me, uh, this art y'all see around me of like this space area, this very colorful space. Um, when I had Harls make this art, make this background, and all these like stream assets, that would be kind of the style I'd go with. I sent her a ton of images of Outlaw Star, or I sent her a ton of background images from Outlaw Star, because that game had, or not game, sorry, excuse me, should have had a game. Wish Outlaw Star had a good video game, but that anime has like one of the most beautiful depictions of space, where it's just filled with all these it's just filled with so many different colors. Also, going back to what Marzaresco said about like a Super Wars, like what the next Super Wars is going to be called, I don't know. I'm not sure how many cool sounding letters they have left. They've already used Super Wars. They've already used Super Wars A. I know they've used A, X, V, T, and Z, and now Y. Actually, you know what? Here, I've only got about an hour and a half left in this stream. And remember, there'll be more Bloodborne. Oh. There'll be more, the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon will be continuing on Thursday. But here, let me just look up what are all the titles of Super Robot Wars games. So who knows what the next one will be called? Yeah, I mean, we just got the latest one, so who knows how much. Who knows like when the next one come out? I mean, I still need to play Super Wars Light, but okay, looking at the titles for these games. Let's take a trip down and see just what all the titles of all the different Super Robot Wars games are called. So, of course, the first one was the first one released in 1991. That's right. That's right. This series This series started in 1991. It is a long-running one. I mean, it had its 30th anniversary game with Super Robot Wars 30. But yeah, Super Robot Wars 1, Super Robot Wars, the very first one, was released in 1991. And that game is actually not a strategy. It's not a strategy game. It is it was like a platformer. It featured like It featured like sentient chibi versions of the Gundam Mazinger and Getter Robo. But it's not. No, it wasn't a platformer. That was a different series. No, it's not a platformer. It was a different series. But it wasn't really like a strategy RPG. Then there was Second Super Robot Wars, released in also 1991. Then Third Super Robot Wars, released in 1993. Sleepless says, for the memes, I hope it's called Super Robot Wars ZZ. Sage says, SRW, enter random Greek letters. I'm not sure how many of those I could use. Because they've also used a couple of Greek letters like we're going to see. Sleepless says, SRW new? Or rather, new SRW? That would be fun. would be a set Super Robot Wars all about new types. Well, I mean, I say that, but that's like what that's like anytime they bring in Gundam. They have to have a big they usually have a big focus on new types. Anyway. So yeah, then in 1994 there was Super Robot Wars EX. So that is the fourth Super Robot Wars game, Super Robot Wars EX. And the next one is fourth Super Robot Wars in 1995, which is the fifth Super Robot Wars game. Then, and get ready for this, the sixth Super Robot Wars game is Super Robot Wars Gaiden, Maso Kishin, the Lord of Elemental. This was the first of this was the first of games that it focused really only on the original characters, such as SRW SD. I can hear those guys running up behind me. Yeah, those guys. Sage says, and yes, I mean SD isn't super deformed. Again, that actually was kind of the very first Super Wars games because they were like because they were like sentient robots in like chibi forms. Marziska fan says, nope, the first SRW game was more like a strategy board game than a strategy RPG. Marziska fan says, second Super Wars was the first one with a story and human pilots. The title was written in the manner of Second World War, which was fitting as the antagonists were primarily Xeon. Sleep says, I was looking at some SD models over the weekend. There's a set of four that I found that tickled my fancy for $50. Dang, I hope someday I'm able to get to the point where I can start buying model kits again. Sorry to interrupt what you're saying. But as time goes on, I'm just gonna find more and more model kits that I want to get. Then okay, going back to Super Robot Wars names. So then the next Super Robot Wars game is called Neo Super Robot Wars, released in 1996. So once again, they released two games in the same year. Then there was Super Robot Wars F, released in 1997. Which is a partial remake of fourth Super Robot Wars. Okay, nothing from there. Okay, they're still having their cookout. And then the next Super Robot Wars game after Super Robot Wars F is Super Robot Wars F Final, which is the sequel to Super Robot Wars F. Then the game after that is a game for the Wonder Swan, Super Robot Wars Compact. Keep in mind up to this point that there had been... I don't think... Let me check. Yeah, this is not the... Oh, I think this is. Okay, no, this is not... Yeah, this actually is the very first. This... No, okay, it was not the very first Super Robot Wars portable game, because the very first Super Robot Wars game was released on Game Boy. The original Game Boy. Then there was, in 1999, there was Super Robot Wars 64, which is not the 64th game, but it's called Super Robot Wars 64 because it was released on Nintendo 64. So already the numbering for these series is all out of whack. Mars Defense including all the remakes, SRW 64 is closer to the 30th game, whereas SRW 30th is closer to the 64th. That I already knew ahead of time. Then there was Super Robot Wars Compact 2, Super Robot Wars Compact 2, which is also on the Wonder Swan. That was released in 2000. Then also in 2000, we got Super Robot Wars Alpha, so we can't use that Greek letter. They already used it. Then in 2001 was Super Robot Wars Alpha Gaiden. I have not gotten any. Mars Advances and Compact 2 is actually 3 games. Yeah, okay, sorry. I just went back and looked at it, and Mars Disco fan is correct. The second game for the Wonder Swan system was divided into 3 chapters sold as separate games. Imagine having to get 3 games for your Wonder Swan in order to get okay, gonna say this right now. I know I'm doing something pretty crazy by doing the first fantasy where I'm playing 40 different Final Fantasy games. Never gonna do a full Super Robot Wars series playthrough. I am not buying 3 separate games for the Wonder Swan in order to look at I'm not buying 3 separate games for the Wonder Swan in order in order to complete 1 game of Super Robot Wars. Sage says, look at Final Fantasy 13. Oh, yeah, there is that. I actually do already have all 3 of those. So amongst the Final Fantasies I was able to get before I was forced to resign from my job, I actually do all 3. I was able to get all 3 Final Fantasy 13 games, the Xbox 360 versions. Slim says, yeah, looking at the kit I want, it looks like places are charging $330 for the kit. Dang! If I may ask, what kit were you hoping to get? And also, yeah, I mean, sadly, that does track considering how tariffs are. And, well, also depending on the kit, it could be really expensive. Just on its own. I haven't been down this path before. And I've gotten mostly okay at killing all these giants. Sleep says, the perfect grade strike freedom kit. Ooh. Well, okay, maybe not good at killing this guy. He's got an axe. Yeah, I might not do too well against this guy. He's got an axe. Well, let's try it out. Ow! That was half of my health. Let me deal with this guy. Okay, they went back there. Yeah, okay, so I might not be ready to fight that person. Okay, going back to the Super Robot Wars game. So after Super Robot Wars Alpha and Super Robot Wars Alpha Gaiden, there was Super Robot Wars A. Because it was released for the Game Boy Advance. So we had Super Robot Wars Alpha, then Super Robot Wars Alpha Gaiden, then Super Robot Wars A. Then after that, there was Super Robot Wars Impact. Then Super Robot Wars R. Super Wars R in 2002. Actually, I do have a ROM hack, or not a ROM hack. I do have a ROM hack. Yeah, a ROM hack. I do have a ROM hack of a Super Robot Wars, either A or J, one of those two. A Super Robot Wars A or J that actually has like the English translation built, that has an English fan sub built into it. Which that is a game I plan to play on stream at some point, but I have to play through it all the way myself first. Then there was Super Robot Tyson. Okay, then in 2002, again, there was Super Robot Tyson Original Generation, which is another game based on which is original game, another game that focused on the original units made in Super Robot Wars, not from any anime. Then hold on, I have to check this. The next one. Okay, so 3 years after we got Super Robot Wars Alpha, 2 years after we got Super Robot Wars Alpha Gaiden, and 2 years after we got Super Robot Wars A, the next Super Robot Wars then was second Super Robot Wars Alpha. Released in 2003. Then there was Super Robot Wars Compact 3, also released in 2003, and is another Wonder Swan game. How many Super Robot Wars games got on the Wonder Swan? Then there was then also in 2003 there was Super Robot Wars D for the Game Boy Advance. So that is one, two, three. That is three Super Robot Wars games in 2003. I gotta say, I think I much prefer what we're doing now, where there's a couple years in between every new game in the series. It gives the series a bit more time to breathe, I think, and space itself out. Sage says Super Brawlbot Wars. I would love to make like a sort of Super Robot Wars game. I don't know what's I would have to get like I would have to make a game that would get me big enough to where I could actually convince convince people to let me have the rights to their series so that I could put them in my own Super Robot Wars game. In my own game that plays like Super Robot Wars, but it'd have to if I could, I would love to. Sleep says something about the blue wings on the Freedom X just always calls to me, and after Kira's been hard carrying maps for me and SRWY, on top of me falling in love with Sea Destiny earlier this year, I'd say it's safe to call the Freedom my favorite Gundam. Oh, cool. El Robot says Super Duper Robot Wars. We might have that one. Also, hey El Robot, welcome in. So for those just joining, wondering what's going on, this is the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon. For those who don't know, I'm currently unemployed and I've been desperately searching for a job for the past few months. And since I haven't been able to find one, my finances are kind of low. So this is kind of a donathon to help me out. So how this works is I'm going to try to play through Bloodborne for the first time, but I have a limited number of lives. You'll kind of see that number. The 42 out of 57, that's how many lives I have currently and how many lives I had total. And I start out with 50 lives, and every single dollar donated to this stream adds another life. So $1 adds one life. If you sub to the channel or gift a sub to the channel, that adds like 6 lives. $20 would add 20 lives, and so on. Bit subs, direct donations, and bit subs and gifted subs do count towards this. But even more so than that, direct donations do help me out a bit more. So I am thankful for any bit subs or gifted subs that are sent in. Direct donations also really help me out even more right now because I'll see the money immediately instead of have to wait for a bit. But regardless of how you choose to donate, thank you for any donations. Thank you to everyone who has already donated towards this, and anyone who does donate to this in the future. But also for every $100 donated in total, we have a couple of donation goals that I'll plan on doing if we reach this donation totals. So we're currently working our way towards the first donation goal, which is if we reach $100 donated in total, I'll do a Pokemon Smasher Pass stream. If we reach $200 donated in total, I will draw characters suggested by y'all from memory. I'll basically open like a thread in my Discord, or maybe even make like a Google form where you can tell me characters you want me to draw, and then I will not look up any information about those characters and just kind of draw them from what I know about them. And if $300 is donated total, then I'll play through the game Dispatch. Now, there's a lot of games that came out this year that I'd really love to get to, but however, Dispatch is only about $30 and it's not that long. So, out of all the games I could potentially make into like a donation goal, that's kind of like the only one I could do so. If $400 is donated, if we reach $400 donated total, then y'all get to decide the 200th playthrough. For those who don't know, every 100th playthrough I do on this channel, I make a big deal by either every 100th playthrough I do on this channel, I make a big deal by either by basically like whenever I start the 100th, or in this case 200th playthrough, that game I will fully play through until I beat it. Like the 100th playthrough was me playing through Yakuza 0 for the first time. And what happened was after I started it, I continued. I kept like every stream was Yakuza 0 until I beat it. If $500 is donated, y'all get to decide a new emote. I will let y'all decide what a new emote y'all would like to see for the channel is, and then I will make it. I'll probably make it a follower emote so that way, even if anyone's not subscribed to the channel, they can still have it. And then also if $600 is donated to the channel, I'll play through The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker for the first time. If $700 is donated to the channel, I will do a Capcom Fighters Marathon from Hell. This is kind of similar to a stream I did last year, which was a SNK Fighting Games Marathon from Hell, where I played through a bunch of SNK fighting games with some challenges in place. This would be similar to that. But I have a lot more Capcom fighting games, and I now know what challenges I can do to hurt me more. Um, like for example, trying to beat a fighting game while wearing oven mitts. That was the basic challenge, the most basic challenge from SNK Fighters Marathon from Hell, and it would probably make a return. And there'd be even more dastardly ones. If we reach $800 donated total, I will do a D&D solo adventure. I'll do a D&D solo adventure campaign. Basically, I've mentioned wanting to do D&D like or tabletop streams before, but I just haven't been able to make it work. And I especially haven't been able to like get people. I especially haven't been able to get people together to like do a tabletop campaign or D&D campaign. And there's with how things are going right now with me being unemployed, I don't know when I could get to that point. Just because even though I like have a full schedule now that I'm unemployed, I need to get employed as quickly as possible. So, and like with all these job applications I'm sending out, if I do get employed, I could like that my whole schedule could change on could change on a dime, could change suddenly. So what this would be is the $800 donation goal is I would do a solo adventures. There are D&D game books yeah, D&D game books made for like one person to play through. And it'd basically be like I would decide on a game book to play through. And I would actually let y'all and make a character for it, and I would let y'all influence what character I make. I'd probably let y'all I'd have to like decide like I'd have to test out like a solo adventure on my own to see what could work, but probably would let y'all influence like what class, what race my character is, a bunch of different things about them. And then I would take that character through the solo adventure, and we'll see if they survive. And then if $900 is donated, I will play through Sonic Adventure 2 for the first time. I have never beaten a Sonic game before. I have played a bit of Sonic Adventure 2, and I didn't continue it, but that was many years ago, and I'm willing to give it another chance. And I played, I think, a bit of Sonic Mania, but I didn't continue that one. And I decided between the two, why not play Sonic Adventure? Why not try to play through Sonic Adventure 2 for the first time? So if with this, so if we were to reach this donation goal, yeah, no, even basically it's a guaranteed first playthrough, kind of similar to Wind Waker and Dispatch. Like I'd have to fully play through it. And if $1,000 is donated in total, y'all get to decide a game I have to 100%. I'll give you like a list. I'll come up with like a list of games that I think would work that I could 100%. And basically, whichever game y'all decide, I will just fully play through it until until I've gotten all trophies or all achievements in it. It'll probably be a game on my PC or a game on my PS5 because I mean those have achievements. Those have achievements. Those have achievement like the games. My games on PC have achievements, and those games on PS5 have trophies. So those would be the best options. So yeah, that's the donation goal. Those are the donation goals. And again, every single donation to this adds an extra. Every donation of at least $1 adds an extra life. So again, if you were to donate $1, that would add 1 life. If you were to donate $20, that adds 20 lives. If you were to gift a sub to the channel, if you were to sub to the channel or gift a sub to the channel, that would add 6 lives. And again, I know I just said this, but I'll say it again that gift subs, and bits do really help, but direct donations help me even more because basically, if you don't know how Twitch donations work, in order to get the money from y'all's Twitch donations, I have to receive at least $50. I have to at least $50 has to have been donated to the channel by the end of the month, and if that amount of money is donated, then and if that amount of money is donated, then then I won't receive it until December 15th. So like a month from now. Meanwhile, direct donations, like again, I'll post the direct donation link again. That sends the direct donation link again. But yeah, direct donations, then the money that you donate to me will actually like arrive immediately. So, yeah, sorry to have to go through all that again, but it's just I have to keep repeating. Just have to keep repeating what the stream is about. And again, every stream, depending on how this goes, I could be playing Bloodborne for the rest of November. I don't know why, but that feels strangely fitting. But yeah, the I could be playing through Bloodborne for the rest of November if we keep getting lives. For those just joining in, wondering where I'm actually at in the game, I am getting my ass kicked by Gascoigne, and I am trying to get blood vials so that I can go. I'm trying to get more blood vials so that I can go back to getting my ass kicked by Gascoigne. Sage says Super L Robot Wars. I'd play that game in a heartbeat. A Super Robot Wars game, but where L Robot narrates it. I'd play that game. Also, El Robot, I think I already said hello, but if I didn't, El Robot, welcome in, and Flustered Bun, welcome in. Thank y'all for tuning in. I will say, if you're not able to donate or don't feel like donating, I understand because money's tight. Because money's tight for everyone right now. So thank you for at least watching the stream. If you are able to donate, please consider doing so. But please consider doing so because it really helped me out. But if you're not able to, or if you don't feel like donating, totally understand. Thank you for at least watching the stream. Sage says I might be willing to run. I'd say the original quadrilogy. But if you didn't want to continue Mania, I might not go. Oh, I'm guessing that's about Sonic. For also, the reason why Sonic Adventure 2 is one of the games I selected is because I have Sonic Adventure 2, a version of it on my Xbox, but I'd probably for this would get I'd figure out the right version to play, and then I'd probably play that through emulator, because I think, I have a feel, it has been a lot of time, but I get the feeling that one of the reasons I didn't continue with Sonic Adventure 2 was because of the version I was playing on the Xbox. I don't know if it's like the original or like Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, but I think like the version I played kind of like maybe not engage with as much. Sage says, so if someone completed the SOP goal, you'd have 93 more lives. Let me check. Oh, sorry. Let me just check. Pokemon Smasher Pass goal? Yes. If someone were to donate if $93 were to be donated, which would have us reach the Pokemon Smasher Pass. Yeah, if $93 would be donated, which would reach the Pokemon Smasher Pass goal, yeah, that would add 93 more lives, and I'd go from 42 remaining lives to 135. Marzisco fan says El Santo in the Super Robot Wars. I'd play that. Someone needs to. Oh, because I was talking about how many, because I was talking about in one of the Castlevania streams last week. I was talking about in the Castlevania stream last week just how many movies El Santo has been in. El Santo has been, for those who didn't see that portion of that stream, El Santo has been in 54 movies. He was in 54 movies before Godzilla started its Heisei era. Which means in the space between the first Godzilla movie and the 16th Godzilla movie, El Santo was in 54 movies. El Santo movie ranking stream. Look forward to it like many years from now. I don't know if that'll actually happen. That would be a lot of movies to watch. Honestly, would I'd probably be better if we just watch them on stream instead of me doing a whole thing where I watch them in my spare time and then we do a big series of streams where I rank them. But someone should make like some movies or someone should make like some video games kind of inspired by those El Santo monster fighting movies. There is one. There's at least one game. There's Monstroscopy, which is it's a monster. It's like a horror themed fighting game, kind of similar to like Darkstalkers. However, it's like Mexican culture horror. Like like one of the I think the main character. Oh, I went the wrong way. Like the main playable character is like this bat themed female luchador. Oh, let me see if I can like pull this up. I'll get back to naming off Super Robot Wars the titles of Super Robot Wars games in a second. Mars says no, the Xbox port is just bad. Ah. Mostrop. Okay, Mostroscopy. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna show this. Okay, I'm gonna show this. I'm gonna show its page on Steam. I'm not pronounce. I don't think I'm pronouncing this well, but this is the game I'm talking about. We'll get back to Bloodborne. Don't worry. We'll get back to Bloodborne in a second. I'm just gonna hide out in here, away from the, away from the things that are trying to kill me. Okay, there. Monstroscopy. Say if it's Sonic Adventure ending with DX, it's not as good. Okay, here. This is the game I'm talking about. Monstroscopy. I'm not pronouncing this right, but okay, this is the game I'm talking about. It's like a fighting video. It's a fighting game that's that takes inspiration from like horror and luchador films of like well, it says right there. Takes up the aesthetics of the horror luchador films of Mexican cinema from the 1950s. And this is kind of what I mean. I would love to see more games that are like inspired by. Love to see more games that are like inspired by film, like lesser honored like film genres, like Mexican film. It's always cool. Sage says, "Mo moistros mo mostroscopy mostroscopy." Okay. It's always I'm always really interested to see like games that are inspired by a culture I'm not as familiar with. And yeah, this is as you can bet, this game is on my wish list. So at some point, I do want to buy and play this. But yeah, we don't get a lot of like horror themed fighting games. We don't get a lot of like horror game themed fighting games already. There's a couple, but this one being influenced by like Mexican horror and like luchador films also just really interests me. Okay, and Sage says all the El Santo movies have more or less B movie level quality, but that's part of their charm. Mars Defense says I saw El Santo and the Treasure of Dracula. I felt like two movies clumsily spliced together. It must be one of the more cheaply made ones. Right, okay. There, that's enough of monstroscopy. Yeah, more games kind of like that is what I mean. Okay, now then, whilst I continue searching for blood vials, or a way to skip blood vials, let's go back to reading off the name. Let me go back to reading off the names of Super Robot Wars games. I had last ended with Super Robot Wars D, released in 2003. Next is Super Robot Wars MX, released in 2004. Uh-oh. Shoot. Uh-oh. Maybe I can, like, attack him from back here. I'm gonna be cheap. Come on. Yes, I'm totally fine with being cheap. Sleepless has got to get running, bro. Right, Sleepless, have a good rest of your night, and good luck with work tomorrow. Okay, yeah, next is Super Robot Wars MX in 2004. Mars Defense's SRW MX, the sequel without an original, and strangely one of the better narratives. Then there also in 2004 there was Super Robot Wars GC, which is you can expect was for the GameCube, and ported to the Xbox 360. Not for us. I think it was just for Japan. Yeah, it was just for Japan. Then there was Super Robot Taisen Original Generation 2, released in 2005. Another Game Boy Advance game. Then, 2 years after... Then, 2 years after Super Robot Wars... Second Super Robot Wars Alpha... Yeah, 2 years after second Super Robot Wars Alpha, we had third Super Robot Wars Alpha to the end of the third Super Robot Wars Alpha to the end of the galaxy. So it was Super Robot Wars Alpha, then Super Robot Wars Alpha Gaiden, then second Super Robot Wars, or excuse me, then Super Robot Wars A, which is unassociated with those previous two. Then second Super Robot Wars Alpha, then third Super Robot Wars Alpha to the end of the galaxy. Then, okay, now I remember. So yes, the next one is the game I have on Game Boy. I have a ROM hacked version of on Game Boy Advance, which is Super Robot Wars J. Super Robot Wars J is the one is the one that I have a ROM hack of Game Boy Advance that I eventually do want to play on stream, but I'd like to. Oh shoot. Okay. Dang. Stat. That's not a stat. Okay, anyway, that was released in 2005. Howie. Come on. I'm gonna keep going after him. Hopefully I get some blood vials. Yeah, okay. I got 2 blood vials. All that for 2 blood vials. And then, okay, so Super Robot Wars J was in 2005. Super Robot Wars W was in 2007. Then Super Robot Wars Original Generations was also in 2007. This is also this is not the first Super Robot Wars Original Generations game, as we heard from all the different titles. Then also in 2007, so that marks the third game released in 2007 is Super Robot Wars Original Generation Gaiden. Then in 2008 was Super Robot Wars Z. In 2009 was Super Robot Wars Z Special Disc. Super Robot Wars Z Special Disc. Then in 2009 was Super Robot Wars K. That always scares me whenever I hear it. Also in 2009 was Super Robot Wars Neo. I do want to heal, but that's gonna... Okay, I guess I'll heal. Then in 2010 was Super Robot Wars L. In 2011... Hold on. In 2011, 3 years after Super Robot Wars Z, and after like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other Super Robot Wars games in between Super Robot Wars Z, is second Super Robot Wars Z. And then in 2012 was Super Robot Wars OG Saga Masokishin 2, Revelation of Evil God. I guess I'll go to the Great Bridge. Then in 2012, also in 2012, was second Super Robot Wars Original Generation. Next in 2013 was Super Robot Wars UX. Also in 2013 was Super Robot Wars Operation Extend. Also in 2013 was Super Robot Wars OG Saga Masokishin 3, Pride of Justice, which marks the third SRW game released in 2013. In 2014 was third Super Robot Wars Z, a full 3 years after the second Super Robot Wars Z. In 2014 was Super Robot Wars OG Saga Masokishin F, Coffin of the End. Wait, hold on. Wait, I gotta go back a second. Yeah, Coffin of the End. In 2015 was Super Robot Wars BX. In 2016 was Super Robot Wars OG The Moon Dwellers. Which is actually that's the first game to be released in English. That's the first game to be released in English and Chinese. So only then. So if that's a great summary of how much we were missing out on with Super Robot Wars. That in 2016, that game in 2016 with OG the Moon Dwellers was the first game to get released in English. Then in and it was the 25th anniversary game. Then after that, we've got the ones that I've actually like mentioned quite a bit on stream. In 2017, there's Super Robot Wars V. That's one I plan on playing on the channel at some point. Then there's 20. Then there was in 2018 was Super Robot Wars X. 2019 was Super Robot Wars T. That one I have played on the channel and might revisit at some point. 2021 was Super Robot Wars 30. We all know that one. And then this year, Super Robot Wars Y. So in summary, to go back something Sage said many minutes ago, it's not um the reason why they used Y was clearly because they didn't have many letters left. I really don't know how many letters they have that they could use to name a Super Robot Wars game. They're kind of running out. Alright, I have to go past them in order to get... Okay, well, I don't feel like fighting them. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna go teleport to a different area. I'm gonna go teleport to a different area. I don't feel like fighting that ogre and his crow friends. Rise of Defenses, we got the original generation GBA games and Super Robot Tyson Endless Frontier on the DS. That is true. Endless Frontier I am very familiar with because that is actually the first Super Robot Wars game I got to play, and was actually one of my favorite RPGs on the DS. I might, but it's the sort of thing where I want to replay. At some point, I would like to play through that game on the channel. One, because now that I do a bit of like kind of fandom any voice lines, I read for games that don't have any dubbing, the games that don't have any voice acting. It'd be nice to go back and actually like play through that game. Also, I want to see if the game is as good as I remember, because on the one hand, I remember the gameplay for Endless Frontier being really good. However, I also remember some of the dialogue being just for lack of to use a word that is used too much, very cringe. Okay, we'll go back here. Okay, back to searching for blood vials. We've got a little less than an hour left in the stream. Again, I'll be back on Thursday with continuing. I'll be back on Thursday continuing the continuing the Bloodborne uh, continuing the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon. I've got about 42 lives left, but I mean, I am up like against a really difficult. I'm at the point where I have to fight a really difficult boss in Gascoigne. At least as difficult for me. So remember, any donations will add more lives, and if we reach, yeah, we're about $93 away from the first donation goal, which is we're about $93 away from the first donation goal, which is me doing a Pokemon Smasher Pass stream. So if you'd like to see me do that, please consider donating. And also, yes, and also, yeah, just repeating an answer I gave to a question that was earlier. Yeah, since every dollar donated adds another life. Yeah, if $93 were donated, or excuse me, if someone were to donate $93, that would add 93 lives. Now, if someone were like to donate like 50 cents and then like later donate like 20 cents, that wouldn't add a life because it's for every dollar donated. But however, that amount of money donated would still count towards the donation goal. Yeah, I guess I'll keep going through here to build up more blood vials. I'll try to fight Gascoigne at least once more before the end of the stream, but I'd like to build up a bunch more blood vials before I do so. You know, maybe maybe like how the blood is called the blood in the dream or something, whatever. As I don't know, the gods, revive everyone because of their blood that is present in all the beasts and men. I don't know, maybe also like they use blood to make all these barrels that keep showing up, even though I keep destroying them. I mean, we saw that you use blood to fortify your weapons, and you use blood to pay for stuff. You use blood to pay for buy new stuff, and you use blood to make yourself stronger. So maybe they did like even while they were just making like crates and barrels, they're like, well, just put some blood in it. Oh wait, no, I gotta say it like a Bloodborne character. Yeah, yes. These false barrels must be corrected. Only by the blood will they become true containers, worthy, worthy of holding assorted goods. Well, as long as they keep reviving him, I'm gonna keep killing him. All right, there is that. Yeah, this is where Eileen is. I'm gonna go check in on her, see how she's doing. How's it going?
What are you still doing here? Enough a hunt.
Okay, she wants me to go fight. She wants me to go fight people. Wait, what am I still doing here? What are you still doing here? There's a whole bunch of monsters here, and you're just hanging out on this balcony. There's like something cool down there? No, just more city. More Yarnum. I don't think there's... Yeah, I think this is as far as I can go around here. Okay, let me just search around here. Try to see if there's anything else I can grab around here. There is... Yeah, there is like a body hanging there that I could grab. Oh, what the heck? Oh, it's that guy. Right, they can shoot at me. There's that body there. But I can't grab it unless I knock it down. Let me actually try... Okay, let me try backing up and seeing if I can... No. Cannot stab the chain. Maybe I can cut the chain? Okay, there. And I didn't fall down that time. Hopefully I don't... Although I need to find some way there. I'm gonna have to find some way down there to pick that up. Okay, well, I guess I have to fall down here. And... Ow. Might be able to sneak up behind this one? There we go. Well, I didn't really successfully sneak up behind them, but I killed him. Okay, I'm up to 8 blood vials. I'd like at least 15 before I try to fight Gascoigne again. So, okay. Man, with this all being like some sort of weird dream everyone's in. With this being some sort of weird dream everyone's in. It'd be really nice if It would be really nice if I was Kamen Rider Zets instead of whoever this person whoever Shirley Brewing is. I gotta say, it is a Kamen Rider Zets has been really good so far, but it is a weird feeling watching through a show. It is a weird feeling where watching through a show where the main character is also unemployed, like it's a major part of the story. Like the main character of the current Kamen Rider season, it's a major part of this. It's a major part of the story that he is unemployed and is trying to find some sort of job. Okay, let me just fight them. Ow! Fuck! Ah, damn it! Well, that's me dead. Okay, that means I'm down to 41 lives. Hold on. Where is it? Yeah, 41 lives. Wonderful. Well, I gotta go back there to get my blood. Yeah, I gotta go back there to get my blood echoes. Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna go back there and get my blood echoes. Oh jeez. Hmm. So yeah, like I was saying, every stream this week is gonna be this Bloodborne Emergency Donathon. So I'll be back on Thursday with another 8 hours of Bloodborne as part of this. If I still have enough lives left, I'll be back on. If I still have enough lives left, I'll be continuing this on. I'll be continuing this on Saturday as well. And again, this will basically go until I either run out of lives or I guess until it might. I guess until I run out of lives. If I get, I've been saying this throughout the stream, but yeah, if I manage to like get near the end of Bloodborne and still have like plenty of lives left, I might like continue this into another game, or even I'd be willing to keep the Donathon going if I get like to the end of Bloodborne with enough lives left. Jeez. All right, so I need to go get my blood back. You know, now that I think about it, with how much everything is all about blood, because I mean, we use blood as currency, we use blood to level up. The game is called freaking Bloodborne. I'm a little surprised they went with werewolves instead of vampires. I mean, they got the setting for it. I could easily see like a vampire hanging out in like any one of these buildings. Although again, although I am willing to bet that like this game. I mentioned this film earlier in the stream, but I am willing to bet. Although I don't think this has been like explicitly confirmed, I do feel like I do kind of like I do kind of like see or agree with or kind of believe the rumor that like this game's gothic horror style was inspired by the movie Brotherhood of the Wolf. There's a lot of things that just kind of click. There's a lot of things after watching that movie. There's a lot of things that just kind of click or just kind of fit that this game could have taken inspiration from. I need. Okay, fine. I was trying to save up my blood vials, but okay. Alright, let me kill you. Okay, don't have to deal with them. But that's them dealt with. There's that guy over there. I don't think they see me, so let me go ahead and get my blood vial, my blood echoes. I have to remember that blood echoes are the things that I use to... Blood vials are the things I use to heal myself. Blood echoes are the things I use for everything else. Oh, damn! Oh gosh, okay, got him. I'll grab that in a second. Hooray! Okay. Okay, a couple more bullets, that's helpful. Okay, a couple more bullets. Ah, good, some more blood vials. Okay, and I got my blood echoes back. So... I don't think I've got... No, I don't think... I've got nowhere near enough to level up, but... I could use them to probably get something. It seems like if I want to get any new weapons, I have to get, like, these hunter badges. Because that unlocked the Kirk hammer and the different saw weapons in the shop. Oh, there's another one. Okay, I think... Yeah, this goes around here. Okay, there's another burb here. 2 more burbs. Oh, I have a little life left. Okay. Let me go somewhere... Let me go back to, let me quickly get back to that, Oh, there's actually a place over there I could... Well, no, I can't reach over there just yet. But yeah, let me get back to, the lamp and heal up. Let me get back to the lamp and heal up, and then see if I can use these blood echoes. And then I'll try one more time against Gascoigne. Just ignore that fella over there. I will say, had a lot of really nice conversations during this stream, which has been really helpful just because I am the opposite of most people. I know most people have a hard time. I know a lot of people have a hard time sitting through like a turn-based RPG for like more than a few hours. But like a lot of but those same people can play through like a game like this, like one of these FromSoft games for many hours at a time. I am the opposite. I can usually I can only stand playing through a FromSoft one of these Soulsborne games for like only a few hours. Even the Armored Core games, which I do like, out of all the different FromSoft series, Armored Core is probably my favorite series they've worked on. I can really only stand playing those for a few hours before I have to put it down. Before I have to put it down and do something else. Usually out of frustration. So doing this Donathon isn't just a big thing because of all the donations. It's because I usually wouldn't play one of these games for this long at a time, for like 8 hours at a time. But having all those different conversations with y'all really helped me get through it. Why does that monster? It just keeps yelling every time I pass by here. Okay, so go back to the hunter stream. So I don't think...
Welcome. What is it? Very well.
I don't think I have enough to... Okay, I do have enough to level up. In that case... Okay, his... Well, my right-hand weapon attack is at 100. This would increase physical defense and vitality. That would increase my stamina. What does... Okay, let me check to see what blood... Okay, character's name. Total value of a hunter's overall attributes. Use blood echoes to level up. Total number of help blood echoes. You can use a trade with messengers. Number of blood echoes you level up. Level insight or depth of inhuman knowledge. Need to ring special bell, but reduces frenzy. Attribute governing hip. Attribute governing stamina resistances. Attribute governing heavy physical weapon attack. Determines whether or not you can use certain equipment. Attribute governing more nuanced physical weapon attack. Determines whether or not you can use certain equipment. Attribute governing power of weapons that use quicksilver bullets. Determines whether or not you can use certain equipment. Attribute governing power of arcane attack. Determines whether or not you can... Okay, so... Okay, so strength is like heavy weapon, as heavy melee weapons. Skill is light melee weapons. Blood tinge is for guns. And arcane is for, like, spells. If I learn any sort of spells or something like that. So I guess... I guess... Oh, maybe not blood tinge just yet. That does increase my physical defense. This increases my attack by a little bit more. I guess... Let me actually try and increase my endurance.
Farewell, good hunter.
Okay, and is there anything I want to get here? I don't think there's any... I don't think I can upgrade my stick. No, can't. Not enough bone shard. Not enough blood shards. Don't know why I call them bone shards. There's nothing There's no bones here. Everything is blood here. It is Bloodborne, after all. Okay, actually, let me use some of these to get... Yeah, let me use those to get more blood echoes and see if there's anything here I want to get. I could get more blood vials, but I want to save that. Okay, not enough for the Kirk Hammer, but I'm fine not having that. I think I'm good with my Threaded Cane for right now. Pistol Hunter Blunderbuss. I would like to get the Hunter Blunderbuss and try it out. But maybe I should actually see if I can level up again. That might be worth it.
Welcome. What is it?
Yeah, that might be a little bit more worth it. So, yeah, okay, I can level up again, so... Alright, that increases... Let me increase my skill again so I can make my weapon even stronger. But I should probably start upgrading Blood Tinge. Yeah, I should probably start upgrading Blood Tinge.
Farewell, good hunter.
That way my gunshots get stronger. Okay. We got about a little less than 3 minutes left. I'm gonna go try and fight. I'm gonna try making my way to Gascoigne and try fighting him one more time. If it doesn't work, then I'll just have to wait until Thursday to try again. I am curious, like, what that new upcoming game, The Duskbloods, is going to be about. I know that, like, the information we found about it looks like it's going to be kind of similar to Elden Ring Night Rain, like a multiplayer focused game. But I'm curious, like how different it's going. Besides setting wise, of course, because Elden Ring Night Rain is like a spin-off of Elden Ring. I'm curious how different, like, the Duskblood setting is. so let's go. Okay, let me go this way, down this way. I'm just gonna ignore these guys this time. Doesn't look like... It is always cool, like, how far down and how hot, just like how far you can see in the city, even from the beginning. Because of, like, and how a lot of these places are places I'm going to be visiting later. Like, for example, like how I could see this bridge from up there when I was up there a few hours ago. Oh, hey, look at me. I'm not crushed by a giant flaming boulder. Sure would be a shame if someone set a giant flaming boulder after me. That would definitely crush me and not these guys chasing after me. Oh, no. That's better. Okay, that's them dead. Let's see what they had. Good, another blood vial. And man, FromSoft really FromSoft when making these Soulsborne games, they really do love just putting some sort of flaming thing, something that that is on fire, or is like causes fire at the end of one edge of on one edge of a bridge, and having you walk to it from the other end. Whether it be a dragon in Dark Souls 1, another dragon in probably like Dark Souls 2 or 3 and 2 and 3, or like a flaming boulder in this, which is not as intimidating as a dragon, but well, it's actually probably faster considering how quickly that thing moves. Okay, I'm gonna have to use one of my blood vials there. Use 2 of those there. Well, I got 2 more, so that's fine. Okay, and there. I do kind of want to see what that thing... You know what? Let me actually take a second to like see what these guys are guarding. This might be a bad idea, but I'm going to continue with it. Dang it. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, bad idea. Bad idea. Okay, don't have to deal with them anymore. Oh, good. Okay, some more blood vials. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Come on. Give me the... Come on. Okay. Oh, so I actually do... Okay, so I do get blood... Any extra blood vials I collect are sent to my storage. That's good. So I've actually probably been building up blood vials the entire time instead of needing to, like, fight enemies for them. Let me check to see what these do again. It's... Awaken anew without losing blood echoes. Use insight to call entering another world. Mark sacrifice all blood echoes and awaken anew. A mature blood cocktail prone to attract beasts. Okay, well. Alright. Let me try this one more time. I got like a full 20 blood vials. And I have a couple Molotovs. And I have my sharpened stick. And a handgun. With 5 bullets. Fuck, bad idea, bad idea, bad idea. Oh no, he dodged under it! Oh gosh, damn it. Oh gosh, he interrupted me. Dang, I need to get better at dodging that. Dang it, no. Oh, well, that was my last bullet. Oh, I completely missed with that. Oh, shit, that did a lot. Okay, damn it. Oh my gosh, that's most of my health. Oh, damn it! I actually got him down to like a last quarter of his health that time, but oh my gosh. Yeah, I got him down to like the last quarter of his health, but that did not go. But gosh, then he backed me into those tombstones, and like gosh, that meant I was doomed. Alright, well. Okay, I'm gonna return to the Hunter's Dream. Let me take. We've got like a little less than 20 minutes left. However, I'm gonna take a little. Gonna take a short break, and then when I get back, we'll continue with the rest with the last few minutes of the stream. So I think that's gonna be the last time I try to fight him for this stream. I'll just try to fight him at the start of next on Thursday stream. Okay. We only got a few minutes left, but and I have 0 blood echoes. Oh, right, because because I got because I died to because I died to Gascoigne. Um, hmm. Well, I don't think I have any. Oh, what's this? Oh, it's these guys. Buy with insight. Makes trades with messengers using insight. Okay. Small. Ring this bell to help hunters in other worlds. A mature cocktail thrown to attract beasts. Okay, I thought this would be like a distraction item, but I'm guessing what this actually does is like summon angry or like players that could attack me. Which I don't want that. Precious tool in sadly short supply. In Yarnum, they produce more blood and alcohol, as the former is the more intoxicating. Dang, that's a hell of a statement, but also very worrisome. Marissa Fan says I'm saying goodnight here. Good night, Marcesco fan. Thanks for stopping by, and thank you for gifting out that sub earlier. Hmm. Okay. Nothing here I'm really interested in so far. So I'll keep my insight. Wait, considering that insight is like a state of my mental is like a state of my mental or my mental acuity. Does that mean that like when I pay these messengers an insight, I'm making myself dumber to buy I basically am making myself dumber to buy a blood cocktail. But anyway, I don't think I have yeah, I don't really have much. Let me actually sell some stuff, I guess. Plunger blood that thrown to attract bees. Yeah, let me sell both of these. I don't think I'm gonna use those. Urn that covers target and oil when thrown. Okay, I might keep those because that could be useful, but I need like a flame for it. I'll keep the torch, even though I'm not using it. I wish I could kind of compare. I wish I could compare like the damages for my weapon I currently have and like another weapon, or like what other weapon I'm looking at. Hmm. Okay, that does 105 damage. This does 78 damage, but I've already upgraded it to like almost 105. So yeah, no reason to get this. They're offering like little bottles. That's fine. There's not okay. I guess I'll just head back out there and start collecting back blood echoes. There's really not much else I can do. I think like my way is blocked. My way forward is blocked by Gascoigne. So if I want to get out of this area, I'm gonna need to. Yeah, if I want to get out of this area, I think I'm gonna need to. If I'm gonna get out of this area, I'm going to need to beat Gascoigne. Which that's not happening until that ain't happening until Thursday. With the few minutes I have left, there is no way I'm gonna be able to do that now. Oh, let's see. Okay, good, another blood vial. So yeah, let me fight some people, get some more resources. Oh, you know what? Let me check my storage box to see what I built up. Yeah, let me go back and check my let me go back and check my check my storage in the Hunter's Dream to see what I built up. I know I didn't go far, but let me, yeah, check to see what I got here. Okay, not here. Here. Okay, I've got about 12 blood vials built up. Hmm. I don't think my... Don't really have to worry about, like, how much equipment I can hold. I think I'm doing fine. Yeah, I think I'm doing fine. Can I see my inventory? One of the badges crafted by a healing church, the silver sword, is a symbol of a church hunter. Ludwig was the first of many healing church hunters to come, many of whom were clerics. As it was, clerics transformed into the most hideous beasts. One of the resonating bells that crosses the gaps of worlds. This bell is cracked and stained with the blood of beasts. Isn't everything in this world? A human must expend insight to ring this uncanny bell. The old hunters who have long passed from the dream but cannot forget the feeling of the hunt rely upon messengers to relay their thoughts. Ring the bell at any time at their side, and they are certain to give a lesson. For the night of the hunt is long and unchanging. A badge crafted long ago at the workshop. Attests to one's prowess as a hunter beast. The workshop is gone, and no group recognizes this meaningless badge except the messengers in the bath, who understand its profundity. Certain things can only be entrusted with the hunter in the possession of this badge, or so they believe. No, alright then. Okay, I think that will probably be a good place to leave it for the night. There's not much else I can do besides, getting ready to fight Gascoigne. So, yeah, that'll be it for the night. Thank y'all for tuning in for this first stream of the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon. I've got about 40 lives left. So I lost 50. So I lost 17 lives in one stream. Jeez. We'll see if things go better. Things go better for me next on Thursday, which that's when I'll be back. That's be back to playing this. So if I can see you then, and we'll see how far I can get there. I'll probably start off that stream by fighting Gascoigne. As for, let's see who we could raid. Bosco's playing some Halo. Skeletalpha's playing Vintage Story. Well, we'll go raid Fanboy Brian. He's playing some. Well, actually, I don't know what he's playing. We'll just have to go see. Right. Yeah. You all have a good rest of the night. Hope I can see you on Thursday. Night. Oh, well, I should probably move that down. Okay.